Invincibility begins with contemplating the sun. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 201 Demons in Chaotic Times, Sages in Prosperous Times. After much commotion, the young Taoist King Feng, who bore the weight of heaven and earth's destiny, finally succumbed to Li Heng's tyranny, obediently revealing his extraordinary aura of fortune, radiating outwards like a small light bulb. Li Heng nodded in satisfaction. That was more like obedience. Don't withdraw your extraordinary aura of fortune for now, he instructed King Feng, subtly sensing the aura's resonance. He could perceive the profound Taoist principles within, resonating with the surrounding laws of heaven and earth. Previously, when King Feng displayed his extraordinary aura of fortune before the assembled immortals, a dragon and tiger, purple keys spreading eastward, Taoist scriptures chanted, and the manifestation of celestial scenes, he had vaguely sensed fluctuations in the laws of heaven and earth. Within the radiant range of King Feng's aura, he noticed his own speed of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was accelerating. These laws were no longer ethereal but tangible. This was indeed as he had expected. This young Taoist King Feng could be used as a cultivation accelerator. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. This Taoist King Feng carries the great fortune of heaven and earth, favored by the world. Therefore, the laws and rules of heaven and earth naturally gravitate towards him. Others comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, but these laws remain distant. However, for Taoist King Feng, they are very close. Li Heng is now benefiting from this Taoist King Feng's influence. This makes Li Heng sigh. Having such fortune is like having a cheat code, like having VIP status. No wonder there's a saying, when the time is right, heaven and earth lend their strength. While cultivating with the help of King Feng's auspicious fortune, accelerating his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, Li Heng also pondered, what could possibly give rise to someone carrying such a great fortune? An ancient saying goes, in chaotic times, demons emerge, in prosperous times, sages appear. Now, in this chaotic world, many demons and monsters have emerged. Is Taoist King Feng one of the so-called sages, one destined to end the chaos and usher in a prosperous era? After all, such auspicious fortune is not something that appears casually. If someone said King Feng was a reincarnated immortal, he would believe it. If things were truly as he suspected, then things would be troublesome. The one destined to end the chaos and usher in a golden age had encountered this fundamentally disruptive trouble. Their destiny was in disarray, and instead of bearing the great fortune of heaven and earth, they had become the bearers of its calamities. Did this mean that the entire world had undergone a transformation? Although this speculation was far-fetched, even bordering on needless worry, Li Heng vaguely felt that such concerns were necessary and required planning. Perhaps the Dali government and the powerful families knew something? After all, their attitudes were ambiguous. They weren't particularly enthusiastic about eradicating demons and monsters. It was as if they were simply giving up in the face of an insurmountable calamity. Calming these thoughts, Li Heng regained his composure. He would deal with whatever came his way. Instead of dwelling on these matters, he should focus on improving his own strength. Strength was the foundation of everything. Thinking this, he quietly comprehended the laws of heaven and earth around him. While the poor King Feng's Ayatao stood by, acting as a third wheel. The heavenly prison of Jinhua City could actually be called an underground dungeon. Located 100 feet below the city, the prison spanned half the size of the city. Each cell was crafted from refined steel, impervious to anyone below the innate realm. The cells holding innate realm cultivators were further protected by strict enchantments, connecting them to the surrounding earth. Unless an innate realm cultivator possessed the power to shake the very earth surrounding Jinhua City, escape was impossible. This was precisely why Ma Suxun remained remarkably calm. Since she was imprisoned here, escape was impossible. She could only wait for someone to bail her out. In truth, when Jin Fihei blocked her outside the city gates, she had already understood everything. Jin Fihei might have the ability to sever the connection between Bian County and the prefectural government, rendering her plea for help useless and cutting off her various arrangements within the prefectural government. But Jin Fihei certainly didn't have the ability to openly block her outside the city, let alone utter those words, stripping her of her official position and throwing her into the heavenly prison. There must be others involved, such as powerful families. Among them, she most suspected her own family. Fifth uncle, did you seize this opportunity? Ma Suxun murmured softly. She shook her head again. No matter what, even if she was captured here, she wouldn't choose to go back. Tap tap tap, footsteps sounded, approaching from afar, echoing in the empty prison. Then, lights illuminated the dark environment, and she saw a person standing outside the cell. Ma Suxun was startled. Grand Commander? Zhuan Dao stood in the cell, looking at Ma Suxun, and couldn't help but shake his head. This is the first time I've seen you so disheveled. You usually lock people up in the prison, and now you're the one in. If it weren't for important business, I'd give you an investigation file to fill out, to tell you what it's like to be imprisoned. Come out, it's all right now. He waved his hand, releasing the surrounding restrictions. Without the restrictions, the 100 refined steel bars were as fragile as paper Tianshan, practically negligible. Grand Commander, why did you come out of seclusion? Did you save me? Ma Suxun was very confused. Zhuan Dao had only recently gone into seclusion. Logically, even with rapid progress, it would probably take 10 years to emerge from seclusion, and whether he could even break through to the Dharma aspect realm was another matter. Yet, I'm out of seclusion. I was woken up by someone's noise. And I got beaten up too, Zhuan Dao said irritably. If it weren't for this incident, would he be in such a sorry state now? His injuries haven't even healed yet. At this moment, Ma Suxun noticed the wounds on Zhuan Dao's body and was taken aback. She wondered, wasn't the Grand Commander the strongest person in Jinhou City? Why would he be beaten up? Could it be that old man in the Dharma aspect realm suddenly appeared? How's Jin Fihei doing? Don't worry, I know you're innocent. Come out. As for Jin Fihei, Zhuan Dao's expression became strange. Well, he's dead, and he died very quickly. Ma Suxun was shocked again upon hearing this. What happened? Jin Fihei was actually dead? She had been thinking about how to get revenge on him after she got out of prison. But he died so quickly? Don't look at me with suspicion. You know what's going on, Zhuan Dao said, noticing Ma Suxun's gaze. I know what's going on? Ma Suxun was startled and asked aloud. If it really was someone from her family, she was truly doomed and would have to go back. Even if she didn't want to go back, she'd probably be forced to. You're pretending not to know, aren't you? I say, you little brat, where did you make such a powerful friend? Not only did he ring the golden bell and make it recognize him as its master, but he also killed Jin Fihei right in front of me, in front of many aristocratic families and 8 masters. And then he beat me up. Look at these injuries. Zhuan Dao shook his head with a sigh. Your friend is too arrogant, so arrogant that I don't even dare to associate with him. He actually threatened so many Xianshan cultivators to give him an explanation, apologize, and release you all. Now I don't know how to handle this situation. You'd better go out and persuade your friend. So that things don't get really out of hand. Ma Suxun was completely stunned by the string of words. Friend, she asked in astonishment. Yes, friend, didn't you guess? Zhuan Dao frowned and said doubtfully. Chief, you know me. Besides my husband, where do I, Ma Suxun, have any friends? Are they my subordinates? But they've either defected or are dead, right? Ma Suxun frowned and asked Zhuan Dao. Zhuan Dao was also stunned by her words. He did say he was an old friend of yours, and he caused such a commotion to stand up for you. Oh, right, it was a man and a woman, both quite young. The man was very strong, he beat me up. I don't know about the woman, she looked pretty, but her aura was weak. Ma Suxun was stunned again upon hearing this. Actually, she had already connected the dots to someone, but hearing Zhuan Dao say it was a man and a woman, she became uncertain. That powerful figure should have had a woman with him, right? Never mind, I'll go see for myself. Ma Suxun frowned and said. Her sixth sense told her that the result would definitely surprise her. As soon as she finished speaking, a flame flashed in the cell, and in an instant, Ma Suxun appeared outside the cell, standing beside Zhuan Dao. Your fire escape technique is becoming more and more refined, and it hasn't been that long. Zhuan Dao raised an eyebrow and said in surprise. Ma Suxun smiled without saying a word. That fire seed was extremely beneficial to her. Let's go. Your man is locked up outside the cell. I just passed by and saw he's about to advance to the innate realm, probably only half a step away. Your judgment is pretty good. Juan Deo casually remarked, intending to leave. Just then, someone else rushed in, or rather, ran in, their footsteps extremely hurried. At a corner of the stairs, they nearly bumped into the two. Chu Shui, what brings you here? Ma Sujuan raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise. And I'm here to rescue you. Ma Chu Shui looked at the two, paused for a moment, and quickly took out the token in her hand to explain. Wait, and why are you out here? You didn't escape, did you? Am I an escapee? The Chief Justice released me. Ma Sujuan tapped Ma Chu Shui's head. All right, I appreciate your kindness, go on out. She looked at the token in Ma Chu Shui's hand, smiled slightly, and seemed thoughtful. Fifth uncle's token. Are you seeing something you can't do, intending to make me owe another favor? The three arrived at the outer cell. Inside, Meng Lingayan sat cross-legged on the ground, his aura surging, suddenly reaching its peak. The three flowers of essence, energy, and spirit manifested, gathering above his head, achieving the three flowers' accomplishment and advancing to the innate realm. He rejuvenated, completely returning to his peak middle-aged state. He immediately stood up, his aura surging powerfully. Sujuan, hold on, I'm coming to save you. Meng Lingayan said coldly, his aura surging, intending to break through the 100 refined steel cell, rush into its depths, and rescue Ma Sujuan. At this moment, the dim cell lights came on. All right, I appreciate your kindness, come out. If I really needed you to save me, I would have died long ago. Outside the cell, Ma Sujuan stretched out her hand and said with a smile. Meng Lingayan was stunned by the sight, utterly bewildered. After a long while, Ma Sujuan, Meng Lingayan, Juan Deo, and Ma Keshu finally emerged from the prison and returned to the surface of Jinhua City. These two prisoners were once again seeing the light of day. Although Ma Sujuan had already explained, Meng Lingayan's face was still slightly red. Someone had saved them. So, whether he had broken through or not was irrelevant. Moreover, his words after his breakthrough had actually been overheard by Ma Sujuan, and even the other two. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't bear this. However, he understood that important matters were paramount, and he was also very curious about who had saved them, so he quickly walked to the bell tower. There, a strange phenomenon appeared on the bell tower, with a powerful and surging aura rising into the sky. On the bell tower, a stunningly beautiful woman stood beside a young man who looked anxious and was shouting. Really, this is really important. You guys better run quickly, or you're doomed. My grandfather said those powerful families won't let you off the hook. Ma Xingquang looked at Conk and said sincerely. Chapter 202. A single word of decree, the cave heaven collapses. Peacock smiled slightly upon hearing this. Thank you for informing us, little fellow. We appreciate your kindness. However, the final decision rests with Master. Ma Xingquang quickly interjected, then let me go up. How can I tell him if I don't go up? Master is currently cultivating. Let's wait a bit. But this matter is urgent. We can't afford to waste any time. Otherwise, once those powerful families return, everything will be over. Ma Xingquang explained anxiously. However, Peacock didn't reply, standing quietly in place. Ma Xingquang, what are you doing? Ma Sujuan and the others approached, with Ma Keshu calling out, her brows furrowed with displeasure. Why isn't this kid staying home cultivating? Why isn't Grandpa stopping him? Sister, what brings you here? Ma Xingquang was startled, turning his head slightly, his face showing astonishment. Auntie, you've been released. No, Auntie, you didn't escape, did you? Escaping is a serious crime. Bang! Ma Sujuan vanished from her spot, instantly appearing beside Ma Xingquang and giving him a sharp rap on the head. Xingquang, how come you're like your sister? Do you think your aunt is that kind of person? She said, one hand on her hip, her tone unfriendly. Ignoring Ma Xingquang's cries of pain, she turned to Peacock, scrutinizing her carefully before speaking suspiciously. Young lady, do we know each other? I don't recall having a friend like you. Peacock's expression remained calm. You must be Ma Sujuan. We don't know each other, but my master does. However, my master is currently in seclusion on the bell tower, so please wait a moment. Ma Sujuan looked up at the bell tower, frowning. The aura above was truly powerful. Even with her innate level perception, Before she even reached the bell tower, her senses were already distorted by this aura, making it impossible to discern who was above. Alright, we'll wait. While everyone waited, many aristocratic families and 8 experts arrived at the prefectural governor mansion. Just as Ma Zhonghu had predicted, they wanted to put pressure on the prefectural governor mansion and then invite out a Dharma aspect realm expert from within. You guys really want us to be the villains? A member of the innate experts from the prefectural governor's mansion spoke softly. What, Feng Xianyang, we just agreed that we'd ask your patriarch to take action. Now that we're at your doorstep, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? Don't worry, we definitely won't treat you unfairly. Wang Huanian, an innate expert from the Wang family, crossed his arms and said coldly. HMPH, we didn't ask you to make such a big fuss. Feng Xianyang had witnessed Li Heng's arrogance in the crowd before, and the other aristocratic family's innate experts were also indignant, thinking of finding a Dharma aspect realm expert to punish him. However, asking their own expert for such a trivial matter would only invite criticism. So, after some discussion, both sides decided to share some benefits with Feng Xianyang in exchange for him inviting their patriarch. In any case, as a powerful force within Jinhua City, the prefectural governor's office had the right and obligation to deal with Li Heng, who was disrupting the order of Jinhua City. What? You ask where Li Heng disrupted the order? Doesn't repeatedly ringing the Jinhua bell count? Even if that's a bit far-fetched, as aristocratic families, they could turn black into white and white into black. They could come up with any crime they wanted with a snap of their fingers, and who dare to object? Alright, you'd better not go in. To avoid upsetting my master. Feng Xianyang left the many aristocratic families outside the prefectural governor's office and stepped inside alone. He traversed a vast courtyard and arrived at a small house deep within. Master, Xianyang requests an audience. Feng Xianyang stood outside the small house and asked respectfully. After a few seconds, there was no response. But Feng Xianyang knew the matter was settled, so he gently opened the door of the small house, stepped inside, and the light and shadow instantly changed, transforming the world in the blink of an eye. This was actually a sacred grotto heaven. Looking around, clouds and mist swirled, and he was above a sea of clouds. The mountain peak directly in front of him resembled a divine sword piercing the clouds, becoming the highest point in the area, towering above the heavens. Feng Xianyang was startled by this sight. The old man's ability to create grotto heavens was growing stronger. It seemed that as long as the old man intervened, even without his own presence, just a decree would be enough to make that arrogant brat tremble with fear, unable to straighten his back. To show his respect, he didn't fly. Instead, he climbed step by step along the cloud sea steps to reach the highest peak. At this highest point stood a magnificent palace complex, faintly radiating multicolored light. Before the palace stood an old man, gazing at the endless sea of clouds. Young Yang, what brings you to see me? The old man turned to look at the respectfully bowing Feng Xianyang. Feng Xianyang didn't waste any words, explaining his purpose while embellishing the story, exaggerating Li Heng's power and despicable nature, arguing that only killing him could appease public anger. Hell, I know what you're thinking. The old man shook his head with a smile after hearing this. However, I advise you not to waste your energy on these things. The world is about to undergo a great change, and even we can't see where the future lies. Instead of clinging to these things, you should focus on your cultivation. You're right, sir. I'll keep that in mind. Feng Xianyang replied respectfully. You little brat, trying to fob me off with these polite words again. Fine, fine. Since you're my offspring and need my help, I'll naturally lend a hand. By the way, I'm also very curious about which extraordinary genius could defeat the Zhuandao brat. And even make that broken bell recognize its master. Interesting. The old man shook his head, extending a finger. Boundless, heaven and earth primordial energy surged, transforming into a blank decree. He then drew a large character in the air, and the surrounding laws of heaven and earth shifted, weaving and coalescing into a form that imprinted itself on the decree, making it shine brightly. Finally, the decree shrank and floated into Feng Xianyang's hand. Alright, take it. However, you should try to persuade him with your kind words. If he doesn't listen, then reveal the decree. Even if he still doesn't back down, the decree will naturally manifest its profound power to suppress him. Feng Xianyang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you for your kindness, sir. You'd better not get too entangled with the aristocratic families. They are not benevolent. The old man then waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, Feng Xianyang was outside the small house, back in the mortal world, holding the decree in his hands. Inside the cave, the old man frowned as he looked at the distant sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was gradually collapsing towards him. As the creator of this cave, he was powerless to stop it. Indeed, it is just as His Majesty predicted. The old man sighed softly, his words filled with endless desolation. In Jinhua City, atop the bell tower, King Feng Xiaodao stood pale-faced, his aura of fortune fading and becoming ethereal, on the verge of collapse. He hadn't even reached the innate realm yet, and couldn't withstand Li Heng's relentless exploitation. "Stop," Li Heng said. King Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and the aura vanished instantly. Li Heng nodded slightly. The effect far exceeded his expectations. He, a complete novice who had never grasped the principles of heaven and earth, had, with King Feng's blessing, directly entered the realm of understanding. He already possessed a certain understanding of these principles and rules. He subtly sensed the energy consumption required to improve his rule comprehension on the data panel. It had decreased from 10 times the energy consumption to 8 times, a remarkably rapid improvement. If this continued, he probably wouldn't even need to level up or add points. With a King Feng accelerator, his comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth would reach the standard innate realm. It was just a pity that the King Feng accelerator wasn't sustainable. Li Heng looked at King Feng Xiaodao, his gaze dark and unsettling. King Feng, seeing Li Heng's gaze, was terrified and trembled. He still didn't understand why his master had kept him. "Master, please come back soon," he cried, his voice trembling with emotion. "Little Master King Feng, you still have a long way to go. You're not a child anymore, and you still can't manifest any phenomena every day. It seems your master spoils you too much? How about this, you train with me like a devil, break through your limits," Li Heng said with a wicked, capitalist smirk. This startled King Feng so much that he dared not speak, hiding in a corner. Li Heng chuckled and shook his head. "Never mind, let's focus on the important matter at hand." He subtly sent a message to Kong. Below the bell tower, Li Heng's words echoed in Kong's mind. She smiled at Ma Suxun and the others. "Everyone, Master's cultivation is complete." Kong gestured for everyone to go up. At the same time, she herself floated up to the bell tower, returning to Li Heng's side. The others followed closely behind, arriving at the bell tower. Ma Suxun and Meng Lingayan were now bursting with curiosity. After all, they truly had no idea which friend possessed such extraordinary abilities, defeating Zhuan Dao, a Tai Xiantian, a high-level cultivator, intimidating numerous aristocratic family Xiantian-level cultivators, and making such a boastful claim to rescue them. Could this really be a friend they could have? They were from completely different worlds, on entirely different levels. When they looked closely, the two were instantly dumbfounded. "Grandpa, Aunt Zhuan, long time no see." Li Heng looked at them and smiled. "It's actually you, kid?" Meng Lingayan murmured, his expression blank, utterly unable to believe it. In his memory, even if Li Heng was mysterious and talented, he shouldn't be able to do such a thing. Ma Suxun's expression was complex. She considered many possibilities. But she never expected that their friend, the powerful figure who had intimidated so many aristocratic family Xiantian-level cultivators, was actually the junior he had favored. Li Heng? Who was the junior here? Surprised? It's just a small improvement. Li Heng waved his hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy condensed, instantly transforming into a set of tables and chairs. "Come, sit down." Meng Lingayan was the first to sit down without ceremony in the energy chair. "You really surprised me, kid. It seems you've already advanced to the innate realm, even earlier than me." He was somewhat annoyed. Even though he had advanced to the innate realm, his status hadn't changed. Ma Suxun didn't need his help either. Damn it, hadn't he advanced for nothing? "So that great sun expert from Begin City back then was you?" Ma Suxun asked softly. "It could be, or it could not be," Li Heng replied with a smile. Having received confirmation, Ma Suxun felt relieved. All her questions finally made sense. Ma Xingkong, Ma Keishu, and Zhuan Dao, who were standing nearby, weren't so surprised, but rather puzzled. They vaguely sensed that the relationship between Li Heng and Meng Lingayan and Ma Suxun seemed to be more than just old friends. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a big change in their expressions, even making them question their existence. However, Ma Xingguang finally snapped out of his confusion and anxiously urged Li Heng and his companion to flee. "We can talk later, let's run. If this continues, those aristocratic family cultivators will be back. They'll probably bring out a Dharma aspect realm expert." The young boy firmly believed that with so many aristocratic family cultivators seeking revenge, Li Heng and his companion would have little chance of survival. "You little rascal, I appreciate your concern," Li Heng chuckled, looking at Ma Xingguang and then towards the Ma family mansion. "But it's too late to run now. Look, aren't they already returning menacingly?" Li Heng pointed behind them. A group of aristocratic family cultivators were rapidly approaching them. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. How can you lose when the imperial decree is right in your face? Ma Xingguang? The group of Xiantian cultivators also arrived at the bell tower and immediately spotted Ma Xingguang and her companions. "Looks like you're quick on your feet, Xuandao." Feng Xianyang, holding the decree, sneered. Xuandao frowned upon hearing this. "Feng Xianyang, do you even have the right to say that? I beat you up before, do you want another beating?" He unleashed his aura, pressing down on Feng Xianyang. "Ridiculous, you've been beaten like a drowning dog by this man, what can you do to me?" Feng Xianyang laughed loudly, the decree in his hand rippling slightly, directly dissolving Xuandao's aura like a gentle breeze. His prefectural governor's office and the Jinhu Demon Extermination Division were originally on equal footing. However, with Xuandao, the Grand Chief of the Jinhu Demon Extermination Division, its combat power surpassed that of Jinhu City, making the prefectural governor's office slightly inferior to the Demon Extermination Division, which was incredibly frustrating. In any major incident, the Demon Extermination Division always took the lead. This made the prefectural governor's office practically useless. Now, even a mere decree could persuade the reclusive old man to take action, enough to make him disregard Xuandao's astonishing combat power and fearlessly defy the Demon Extermination Bureau. HMPH, an incompetent fool relying on external forces. Seeing that his intimidation had no effect, Xuandao sneered. However, his heart grew heavy. The item in Feng Xianyang's hand contained some kind of extremely high-level power. Could it be a Dharma aspect? No wonder Feng Xianyang had changed from his previous cautious demeanor to be so arrogant. At this moment, Ma Xingguang's expression was ashen. "It's over, it's all over." He sighed inwardly. With so many innate beings returning, they must be confident in dealing with this ant's friend. Why wouldn't this person listen to advice? Wouldn't it be better to run away quickly? "What do you want?" Ma Xingguang frowned and spoke. "We don't want anything. Congratulations to Director Ma for clearing his name and successfully being released from prison. What happens next is none of your business, so don't get involved," Wang Huanian said with a forced smile. At this moment, Feng Xianyang was too lazy to pay attention to Xuandao. Forget about external things, as long as it's useful. He immediately turned to look at Li Heng. "My old man said, a moment of patience brings peace, a step back opens up a vast sky. Now that Ma Xingguang has been released from prison, you'd better bow your head and apologize to us," Feng Xianyang said loudly, directly taking the initiative. His old man had indeed told him to persuade him with kind words, but to him, this was indeed kind words. If it were anyone else, they would have already taken action when Li Heng spoke rudely. Besides, with a decree on their face, how could they lose? A Dharma aspect is a great power that can involve the laws of heaven and earth and open up cave heavens. It is a true being that can enter and leave the azure netherworld. This level of power is like a cannon shooting a mosquito against a mere innate realm cultivator. Is this the attitude of all of you? Li Heng smiled upon hearing this and looked at the group of innate realm cultivators. These innate realm cultivators were mainly from aristocratic families, with a few from idle forces, such as underground gangs and martial arts school owners. There were also some innate realm cultivators from clans that could not be called aristocratic families, but were still well known and famous. Hell, while your strength is formidable, your actions are too aggressive, forcing us to fight back. Don't think that just because you defeated Xuandao, you can be invincible in Jinhu City. Now, we don't ask for anything. As long as you apologize and admit your mistake, we can let this matter go. However, You must leave the Jinhu Bell behind. With stronger military support, the true colors of Wang Huanian and the other aristocratic families were revealed. Although they suspected Li Heng might come from a powerful force, perhaps even be a genius from that force, otherwise, he couldn't have defeated Xuandao so easily at such a young age. Their combined strength made them utterly unafraid of that so-called powerful force. Hell, it seems you're not planning to compromise? Feng Xianyang sneered upon seeing Li Heng's expression, then extended his hands forward without unfolding the decree. However, the rolled-up decree shone with a golden light, distorting the surrounding laws of heaven and earth. This was clearly the power of the Dharma aspect realm. Under this distortion of the laws of heaven and earth, ripples spread through space, like ripples on water, and the surrounding area became fragile. This wasn't due to spatial fragility caused by the impact of force, but rather a phenomenon fundamentally altered by changes in the principles and rules of law. This was the Dharma form, penetrating the essence of heaven and earth. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. This power was indeed stronger than the illusory Dharma form he had seen in the 10,000 Demon Ridge, though he didn't know by how much stronger. How do you feel now? I'll give you another chance. Apologize to us, make amends, and hand over the golden bell. Feng Xianyang spoke indifferently again. He wanted to suppress Li Heng quickly and then reap the benefits promised to him by these aristocratic families, but since his patriarch had instructed him to persuade him repeatedly, he would just put on a show. It would save him from being nagged about it later. At this moment, besides Li Heng and his peacock master and slave, everyone else on Li Heng's side had grim expressions. They could also sense the powerful force emanating from the decree. Xuandao was even more shocked, finally dispelling his doubts. No wonder that old man with the Dharma form didn't want to see him. He was afraid he would slap him to death. Was the difference between the Dharma form and the innate realm really that great? For a moment, he was worried for Li Heng. Shut up, Li Heng said calmly. The golden bell appeared in his palm, shaking slightly. Invisible sound waves rippled outwards, actually resisting the golden light emanating from the decree and suppressing the space once more. The sound waves even bypassed the golden light of the decree, about to affect Feng Xianyang and the other innate beings. Feng Xianyang's expression changed drastically. He sensed a great terror about to descend. Faced with a life or death crisis, he couldn't care less about uttering harsh words. With a thought, he directly commanded the decree to unfold. The decree floated in the air, flashing with light. The word retreat appeared, shining brightly, and was engraved in the laws of heaven and earth, putting pressure on Li Heng, forcing him to retreat as soon as possible and leave Golden Bell City. This pressure, because it involved the laws of heaven and earth, was all-encompassing. It felt like when he was in the underworld, when heaven and earth were rejecting him, forcing him to retreat quickly. If he resisted, he might be crushed. Li Heng smiled slightly. After all, he was still only at the Dharma aspect realm. However, even though the Dharma image could alter the laws of heaven and earth, it wasn't heaven and earth itself, so the pressure on him wasn't too great. Therefore, with a thought, a magnificent sun rose behind him. The great sun Dharma image suppressed the void of heaven and earth, restoring the rules and laws. The word retreat seemed to sense that someone was resisting it, its size increasing more than tenfold, and the pressure on Li Heng also increased more than tenfold, directly shattering the top of the bell tower. The innate beings were shocked when they saw Li Heng resist the Dharma decree. They thought Li Heng could really defy the heavens like this. But seeing the Dharma decree unleash its divine power again, they breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the Dharma decree had increased tenfold. Surely his combat power couldn't have increased tenfold as well? Li Heng's expression remained unchanged, and the Earth Dharma image also appeared. The two Dharma images hovered in the air, manifesting a vast sun illuminating the boundless earth. His blood and ki surged, unleashing the power of the great sun's sacred body. The Taiyuan scripture circulated, and the phantom of the three flowers fatally appeared behind him. He immediately threw a punch, piercing through heaven and earth. The punch unleashed its full power, colliding with the decree and the character retreat, instantly stirring up endless waves that rippled outwards from the center, creating gusts of wind. Crack! The sound of something shattering rang out. Li Heng calmly withdrew his fist, the decree exploded, and the character retreat shattered, then turned into countless fragments, scattered by the wind and gradually disappearing. The people present barely withstood the resulting shockwave. When they regained their senses, they were completely dumbfounded. The power of the Dharma image was terrifying. Yet it had been shattered by Li Heng's single punch? Without time to think further, the group of innate realm cultivators turned and ran, not daring to linger. Being able to shatter the Dharma image and decree with a single punch meant he could easily crush them. Trying to run? What a joke. Li Heng pressed down with his palm, the Earth Dharma image manifesting its power, suppressing the surrounding void and forming a void barrier in all directions, blocking the path of the innate realm cultivators. Then, with a single hand, he made a pinching motion. The group of innate realm cultivators immediately felt a terrifying oppressive force approaching them, slowly contracting, trying to crush them. Their situation changed instantly, and they hurriedly activated the protective techniques. Then, they heard a series of shattering sounds. The protective techniques, the protective light shields, shattered at the slightest touch against this oppressive force. Like eggs hitting a rock. At this moment, Li Heng was like a god, slowly reaping the rewards. Ma Suxun and the others were completely stunned. They knew Li Heng was strong, but they didn't know he was this strong. He was completely unlike an innate realm cultivator. Even the peacock beside Li Heng looked on with infatuation. All right, young friend, a small punishment is enough. If someone dies, it will be difficult to handle. I am Feng Zhenghao, please give me some face. At this moment, a voice with a sigh rang out. Immediately, a phantom figure quietly appeared, radiating light, protecting the group of innate realm cultivators from the oppressive force. It was the Dharma Aspect Elder, the former legend of the prefectural governor mansion. Talented people emerge in every generation. I never expected to see such a prodigy now, able to withstand the power of a Dharma aspect with only the innate realm. I even have a strange feeling that you seem to carry a power that threatens my life. Feng Zhenghao sighed, and said with some bewilderment. Li Heng remained calm, knowing what he was referring to. He was referring to the nuclear fusion caused by the physical properties of the sun. He had already comprehended a certain degree of the laws of heaven and earth, and his understanding of the rules was deeper. Coupled with nuclear fusion, the terrifying destructive power could indeed kill a Dharma aspect. Of course, the premise was that the explosion would hit the target. Or the yield would be so large that the Dharma aspect would not be able to escape the core explosion range. These words stirred up a storm in the hearts of the innate realm cultivators. It was one thing for this person to be able to destroy a Dharma aspect with a single punch. Since it wasn't a true Dharma aspect attack, it was barely understandable. But how could he threaten the life of a true Dharma aspect? Could such a person really exist? But these words came from the mouth of Feng Zhenghao, a Dharma aspect powerhouse, so it didn't seem like a lie. A sense of regret immediately arose in their hearts. They regretted provoking Li Heng. So, can I understand that you intend to protect them? Li Heng asked calmly. Chapter 204 Plant another mushroom. Haha, I wouldn't call it protection. I just want you to give me some face, young friend. Feng Zhenghao wasn't annoyed by this and still smiled as he spoke. As the saying goes, it's easier to resolve a feud than to create one. Why not let this matter be resolved peacefully, and let each of us back down? How about it? He looked at Li Heng. That's quite a coincidence, they've run into a big problem. If you say we should resolve it peacefully, I'll give you face. Only if they all cut off their own arms and apologize to me will I forgive them. How about it? Li Heng smiled slightly and asked Feng Zhenghao in return. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of aristocratic families who were protected by Feng Zhenghao's light immediately showed anger. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen anyone so arrogant. It was as if they didn't take their families seriously at all. A Dharma aspect realm expert was here, and they still dared to negotiate so brazenly. This wasn't just disrespecting them, it was trying to trample on the face of Feng Zhenghao, a Dharma aspect realm expert. Young friend, your request is quite difficult. How about this? As long as you let them go, I can let you take the golden bell without paying any price, and you won't have to worry about future retaliation from the aristocratic families. How about I let you take the golden bell? Feng Zhenghao smiled kindly. But the hidden meaning in his words was full of arrogance. It seemed that he really did not intend to let Li Heng take the golden bell. The golden bell is mine to begin with, so what price do I need to pay? It's really a ridiculous request. Li Heng shook his head. It's just yours now. Feng Zhenghao replied meaningfully. Although this broken bell recognizes you as its master, and you yourself have hidden power that I cannot perceive, the hidden power of the aristocratic families and the imperial court is far beyond your imagination. If you provoke them, even if you come from a Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist family, You will die. He warned calmly. At this moment, Zhuangdao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Old master, I need to correct you. He will not provoke the imperial court. My demon extermination division will protect him. At most, he will provoke your prefectural government alone. Originally, Zhuangdao hadn't intended to risk offending the powerful families to speak up for Li Heng. But Ma Suxun sent him some information that made him change his mind and protect Li Heng. Oh? Your demon extermination division is also planning to get involved in this mess? Or have you discovered some information? Feng Zhanghao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. But never mind, if your demon extermination division protects him, then so be it. I just hope your master won't be furious when he finds out. Besides, it's useless for you to protect him. The difference between the imperial court and the powerful families isn't that big. He ignored Zhuangdao and continued to look at Li Heng. Young friend, have you thought it through? Even if the demon extermination division agrees to protect you, just offending the powerful families is enough to make you suffer. Let alone the fact that you're only at the innate realm now. Even if you've already attained the Dharma aspect realm, you might still die. Li Heng's expression remained calm. Enough with the nonsense. With a thought, the oppressive force formed by the Earth Dharma image surged again. Then suddenly contracted, gradually encroaching on the Dharma image light emanating from Feng Zhanghao. Feng Zhanghao was slightly surprised. Impressive technique, truly an incredibly powerful force, he remarked, then raised one hand. It seems you've made your choice. What a pity. Perhaps it's youthful arrogance, but arrogance isn't good either. Let this old man teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. As the words were spoken, a withered, large hand pressed down. The surrounding laws of heaven and earth trembled, and the void barrier that had sealed off the four directions shattered instantly. A giant hand stretched out from the sky, its palm brimming with the primordial energy of heaven and earth, the laws of heaven and earth changing and transforming, faintly evolving into space-time, slowly pressing down on Li Heng. Upon seeing this, almost everyone was stunned. Was this the power of the Dharma aspect? With a mere gesture, altering the laws of heaven and earth, creating a small grotto heaven? Except for Peacock, Zhuangdao and the others, who had initially had some confidence in Li Heng, instantly wavered. Could such a scene, resembling the intervention of a celestial being, truly be handled by someone at the innate level? A space-time within the palm, creating a grotto heaven? Li Heng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, secretly praising the skill. If he were truly struck by this giant hand, he would first have to endure the immense pressure, and if he couldn't withstand it, he would be instantly reduced to dust. Even if he could withstand it, he would ultimately have to face the suppression of this space-time within the palm, this grotto heaven. But unfortunately, he wasn't Sun Wukong. With a slight thought, he utilized the physical properties of the great Sun Dharma form, activating various techniques to enhance himself, unleashing his ki and blood, and exhausting all his strength to condense a ball of light. This was almost 10 times stronger than the one at 10,000 Demon Ridge. He calmly tossed the ball of light upwards, facing the massive hand pressing down on him. Feng Zhanghao had already noticed Li Heng's actions and clearly saw the ball of light. However, he neither cared nor cared. This move was his own, using the Dharma form's cave heaven divine power, equivalent to 70% of his own strength. He hadn't been careless. Faced with such overwhelming power, any innate level technique was useless. Even if there were some powerful explosive method, it would be contained by the small cave heaven in his palm. And this small cave heaven was the size of a county. An innate level explosive method could destroy a county? What a joke. You still want to struggle? Useless. Fine, let me show you your weakness. So that you bunch of geniuses won't always be thinking about crossing realms to kill enemies. Don't you find that ridiculous? If the gap in realms were really so easy to bridge, then what is the purpose of our cultivation? Feng Zhanghao spoke calmly, his voice echoing throughout Jinhou City. This provoked complaints from the city's inhabitants. These high-ranking figures were fighting again in the city, spouting nonsense. Did they find it noisy? Could they even do business? These thoughts mingled together, forming a force, but because they were so diverse and scattered, they quickly dissipated, turning back into meaningless complaints and curses. As a powerful being at the Dharma aspect realm, he could sense these thoughts, but this familiar scene only made him laugh. Such was the powerlessness of the ignorant masses. No wonder the sages said, when the people are ignorant, they are easy to govern. Li Heng remained calm, offering no reply. He only saw the ball of light collide head-on with the palm. However, the next moment, there was no ripple. The ball of light was directly swallowed by the palm-shaped cave within the palm, while the palm continued to press down on him. At this moment, Xuandao and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They had thought Li Heng's trump card might have some effect, at least enough to cause some disruption, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, completely ineffective. They were finished. Xuandao knew that even if he protected Li Heng, Feng Zhanghao couldn't kill him, but he could cripple him. At that point, the Demon Extermination Division probably wouldn't protect Li Heng either. After all, what value did a cripple have to be protected? The group of aristocratic families and 8 experts, seeing this, had a glimmer of hope. He was indeed a Dharma aspect realm expert. How could an innate expert possibly shake him? This arrogant brat was finally doomed. Even if he didn't die, he would be suppressed, lose face, and have his cultivation crippled. No, this brat had to die. Even if old Master Feng hadn't killed him, they would have still sent him on his way. Now they had formed a blood feud, only death could end it all. Even if their cultivation was crippled, as long as he lived, it would be like raising a tiger to cause future trouble. These aristocratic families and 8 experts exchanged glances, their eyes flashing coldly, exchanging opinions and reaching a final conclusion. As for the potential revenge from relatives and powerful forces after this kid's death, who cares? The family will handle it, they don't need to worry about it. Feng Xianyang smiled slightly upon seeing this. He didn't have a deep-seated hatred for Li Heng, but why were these aristocratic families willing to give him some benefits in cultivation resources so he could ask his grandfather to take revenge? If you have to blame someone, blame your arrogance. He felt pleased, thinking he would soon be counting money. Then, a moment later, the ball of light exploded in that small cave. In one breath, it unleashed boundless light and heat. In 2 breaths, it spread throughout the small cave. In this terrifying destructive power, another mushroom cloud rose slowly, and the cave collapsed. The power of the explosion even impacted the present world. In an instant, it shattered the giant hand, and from that point, endless waves rippled outwards, spreading throughout Jinhou City and even the surrounding mountains and forests, filled with explosions as if the world had just been created. At this moment, almost everyone was dumbfounded again. What just happened? Impressive tactics. No wonder you seem to threaten my life. Feng Zhanghao spoke with a grim expression, drawing the attention of almost everyone who gasped. The old man was missing an arm. Unbelievable. Could it be the explosion just now? A storm of shock swept through them, a sight they had never seen or heard before. A cultivator at the innate realm had actually managed to blow up an arm at the Dharma aspect realm? What a joke. You injured me, a true prodigy. So I can't let you live. Feng Zhanghao's illusory figure moved, slowly walking towards Li Heng. The closer he got to Li Heng, the more solid the illusory figure became, as if it were gradually emerging from some other dimension. As he walked, he spoke slowly, his aura constantly rising, causing the void to tremble. I must say, you are very strong. You actually blew up the hand that I used to cultivate the cave heaven divine power, damaging my very essence, making it temporarily irreparable. But this is all you can do. He walked to a spot not far from Li Heng, his illusory form materializing. His true self had already descended from that grotto heaven. The missing arm still hadn't recovered, it seemed true, as he'd said, damage to the very essence wasn't easily healed, though the veracity of that statement was questionable. Anyone who believed it was a fool, Li Heng thought. Li Heng chuckled upon hearing this. What, still not worried? If you can unleash another attack, how about you become the Dharma aspect realm expert? He sneered, speaking and acting simultaneously, causing the surrounding laws of heaven and earth to erupt once more. He didn't want to waste any time, lest things get complicated. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that Li Heng truly possessed more trump cards, so he deliberately said such things. At this age, with his youthful spirit, he couldn't withstand provocation, and by stimulating Li Heng's trump cards in advance, he prevented him from being caught off guard. Li Heng didn't answer. Another ball of light slowly appeared in his palm. Feng Zhanghao was startled upon seeing this and quickly jumped away. He was now in his true form. If he really encountered such a ball of light again and was hit head-on, he wouldn't fare well. Even if he didn't die from that kind of explosion, he would definitely be seriously injured. Li Heng sneered upon seeing this. You call yourself a Dharma aspect realm expert? HMPH. I've already figured out your methods. It's nothing more than relying on this terrifying explosive force, but as long as I stay far away from you, I can suppress and kill you from a distance. What are you then? Fine, if you have the guts, dare to come at me. Li Heng sighed, deciding it was best not to waste his source energy reserves. He gently raised one hand, instantly summoning the trembling King Feng Xiaodao from the corner to his side. Come on, attack me, look me in the eye. Feng Xianghao, bewildered, sneered and remotely manipulated the surrounding, heaven and earth elemental energy, unleashing its rules and laws upon Li Heng, clearly determined to kill him. Then, the heaven and earth fortune around King Feng stirred slightly. Above Feng Xianghao's head, dense tribulation clouds instantly appeared, crackling with lightning. Chapter 205 Heavenly Tribulation. How vast is the power of the Dharma aspect? Feng Xianghao instantly noticed the anomaly above his head. This is a tribulation cloud, a divine punishment? He was instantly dumbfounded, completely unable to understand why this was happening. He had only attacked the arrogant brat, so why had it provoked the wrath of heaven and earth? This shouldn't be happening. But the tribulation cloud above didn't care about his thoughts. Seeing Feng Xianghao dare to attack its own son, it was directly enraged. The lightning bolts crisscrossing the tribulation cloud grew even thicker, radiating a terrifying pressure, making the entire city's inhabitants tremble. What's going on? Why are the tribulation clouds becoming more and more terrifying? He was dumbfounded again, feeling completely stunned. If he could still handle the tribulation cloud before, he could just tough it out, but now it was so powerful that even he couldn't cope with it. Being struck by it could take half his life. Wait, this shouldn't be happening, this shouldn't be happening. His rationality, as a Dharma aspect cultivator, returned to calm. Looking at Li Heng and the others opposite him, he frantically thought, eliminating one possibility after another, finally locking onto King Feng Xiaodao beside Li Heng. However, this young Taoist's cultivation was clearly weak. He hadn't even reached the innate realm yet, so how could he summon such a powerful tribulation cloud? Unless his pupils constricted, his eyes flashed, and he mobilized the surrounding laws of heaven and earth to perceive King Feng Xiaodao from all angles. He immediately sensed the dense fortune hidden within King Feng Xiaodao. Oh no, the one who bears the great fortune of heaven and earth. Feng Xianghao was shocked and hurriedly tried to withdraw his attack on Li Heng. This kid was audacious enough to use such a child of fortune as a shield? Wasn't he afraid of suffering a backlash from the child of fortune himself? No wonder tribulation clouds condensed above him. It seemed that heaven and earth had already sensed that his attack would affect the child of fortune beside this kid, and thus sensed it, triggering a lightning tribulation to stop him. But unfortunately, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. The patience of this world was clearly running out. Seeing that Feng Xianghao was not withdrawing his attack and was about to affect his favorite son, a thick bolt of lightning struck down directly. As divine punishment, the lightning is not merely ordinary thunder, it contains profound concepts in things such as the laws of heaven and earth, and the oppressive power of heaven and earth. Once locked on, there is no escape. Just like now. Although Feng Xianghao realized that the lightning had struck, he couldn't dodge or avoid it at all. Even if he ran back to his own cave, the lightning would follow, leaving him no choice but to face it head-on. He didn't have time to curse Li Heng's cunning and hateful nature. He hurriedly unleashed his own Dharma form. A gigantic, eerie god appeared behind him, clad in armor, wielding a sharp blade, and radiating terrifying killing intent. Fortunately, it was in the air, otherwise, its size would have almost filled the entire city of Jinhu. Old friend, let's see how this heavenly lightning fares. Feng Xianghao roared, his air-god Dharma form facing the heavenly lightning with its blade. In his youth, he had used his family's secret divine power of binding spirits and commanding generals to condense his eerie god Dharma form, sweeping across the northern prefecture without any rivals. He refused to believe that he couldn't withstand a mere bolt of heavenly lightning. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, sending endless shockwaves rippling across the sky above Jinhu City. The sound spread to the mountains beyond the city, causing tremors and landslides in many areas. The lightning bolt cleaved through the heavens, shattering the blade. The lightning pierced down, destroying the Dharma body. Feng Xianghao was immediately struck back, spitting out blood. His previously soaring aura instantly weakened, and at that moment, the lightning bolt struck him squarely. Terrifying lightning engulfed his body. Everyone was utterly stunned. The situation had changed dramatically, taking a sharp turn for the worse. Feng's Heng, the patriarch of the Feng family, who had seemed to have the upper hand, a Dharma body realm expert, had actually been struck by lightning. Was he dead now? What should they do? Panic gripped the assembled aristocratic families. They knew that if Feng's Heng couldn't withstand the attack, they would be the next to die. With their strength, they couldn't possibly withstand Li Heng's attack. They would only perish instantly. At that point, revenge from their families would be meaningless. Death meant the end. Finally, the lightning dissipated. Above Jinho City, a charred body appeared, devoid of any life. Strangely, the body, now a corpse, remained suspended in the air, refusing to fall. Cough, 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 cough. A series of coughs ripped away fragments from the charred body, revealing the white skin hidden beneath. Finally, all the fragments fell away, revealing a child of about 10 years old. The child's body curled up, then slowly straightened, his eyes opening, gleaming with a world weariness beyond his years. Feng's Heng had finally survived. Cough, it was indeed a tribulation of celestial beings. If I hadn't already refined my original body into a Dharma body, I would have been if crippled, if not dead, and would never have had a chance to improve. Feng's Heng, though still childlike, spoke with a weathered air. The members of the various aristocratic families were stunned at the sight, but inwardly cheered. So, the old Master Feng's appearance was indeed strange. He had actually successfully rejuvenated, his aura somewhat weak, but he was still alive. A living Dharma form is, in the end, just a Dharma form. As long as Li Heng doesn't receive a second heavenly lightning strike, the scales of victory still tip in their favor. Li Heng, looking at everything before him, was slightly surprised. No wonder he felt that the pitch-black body was so strange. It represented absolute death, yet within it teemed with vibrant life. It turned out to be a case of shedding one's skin. Congratulations, old man, on living a second life. Feng Xianang, regaining his senses, happily offered his congratulations. What old man? I'm not your old man. Feng's Heng suddenly spoke up, startling everyone. HMPH, my old body is shattered, and my new body has no relation to the Feng family whatsoever. Don't try to claim kinship with me, kid. Goodbye. Feng's Heng took a step forward, shattering space as he was about to step into the void. What a joke. I don't acknowledge you as my descendant anymore. A typical example of betraying one's ancestors. Let him die however he wants, he can always be reborn later. The show isn't over yet, why the rush? Li Heng smiled, his Earth Dharma form manifesting once more, suppressing the surrounding void. The cracked space healed, leaving Feng's Heng with no way to escape, and he was stunned. He immediately turned around, his expression grim as he looked at Li Heng. Young friend, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Let me tell you, don't think you're the only one with trump cards. I've lived for so many years, I have plenty of methods. Fight to the death? You dare to challenge me? Li Heng asked curiously. What, you still want to rely on the chosen one beside you? The same trick won't work on me. And if you use the chosen one to shield you from disaster, be careful you don't suffer a backlash and be doomed. Feng's Heng warned with a cold laugh. The conversation between the two sides immediately chilled the hearts of those from the aristocratic families. Did this old man Feng intend to abandon them? Feng Xianang, who had been elated, was now dumbfounded, his mind replaying Feng Heng's words. Did this mean that the old man had abandoned their Feng family? He swallowed hard, his heart filled with dread. It seemed this old man might actually be capable of such a thing. It's already gotten this far, it's a fight to the death. Or are you senile, still thinking of compromising? No wonder you were struck by lightning and couldn't even react. Li Heng shook his head. You actually want to fight me to the death? Feng's Heng was stunned. I am the true governor of Bijin. Even if I really wanted to escape, your methods wouldn't be able to stop me. Even if you could, would you really dare to kill me? That's treason. Even the Demon Extermination Bureau can't protect you. He coldly warned Li Heng. Can you withstand the pursuit of the entire Dali dynasty? Li Heng, upon hearing this, seemed thoughtful. It seemed that was indeed the case. Although he wasn't afraid, the thought of the powerful families in the entire Dali dynasty hunting him down was troublesome. However, even if he couldn't kill him, he would have to be rendered harmless. Either seal his cultivation or cripple it. Just as Li Heng was considering how to deal with Feng's Heng Hao, Zhuan Dao suddenly transmitted his voice. Li Heng, are you really confident you can kill Feng's Heng Hao? Li Heng raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. What did this mean? Did he also want him to kill Feng's Heng Hao? This was the Demon Extermination Division, a special violent agency of Dali. The relationship between them seemed quite interesting. He replied telepathically, paying the price is certainly possible. He had 6,411 source power. After deducting the 1,000 source power used to upgrade his Earth Dharma form, he had over 5,400 source power reserves left to use freely. Originally, 5,000 source power wouldn't be enough to kill a Dharma form. But who told Feng's Heng Hao to be so foolish, reacting a bit too slow, and get struck by heavenly lightning? Although it now seemed like some kind of transformation and sublimation process of the old body being destroyed and a new body being born, he didn't believe it at all. He could sense Feng's Heng Hao's weakened aura. Perhaps Feng's Heng Hao really did have a desperate measure. However, the now greatly weakened Feng's Heng Hao was no match for him. He estimated that he could completely suppress Feng's Heng Hao by spending only 2,000 or 3,000 points of source energy. Good, it seems this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can kill Feng's Heng Hao and these aristocratic families. My Demon Extermination Division will pay the price, and even offer rewards. You don't need to worry about the court's pursuit, we will protect you. Of course, there is one condition. For the next period of time, you will have to help the Demon Extermination Division suppress the situation in Begin and eliminate the strange demons that are likely to appear. But you are already a member of the Demon Extermination Envoy, so you can accept this, right? Li Heng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Such a good thing? Exterminating evil demons and strange creatures, isn't that a benefit? Each one is a moving source energy. His lost source energy. But what did the Demon Extermination Division and the Great Li Court foresee? How could they know that strange demons would appear in the next period of time? Could it be related to the recent anomalies? Okay, I agree. He readily agreed. Li Heng knew that killing Feng's Heng Hao, the governor of Begin, would most likely drag him into the power struggle within the Great Li dynasty. Otherwise, Zhuan Dao wouldn't have asked him to kill Feng's Heng Hao. But he only hoped the storm would rage on. With the help of the strange killing, everything would be fine. He wasn't afraid of Zhuan Dao lying to him. If he dared to deceive him, he'd kill him too. Besides, Zhuan Dao didn't have any deep-seated hatred for him, he wouldn't risk his life to deceive him. Even if the worst-case scenario did occur, he could simply use his source energy to hide, develop in the underworld, and directly transform into a killing star. After all, the underworld was full of walking source energy, he had already planned all his escape routes. That's why he acted so ostentatiously. He only wanted his mind to be at peace, so he could feel free. Feng's Heng Hao, you said it's a fight to the death, right? Then take this move. Li Heng's mind stirred slightly, burning 2,000 points of source energy. Chapter 206 A Glimpse of the Truth. What can 2,000 points of source power do? It can elevate something to the lesser innate level, but not to the stronger innate level. Such an improvement is a drop in the ocean for a Dharma aspect beyond the innate level, utterly insignificant. Even though Feng's Heng Hao is currently weak from his rebirth and no longer at his peak, logically speaking, he could be easily ignored. Unfortunately, Li Heng's visualization divine power is illogical. Under visualization divine power, source power can permanently enhance something. But it can also forego permanence, unleashing a burst of power to temporarily boost one's realm and increase combat power. Like now. His aura is rising steadily, unstoppable, reaching the peak of the supreme innate level in a single instant, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, and beginning to construct the level of his own laws. At this moment, his combat power has also broken through the innate limit. His body contains extremely vast power. With a mere gesture, he can shatter space and destroy mountains. He doesn't know at what minor level this combat power is, but it has clearly reached the Dharma aspect level. At this moment, his vision is also different. Everything around him was temporarily deconstructed, no longer substantial, no longer a world composed of matter, but rather a series of laws of heaven and earth, chains of divine order. These laws and rules intertwined and operated in a regular pattern, constituting the world. He had actually seen the essence of heaven and earth with his naked eyes. Li Heng marveled inwardly. So this was the vision of the Dharma aspect. This was far beyond what he could have perceived with his mind before, which was like the blind man and the elephant, unable to see the whole picture. But now, a brand new and vast world was presented before him. It was just waiting for him to take a step. He wanted to do so too, to gain eternal proof. But suddenly, a thought struck him, and a warning of life or death crisis arose abruptly, instinctively stopping him in his tracks. Then, the laws and chains of divine order he saw blurred, and shadows appeared, a hazy mist shrouding heaven and earth. Everything was so gray and lifeless. Until he saw the shadows, twisted and chaotic. He heard roars, madness, and delirium. He encountered the impossible. Whoosh! The great sun Dharma form manifested, its supreme essence enveloping him. The shadows receded, the gray mist dissipated. Li Heng closed his eyes, avoiding seeing anything he shouldn't. In the present world, the childlike Feng Zhenghao was initially wary upon hearing Li Heng's impending attack. However, as Li Heng's aura surged, his expression darkened and turned grim. He could no longer discern Li Heng's true strength, even if only vaguely. This meant Li Heng's current raw power was beyond his capabilities. He would have a significant advantage even in a direct confrontation. But why? How could this be? No matter how powerful the methods for enhancing combat strength below the innate level, it was impossible to reach the Dharma form level. The world had changed. Without understanding the truth, any enhancement would be useless. This was an ironclad rule, forbidden by the world. Moreover, while the boy's aura was strong, he had only reached the peak of the innate level. At most, he was a half-step Dharma form, weaker than Li Heng himself. Yet, Feng Zhenghao sensed a profound life or death crisis emanating from him. Wait? This kid closed his eyes. As a Dharma aspect cultivator, Feng Zhenghao possessed extremely strong insight. He instantly saw Li Heng, and was momentarily stunned by the sight of him closing his eyes. Then, realizing something, he burst into wild laughter. You saw it, didn't you? You must have seen it. Ha ha ha, you're practically courting death. You're not even at the Dharma aspect realm, yet you touched that barrier. You must have seen something you shouldn't have seen. You're finished. Don't think closing your eyes will make you safe. Those things don't care whether you close your eyes or not. Feng Zhenghao smiled sinisterly and eerily. Although he attained Dharma aspect before the cataclysmic change in the world and hadn't experienced the process of seeing the truth, he had tried to see that so-called truth after the cataclysm. He wanted to see what was blocking the advancement of so many geniuses. As a result, after just one glance, he decisively abandoned a portion of his origin, like a cicada shedding its shell, thus escaping a calamity. He didn't end up like those geniuses, going mad and suffering physical deformities. But that one glance was something he would never forget. He had only glanced at it, yet he had already paid such a high price. He couldn't imagine what terrifying things those geniuses who advanced to the Dharma aspect stage would face after the cataclysmic changes in the world. Advancing to the Dharma aspect stage now required going through all this. It was something no living being should see or bear. Theoretically, with those things, no one should be able to advance to the Dharma aspect stage. That was everyone's initial deduction. But unexpectedly, while most people did go mad, a very small number of lucky individuals were able to advance to the Dharma aspect stage without going insane or undergoing mutation. And according to them personally, it wasn't scary. Not scary? What a joke. He preferred to believe that those lucky individuals had undergone mutations. Although the mainstream view was that, after numerous tests, their relatives and friends also believed that these lucky individuals who advanced to the Dharma aspect stage were normal and not insane. Feng Zhenghao smiled as he looked at Li Heng, who had his eyes closed. The situation was now very clear. The method this kid used to increase his combat power had unbelievably reached the barrier, not the Dharma aspect stage, but he saw something he shouldn't have seen, and was already a corpse. Serves you right for overdoing it. He felt fortunate, because his current state was very weak. At most, he was only slightly stronger than a half-step Dharma avatar. If Li Heng had truly and unscathed reached that level of combat power, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him at all. Moreover, the surrounding void was suppressed and shielded, so he couldn't escape at all. It was a dead end. Fortunately, heaven and earth were protecting him, and his ancestors were blessing him. Otherwise, he would have truly been doomed. Shut up. Li Heng said indifferently. Crack. With a single hand, he shattered space. The shattered point was exactly where Feng Zhenghao was. Although he realized this, he still wanted to struggle. But Li Heng, with the support of source power, was a level stronger than him in his weakened state. He couldn't resist at all and could only endure it. Matter needs space to contain it, and when the space containing matter shattered, Feng Zhanghao's body also shattered, turning into dust. Still trying to run? The great Sun Dharma avatar was raised to its highest level, operating at full power, radiating boundless light that illuminated the entire city, instantly revealing a divine soul hidden in the void. This divine soul was none other than Feng Zhanghao, who was trying to escape. Feng Zhanghao remained unperturbed by the illumination and continued his flight. His soul wasn't a yang spirit of the Taoist school, but it had almost completely shed its yin nature, making it practically half pure yang. Mere light couldn't harm him unless one could rival the great sun in the heavens. But the next moment, he strangely discovered he was shrinking. Under the blessing of the great sun's radiance and its supreme essence, even a soul at the Dharma aspect realm couldn't escape dissolution and annihilation. Feng Zhanghao's expression was strange. What was this? His death was truly inexplicable. Finally, he let out a sigh and perished completely. Li Heng didn't feel well at this moment. Even with his eyes closed, he still felt something impacting him. If he didn't possess the great sun's radiance, not the great sun's sacred body, and the great sun's essence suppressing him, he might have truly encountered some trouble. However, the source energy's blessing was rapid, but its effects were also rapid. After dealing with Feng Zhanghao, Li Heng's realm and combat power plummeted, returning to their original levels. He opened his eyes and saw the real world, matter, but no laws or rules, or anything indescribable. Clearly, his realm and combat power had plummeted, and so had his vision. Just moments before, he could see and touch things. Now he couldn't, so he had completely returned to normal. He frowned slightly. What were those things? The only thing that had given him this feeling before was the great terror brought about by the deaths of the Yi family. But what he had just seen was even more mysterious. This wasn't just a feeling in his mind, but a real experience. Although he had been bathed in the sunlight and possessed a supreme essence that empowered him, even this protection was subtly being shaken. Li Heng suddenly remembered the words of the third young master of the Yi family: to break through to the Dharma aspect realm, one needs to glimpse the truth. Well, he had witnessed the depths of this world again. He couldn't help but shake his head, pondering his own power boost, his efforts to increase his strength as quickly as possible, wondering when the strange and demonic calamity the Xuandao spoke of would erupt. Although he knew such a thing would be a disaster for ordinary people, he was already somewhat looking forward to it. After all, they were all walking sources of power. Everyone present was stunned and dumbfounded. Their strength wasn't high enough to witness the deeper events. They only saw Li Heng's aura suddenly surge, then with a flick of his wrist, space shattered, and a beam of light shone, killing Feng Zhanghao instantly. Feng Zhanghao was a genuine Dharma aspect realm expert. Yet he died so swiftly, like a roadside soldier. Even Xuandao felt his throat go dry and swallowed hard. Previously, because of Li Heng's assurance, he had developed confidence in Li Heng, believing he could still kill Feng Zhanghao. He estimated there would be a major battle, a life or death struggle. In the end, the primordial energy of heaven and earth would surge. Space would tremble, and the entire city of Jinhua would be obliterated. But now? There was no life or death struggle at all. Li Heng simply flicked his wrist, and Feng Zhanghao was dead. Although he knew this was because Feng Zhanghao had been struck by lightning and was extremely weak, it all seemed too easy. He felt he needed to raise Li Heng's rating. Meanwhile, beyond the northern borders of the Great Li Kingdom, in a vast, uninhabited wilderness, a tiny figure trudged through. Looking down from above, one could see the person's clear purpose. Their path was a perfectly straight line, without the slightest deviation. Finally, they arrived at a desert and stopped in its center. The monk and the Taoist lingered there, looking around. All they saw was endless yellow sand and dunes. He fell silent, lost memories slowly flooding back. Now, revisiting this familiar place, all those memories had returned. This should be a joyous occasion, but he felt no happiness. His destiny was over. Chapter 207. When the storm subsides. After dealing with Feng Zhanghao, Li Heng turned his gaze to the numerous aristocratic family innate cultivators present. Now, without the protection of Feng Zhanghao's radiance, they were once again oppressed and manipulated by the power of the Earth Dharma image. Wait! You can't kill us. If you kill Feng Zhanghao, you'll have the Demon Extermination Division's protection and won't offend the entire court. But if you kill us, you'll completely offend so many aristocratic families. Can you really bear the consequences? Wang Huanian quickly spoke up, explaining the consequences. Li Heng's gaze towards them was now very familiar to him. This was the kind of gaze they used on commoners, lambs to the slaughter, to be killed at will. Li Heng smiled lightly. Naive? Or rather, it couldn't be called naive, it was just that everyone still harbored a glimmer of hope, still wanted to struggle. He didn't pay much attention to these aristocratic family innate cultivators, and gently squeezed his open palm. Instantly, the Earth Dharma image trembled, its power erupting. The innate cultivators were crushed into dust, vanishing into nothingness. Zhuan Dao watched in silence for a long time until Li Heng looked directly at him, then he smiled bitterly and spoke. Should I be glad I'm still alive? Your strength is so formidable. After his Ganke, a feeling of deep emotion or reflection, he got down to business. Don't worry, I've already come up with an explanation for you. The prefect of Bijan, Feng Hao, glimpsed the truth and went mad, wanting to destroy the entire Bijan city. The powerful families, with a profound understanding of righteousness, rushed out to stop him, ultimately perishing together with Feng Hao. What do you think of this explanation? Li Heng raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. That'll fool a 3-year-old. Ma Suxun and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, no one would believe such a reason. This kind of conflict had caused such a huge uproar, the people of the city would definitely know something. Not to mention, there were still members of powerful families in the mansions of many families in the city. It's alright, I just need a reason. Leave the cleanup to my demon extermination division. Zhuan Dao smiled and shook his head, seemingly unconcerned. However, I also want to congratulate Brother Li. Why congratulate him? Li Heng asked. Congratulations, Brother Li, on your upcoming promotion to the position of Grand Commander of Jinhua City. I urge you to do your utmost to suppress the situation in the northern prefecture and any potential strange demons that may appear. Zhuan Dao bowed solemnly. Li Heng listened thoughtfully, realizing the implication. This was the price he had to pay. The Demon Extermination Bureau helped him clean up the mess and eliminate the trouble. In return, he worked for the Demon Extermination Bureau. But it suited his intentions perfectly. He had originally wanted to hunt down strange demons. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Zhuan Dao. I will do my best. He added in his mind. If even his best efforts couldn't solve the problem, then there was nothing he could do. The storm passed, and a few days of peace followed. This fierce battle, with its immense scale, had become the talk of the town in Jinhua City. Everyone was discussing it. Some said it was a celestial being subduing a demon. Others said the tolling of the bell signified the birth of a divine being. In Simmons, some storytellers had even woven together numerous convincing tales, complete with beginnings, developments, climaxes, and resolutions, making the audience feel as if they were truly there, captivating them completely. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn to the other side of the story. And so it is said, on that day, the golden bell rang, echoing throughout the entire city, causing all evil spirits to bow in submission, and a banished immortal to descend to earth. However, they seemed not to notice. Or perhaps they couldn't notice. The arrogant and domineering playboys of powerful families, who had always caused chaos in the city, suddenly vanished, restoring peace and order to the once turbulent streets. Truly a dramatic, exaggerated art. Outside an inn, a man and a woman stopped, hearing the storytelling coming from inside. Master, how can this be called exaggeration? You yourself are a banished immortal, the stunningly beautiful maid said with a smile. Peacock, I've noticed you're getting better and better at talking. Let's go, we've been wandering around for so long, it's time to check out the Demon Extermination Bureau in Jinhua City. Our office location can't be too bad. Li Heng smiled and continued walking, with Peacock following closely behind. Dali Central Prefecture, also known as Nine Dragons Prefecture, is the birthplace of the Dali dynasty, nurturing 9 vast dragon veins. Legend has it that the Emperor of Dali was born from these 9 dragon veins, possessing unparalleled nobility. Thus, he overthrew the Ming dynasty and established Dali. At the center of these 9 dragon veins, where the 9 dragons guard, stands a magnificent city, the capital of the Dali dynasty, where the supreme ruler resides, named 9 Dragons City. It was early morning, the time for court assembly. In the magnificent hall, numerous ministers lined both sides, while the reigning emperor, the divine strategist, reclined on the 9 dragons throne, utterly languid. Speak if you have something to report, otherwise, court is adjourned. Only when the eunuch beside the emperor shouted did the ministers begin their work. Famine struck one place, rivers overflowed their banks, natural disasters struck another, and evil spirits appeared in yet another. Almost nothing good ever seemed to be happening, making it appear as if the great Li dynasty was doomed. But many ministers knew this was just normal occurrences. During this time, censors would occasionally step forward, reporting on rumors and impeaching certain ministers. Strangely, one name appeared with unusual frequency. Your Majesty, I, Tianjing, impeach Li Changfeng, the director of the Demon Extermination Bureau, for abusing his power and disregarding the law. His subordinates have repeatedly violated the laws of the great Li dynasty, disregarding the lives of others. I beseech your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Tianjing bowed deeply, his expression solemn. The ministers remained silent. This was the 10th impeachment of Li Changfeng today. It was 10 fewer than yesterday. What was going on? Could Li Changfeng truly control everything in the court? Oh? Minister Li, is this true? The divine emperor spoke calmly. At this moment, Li Changfeng, standing at the front on the left, stepped forward. Your Majesty, this is fake, Li Changfeng said loudly. Oh, that's good. Minister Yan, step down. Minister Li says it's fake. Emperor Shenji waved his hand, and Bian Jingnian's old body stiffened. But in the end he could only sigh helplessly and obediently step down. The ministers present twitched at the sight. This blatant disregard was too much. Couldn't he at least put on an act? Minister Li, do you have anything to say? Seeing Li Changfeng still standing in the center, Emperor Shenji asked curiously. This situation was rare. Your Majesty, the prefect of Bijin, Feng Heng, made a mistake during his cultivation, went mad and mutated, and perished along with most of the innate beings in the city. I request your Majesty to reappoint a new prefect of Bijin. In addition, the demon exorcist Li Heng of the Demon Exorcism Division has rendered meritorious service in resisting this calamity and preventing the destruction of Jinhu City. He can be promoted to Grand Director of the Jinhu Demon Exorcism Division. I request your Majesty's permission. Emperor Shenji sighed upon hearing this. So that's how it is. I even exchanged a few words with Feng Zhanghao back then, but fate is fickle. Alice, I will make arrangements as soon as possible. As for the matter of the Demon Extermination Division, you can handle it yourself, my dear minister. The emperor agreed readily. Thank you for your permission, your Majesty. Li Changfeng bowed deeply. Soon, the court session ended, and the ministers left the hall. Most of them wore worried expressions. His Majesty trusted this treacherous minister Li Changfeng so much. If this continued, the country would surely fall apart. Some ministers from aristocratic families looked extremely grim, their hearts filled with rage. What happened in Jinhu City was definitely not as Li Changfeng described. Feng Zhanghao was, after all, a Dharma aspect cultivator. With such a vast difference in power, how could their aristocratic families, those innate realm cultivators, perish against a Dharma aspect cultivator? Was it a joke? Unfortunately, Li Changfeng had cleaned up the mess too thoroughly. Even if they couldn't find out what happened in Jinhu City, were they really going to give up like this? Some ministers from prominent families in the northern commandery were even more unwilling to accept this. Although those who died were spies stationed in Jinhu City, mediocre talents released from their own family territories, their deaths were equivalent to removing all their spies. Now, the Demon Extermination Bureau held absolute power in Jinhu City, making it difficult for them to reintegrate their influence there. Li Changfeng returned to the Demon Extermination Bureau in the capital, to his courtyard. Zuandao, I have done as you instructed. Thank you, Master. Before him, Zuandao's illusory figure appeared and bowed to Li Changfeng. It was no small matter, but I didn't expect this to happen in the northern commandery. Are you really confident? What if Li Heng proves unreliable by then? Li Changfeng stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. Don't worry, Master. This person's mystery is unparalleled in the world. I personally witnessed him crush Feng Zhanghao, a cultivator at the Dharma aspect realm. I even suspect that this wasn't his true strength. If we can truly recruit such a genius, such a powerful figure, into the Demon Extermination Division and use him for our purposes, then sacrificing Feng Zhanghao and those useless innate cultivators from aristocratic families is still worthwhile. Zuandao smiled slightly. Are you confident in controlling such a person? Li Changfeng raised an eyebrow. He knew that his disciple was arrogant and didn't even take the Taoist disciples or Buddhist disciples seriously. He never expected that Li Heng would receive such high praise now. No, Master, it's not about controlling, it's about cooperating. South of Dali, in Nanjing, Longquan County. Here stands the ancestral temple of all Taoist sects, Longhu Mountain. At this moment, the old Taoist Kingsu stepped out of the void and arrived at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery before him, he gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. He never expected to have to visit Longhu Mountain again today. He only hoped that his Grandmaster wouldn't find him annoying. He shook his head, not using his flying technique, but leaping lightly up Dragon Tiger Mountain, heading straight for the back mountain. Although his branch wasn't on Dragon Tiger Mountain, the spiritual energy there was richer, the laws of heaven and earth more stable, untouched by distortion or mutation, and even possessing blessed lands that hadn't collapsed after natural upheavals. Therefore, the final destination for the powerful members of these Taoist branches was Dragon Tiger Mountain, where they would cultivate in the back mountain. The ancestor of his branch, whom he was searching for, was there. He quickly arrived at the back mountain. On a 90-degree vertical cliff, the old Taoist Kingsu spoke loudly. Kingsu greets ancestor. I have found a way to suppress the destiny. Chapter 208 Heaven and Earth are unreliable. It's you again, brat? Did you find a treasure to suppress destiny? A surprised voice came from all directions. Reporting to Grandmaster, no. But I found other methods to suppress destiny, without needing a treasure to suppress destiny. Kingsu Taoist replied respectfully. Impossible. The Grandmaster immediately denied it as soon as he finished speaking. The great destiny of heaven and earth on your disciple can only be suppressed by a treasure to suppress destiny. I have already deduced it before, there is no way it could be wrong. You must have been deceived. Kingsu was shocked and somewhat confused upon hearing this. But Grandmaster, I witnessed it up close. I clearly saw that after using that method, the originally chaotic and ethereal destiny on my disciple was instantly suppressed, no longer drifting aimlessly, but becoming extremely solid. Are you sure what you saw was real? After a brief silence, the Grandmaster spoke up again in surprise. It should be real, there is no way it could be fake. After thinking for a moment, Kingsu Taoist nodded firmly. He wasn't the kind of reckless fool. He had already used various secret methods to investigate and found nothing wrong. That's interesting. Come in. Suddenly, the scenery around Kingsu blurred, and he was rapidly retreating. In the blink of an eye, the world changed, and he arrived above a sea of clouds, where he saw an old man before him. Greetings, Grandmaster Fuaiozi. He bowed deeply. Tell me in detail, explain the whole story clearly. I really don't believe that besides artifacts for suppressing fortune, what other method could suppress such a vast amount of fortune? That fortune is no ordinary strength. Fuaiozi didn't dwell on such details and gestured for him to stand up. Kingsu naturally didn't waste any time, recounting the whole story in detail, even down to the specific conversations and Li Heng's expression and tone. He remembered everything. After listening to Kingsu's words, Fuaiozi fell silent. The young man resolved this matter using his own methods? Kingsu nodded. Are you sure this young man isn't possessed by an old demon, or a reincarnation of a powerful being? Fuaiozi continued to ask. Well, I don't know much about that, but I sensed that the person was very young, showing no signs of age or vicissitudes, Kingsu answered honestly. That's truly interesting. What kind of method is that? A single point of light actually suppressed destiny. Could it be, as you suspect, that this person has comprehended the Great Sun's true meaning? But isn't the Great Sun's true meaning forbidden to be touched? Not to mention, the Great Sun's true meaning can't suppress destiny either. Fuaiozi paced back and forth, shaking his head. Although he was a nascent soul true person of the Taoist sect, having read countless Taoist scriptures and knowing many supernatural powers, secrets, and worldly secrets, he still couldn't understand what that method was. Grandmaster, I think we should try it regardless of whether it's true or not. For our sect, such a price is nothing, Kingsu said. Whether it's the tiger and wolf pill for strengthening ki and blood, or the 5 ki gathering from the golden core, their branch can provide the visualization diagrams for cultivating the eyes. As for the true source of the 5 elements, and treasures to aid in comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, they can collect them through the channels of Longhu Mountain. After all, their branch isn't remote and has a close relationship with Longhu Mountain. At most, they'll just owe them a favor. And in return for these conditions is an outstanding disciple who can stably bear the great fortune of heaven and earth, and may even be qualified to bear the destiny of heaven in the future. I naturally know, but I still need to investigate further. Fu Yaozi nodded and said, investigate further? How? King Su was confused. Open your mind, I need to conjure up past illusions. Upon hearing this, King Su opened his mind, and Fu Yaozi waved his hand. Wisps of cloud-like energy floated out from King Su's forehead and flew in front of the two of them. Then, using the void as a backdrop, he conjured up past illusions. King Su stared intently and was slightly taken aback. So this was the past illusion, the scene he witnessed in Jinho City where that layman Li used his methods to suppress his disciple's fortune, and the scene of him negotiating and bargaining with him. This person is quite good-looking, a fine piece of jade. The maid next to him is also interesting. She doesn't seem to be human, and there's a spiritual energy surrounding her, somewhat like a spirit beast. But wild spirit beasts disappeared long ago after the cataclysmic changes in the world. Fu Yaozi nodded. King Su was stunned upon hearing this, inwardly scoffing. No wonder the sect had long recorded that this ancestor was eccentric, and his own master, who had long since passed away and had an ordinary appearance, complained that this ancestor judged people by their appearance, not paying attention to the important matters, but focusing on people's appearances first? Interesting, very interesting. Even though I manifested the past illusion, as if I were there, I still couldn't discern the essence of that point of light. I only felt it was mysterious and profound, and it actually could suppress fortune. Seeing Li Heng use his methods to suppress King Feng's fortune, Fu Yaozi couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Even a nascent soul true person couldn't do this. Who exactly was this person? Where did they come from? How could they possess such abilities? Then, Grandmaster, what do you think? King Su was overjoyed upon hearing this. Surely it couldn't be a lie now, right? Alright, I agree to this. If you need anything, just take my token and get it from Longhu Mountain. Fu Yaozi sighed and tossed a token to King Su. Although he didn't belong to the orthodox branch of Longhu Mountain, he had already gone there to cultivate, so he was practically a member of Longhu Mountain. As a nascent soul true person of the Taoist sect, he naturally had the right to obtain some resources from Longhu Mountain. However, if this matter succeeds, that's good. If it doesn't. Fu Yaozi hesitated for a moment. If it doesn't succeed, don't be so persistent. Just cultivate diligently. King Su was astonished upon hearing this. But Grandmaster, King Feng is a person with a great fortune of heaven and earth. According to past practice, he is qualified to bear the mandate of heaven. Even if he doesn't bear the mandate of heaven, his fortune can still bless the entire Taoist sect. King Su, you must know that the past is the past. Fu Yaozi sighed. Grandmaster, what exactly happened? Seeing Fu Yaozi's resolute attitude, King Su was puzzled. You shouldn't know these things, and you are not qualified to know them, otherwise there will be great disaster. The only thing I can reveal now is that heaven and earth are no longer reliable, so is fortune, understand? Otherwise, do you think you could successfully recruit a person with such great fortune of heaven and earth into your sect? You can sense it but you can't predict it? If it were in the past, he would have been reserved by someone before he was even born. Fu Yaozi shook his head and chuckled, giving such a warning. Alright, important matters are important, you should go and prepare. He waved his hand again, and King Su felt the surrounding scenery rushing past again. In the blink of an eye, he was back on the high cliff. The only difference was that he now had a token in his hand, proving that this trip was not in vain. Within the blessed land, above the sea of clouds, Fu Yaozi gazed at the passing illusions, pondered for a moment, and then waved his hand, intending to close them. Just as the illusions were about to vanish, Fu Yaozi was surprised to find that Li Heng, who was bargaining with King Su in the scene, suddenly looked out of the frame and at him. Finally, the illusion shattered. Fu Yaozi was taken aback, pondered for a moment, then smiled wryly. What an interesting young man. In Jinho City, before the gates of the Demon Extermination Bureau. Master, what's so interesting about this gate? Conk asked, puzzled when Li Heng suddenly stopped. Li Heng, recovering from his reverie, pressed down the vibration of the great Japanese essence and spoke calmly. Nothing. Perhaps some people just want to see me. Let's go, let's see what the Jinho Demon Extermination Bureau is like. Then, The two stepped into the Demon Extermination Bureau again. It must be said, this Demon Extermination Bureau was enormous. Li Heng and his companion wandered around for a long time without seeing the end. Everywhere they looked were spacious training grounds and arenas, with numerous demon extermination envoys moving about. He even sensed an even denser concentration of spiritual energy, and upon closer inspection, discovered that a large-scale formation had been set up here, gathering spiritual energy from all directions. Cultivating here would be twice as effective. Li Heng sighed inwardly. He had thought the Demon Extermination Division of Bian City was already large enough, even unnecessary. But he hadn't expected the Demon Extermination Division of Jinhua City to be more than 10 times larger. Truly, it was befitting the capital of Bijin Prefecture. The Emperor was indeed the biggest landlord. Brother Li, you didn't even inform me of your arrival. Suddenly, Zhuan Dao's voice rang out from behind. No need for such trouble. It's just a private visit. We'll see what happens when I'm promoted to Grand Chief. That would be no fun. Li Heng turned around and smiled. Zhuan Dao was taken aback, somewhat speechless. You haven't even become Grand Chief yet. And even if you're, the term private visit wasn't something you could use. By the way, Brother Zhuan Dao, what are you planning to do now that I've become Grand Chief? Li Heng asked directly. If Zhuan Dao encountered a dangerous situation in the future northern prefecture and planned to shift the blame to him and run away, then the nature of the matter would change drastically, transforming from helping to scheming. While such actions might not be entirely unreasonable, after all, it's a mutual transaction. And it's not a matter of who's cheating whom, his actions are largely influenced by his attitude. Brother Li, you can rest assured, I'm going back to my seclusion, I won't run away, Zhuan Dao said somewhat resentfully. If you need to go into seclusion, why are you leaving? Li Heng asked, puzzled. I can't help it, it's too noisy outside, Zhuan Dao replied irritably. Did Li Heng really have no sense of propriety? Li Heng paused slightly, then realized what was going on. Alright, so it was I who bothered you. But Brother Zhuan Dao, you're planning to break through to the Dharma aspect stage in seclusion, right? He wasn't embarrassed and smiled. Of course. How about this, I'll give you a gift. With a thought, a point of light floated out and flew to Zhuan Dao's side. This little thing should help you break through to the Dharma aspect stage, of course, you don't have to use it if you don't believe me. Zhuan Dao was silent for a while, then accepted it directly. Then I thank you for your gift, Brother Li. He cupped his hands in thanks. However, he was still doubtful in his heart, could this thing really be useful? But it's perfect timing, Brother Li, since you're here, come with me to place. I promised to give you benefits before, and now the benefits have arrived. This was brought from the capital, it will definitely be of great use to you. Zhuan Dao came back to his senses and said solemnly. That's quite a coincidence, please lead the way, Brother Zhuan Dao. Li pretended to be surprised and gestured for Zhuan Dao to go first. At this time, in the north of Dali, in the vast desert of the no man's land, after searching without success, with only yellow sand filling the sky, the monk and Taoist were about to leave in disappointment when they saw a crystal-clear object. Chapter 209 Mystery of Fate. The monk and Taoist priest were overjoyed and rushed over. They discovered it was a crystal, completely transparent, refracting 7 colors under the sunlight. However, his sensory abilities revealed nothing unusual, it was utterly ordinary. His initial joy waned. He sighed inwardly, realizing he shouldn't have set his expectations too high. When they predicted the coming destiny, a sudden anomaly occurred, the grotto heaven shattered, the blessed land collapsed, everything was destroyed so thoroughly. Finding even this trace was already incredibly fortunate. He pocketed the crystal and looked around again, pondering deeply. Destiny was gone. So what had summoned him here? Could it be this crystal? He examined it carefully again, even using his great supernatural powers to dig 3 feet into the ground and level the surrounding sand dunes, but apart from the crystal, he found nothing. He pointed again, trying to pierce the void. Previously, the Destiny organization was located in a blessed land, not in the mortal world. The place he was now in was originally an oasis, one of the entrances to a blessed land. Now the oasis has turned into a desert, and the entrance is shattered. However, he might be able to re-enter that blessed land through special means. The prerequisite is that the blessed land hasn't been completely destroyed, and some fragments remain, creating ruins. Of course, this is extremely dangerous. Because the shattered blessed land, or rather the remaining fragments, lack protection and are extremely vulnerable to the erosion of void turbulence. Then, after pointing his finger, there was no ripple. The monk and Taoist's expression changed. He circulated his cultivation, exerting all his strength, trying to shatter the surrounding void. However, just like before, the space remained completely still, except for the surrounding sand dunes trembling and collapsing. The monk and Taoist were slightly astonished. Previously, this place connected to that blessed land. Now that the blessed land is shattered, logically, this should become a weak point in space, making it easier to break through the void. But why is it so stable now? Is this void suppressed and sealed? This thought filled him with dread. According to the saying that not all the people inside the blessed land died, and destiny still exists? However, the people inside the blessed land sealed the entrance. But why? The blessed land was shattered, constantly at risk of being swept away by the void turbulence. What was the point of staying in the blessed land under such circumstances? Way to die? Or was the blessed land still intact? That couldn't be possible. During the heavenly mandate ceremony, he was the last to enter. But as soon as he entered, he saw the blessed land crumble, the laws collapse, and then a violent void turbulence swept in, instantly obliterating everyone in front of him into nothingness. Fortunately, he was close to the entrance at that time. He burned his inner essence, risking half his life, to escape from the blessed land. Even after that, he inexplicably lost his memory, which was not what he expected. He gritted his teeth, raised his finger, and a flash of spiritual light appeared at his fingertip. He activated the heavenly mandate secret technique. This was originally a method of communication between the heavenly mandate organizations. After regaining his memories, he had also used the secret technique to contact others. But it was like throwing a stone into the sea, receiving no response. Then he realized that destiny was lost. But now, various doubts arose. Perhaps he could use this secret technique, taking advantage of the geographical proximity to that blessed land, to forcibly break the blockade and see if there would be any response. However, as before, there was no response at all. Just then, a murmur rang in his ears. Leave, 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 never come back. The old whisper echoed in his mind, and the monk Taoist's body stiffened, his pupils dilated, and his expression turned blank. Then, he turned his head and slowly walked towards Dali. Just like always. The difference was that he was holding the crystal in his hand. Inside the Demon Extermination Division of Jinhua City, Li Heng and his companion followed Zhuangdao's footsteps, weaving through the Demon Extermination Division, and soon arrived at a remote corner, in front of a small pavilion. Brother Li, this is the treasure pavilion of my Demon Extermination Division, Zhuangdao introduced with a smile. Don't underestimate this place. It actually contains many different killing formations. There are 10 on the first level alone, and the highest level, the 9th, has 81. You could say that even a Dharma avatar wouldn't fare well. Li Heng nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, I can see that. The surrounding void is subtly fluctuating. Zhuangdao was surprised upon hearing this. I didn't expect Brother Li to be able to sense even this. This is actually a special teleportation formation. The benefit I mentioned earlier was actually teleported from the Demon Extermination Division in the capital. Oh, is that so? Please lead the way, Brother Zhuangdao. Li Heng was slightly surprised. It really was brought from the capital? He was immediately curious about what level of item it was that needed to be brought from the capital's headquarters. He originally thought the Demon Extermination Division was just making a token gesture, but he didn't expect them to take it seriously. Alright, please follow me to the top floor. The three of them arrived at the top floor together. Here, many rare and precious items and divine weapons were displayed. As soon as the door opened, the room was filled with dazzling jewels and opulent luxury. This is nothing, come with me. Zhuangdao led the two past a glittering area to the depths of the room. A circular array was inscribed there, faintly radiating spatial fluctuations, presumably the spatial teleportation Zhuangdao had mentioned earlier. Brother Li, please. That thing is in the center of the array. You'll see it as soon as you go in. Li Heng nodded, a barely perceptible trace of earth divine intent appearing, subtly suppressing the surrounding void. He walked into the center of the circular array, and a box slowly appeared in his vision. He picked up the box and opened it, revealing a stone. The stone was misty, faintly radiating a hazy aura. What is this? Li Heng looked at Zhuangdao and asked. He didn't rush to praise it, because he wanted to see what Xuandeo would say and then compare it with the appraisal results. This way, he could confirm Xuandeo's, or rather, the Demon Extermination Bureau's, attitude towards him. Brother Li, you're following the path of the Great Sun, aren't you? Xuandeo asked. You mean the Great Sun Dharma image? If that's the case, then that's not wrong. What's wrong? Li Heng raised an eyebrow and continued to ask. He didn't hide anything. After all, the Great Sun Dharma image had been used so many times in front of so many people, anyone who wasn't blind could see what kind of path it was. This stone is related to this matter, Xuandeo sighed. You should know that the path of the Great Sun is not to be touched. Or rather, the path to achieving the Dharma image through visualizing the Great Sun is already broken, and this stone can help you find another path. Li Heng immediately became interested upon hearing this. Why do you say this path is broken? Xuandeo was startled. Don't you know, Brother Li? I don't know, please explain in detail, Brother Xuandeo. It seems Brother Li might have been tricked by that old fellow. Xuandeo was startled, realizing something, and smiled bitterly. Brother Li, didn't you come into contact with anything related to the Great Sun at the Demon Extermination Division in Begin City? Like cultivation techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, visualization diagrams, or other objects like pendants? Why do you say that, Brother Xuandeo? Li Heng was slightly surprised. Brother Li, there's no need to hide it, because it's not a secret. Almost every Demon Extermination Division has these things. And these things were secretly added by a crazy old guy. Although he's crazy, his seniority is too high, so no one stopped him. Please tell me in detail. Li Heng's interest was piqued again. It actually involved the origin of the Great Sun visualization diagram. He had wondered why a small Demon Extermination Division in Begin City would have a Dharma aspect level visualization diagram. It seemed this wasn't an isolated case. We used to have a peerless genius in our Demon Extermination Division. Xuandeo paused for a moment before slowly speaking. As he explained, the fog in Li Heng's heart became clearer and gradually dissipated. In the end, he suddenly understood. It turned out that a peerless genius in the Demon Extermination Division used to follow the Great Sun path, just like him. He advanced bravely and diligently, destroying demons from all directions and killing enemies across realms as easily as eating and drinking. It could be said that he was invincible among his generation and defied the older generation. His fame was unparalleled. But in the end, he was stuck at the half-step Dharma aspect realm. He had clearly condensed the rudiments of the Great Sun Dharma image, clearly constructed his own laws, and possessed an extremely profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, even surpassing some Dharma image realm experts. Yet, he still couldn't break through to the Dharma image realm, unable to advance an inch. As time passed, his peers, who had initially been defeated, had already broken through to the Dharma image realm, completely surpassing him and regarding him as an ant. Finally, as Xuandeo said, this genius went mad. He stopped focusing on cultivation and instead used his understanding of the Great Sun in various forms, cultivation techniques, martial arts concepts, and diagrams, distributing them far and wide, especially within the Demon Extermination Bureau. Some say he has a twisted mentality, harming younger generations. Some say he's unwilling to accept defeat. If he can't break through, he'll make his juniors break through, fulfilling his own dream. But Brother Li, regardless, the path to the Great Sun is cut off. Xuandeo spoke solemnly. Interesting. Is he still alive? Li Heng asked with a smile. He's still alive. His life force hasn't been extinguished. However, he's now mentally unstable, his whereabouts are unpredictable, appearing in various parts of Dali, perhaps still spreading his Great Sun Dao. Xuandeo shook his head, somewhat sighing. A perfectly good genius, driven mad by taking the wrong path. I see. Li Heng seemed thoughtful. Then what's the origin of this stone? This stone is said to be from the beginning of heaven and earth, supposedly containing the primordial laws and rules. If Brother Li can successfully comprehend its mysteries, he can successfully change his path. And without diminishing his current combat power. To be honest, I didn't expect my master to give you something like this. This thing is incredibly precious, I don't even know where my master got it from. Xuandeo sighed, he wasn't even qualified to use this thing. I see. Then thank you for your care, Brother Xuandeo. Li Heng put the stone into his possession. It's alright, you deserve it. By the way, Brother Li, Your reward should be coming soon. If you don't mind, you can stay temporarily at the Demon Extermination Division. I've already made preparations." The two talked as they left the treasure pavilion and arrived at a large courtyard that Xuandao had prepared for Li Heng. "I wonder if Brother Li is satisfied?" "Brother Xuandao is very kind." "That's good. I have important matters to attend to here, so I won't keep you company for now. Brother Li, please rest well." Xuandao bid farewell to Li Heng and the other man. Then he turned and left. "Master, why is Xuandao so kind to us?" Conk asked in confusion. Li Heng chuckled and tapped Kong's head. "You little brat, you know perfectly well what you're asking. It seems we're highly valued in his mind. Let's go inside, don't waste time." Conk obediently agreed. After leaving Li Heng and the other man, Xuandao returned to the highest point of the treasure pavilion. He stood in front of the circular spatial array and gently tapped it, and Li Changfeng's figure appeared before him. He bowed to Li Changfeng. "Master," he accepted that stone. "But he doesn't seem interested." Li Changfeng looked surprised. "Oh? Not interested? Is he just ignorant and wants to try again, like that madman? Or has he truly, as you say, truly grasped the Great Sun's true meaning?" If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Primordial Stone. The house Xuandao had prepared for Li Heng was quite spacious. Various expensive decorations were displayed around it, and some landscape paintings with a certain artistic conception hung on the walls, especially a waterfall painting that truly seemed to make one feel as if the water was cascading down 3,000 feet. In each of the four corners of the room, there was a burner of expensive incense, its fragrant aroma swirling upwards and permeating the air. Li Heng smelled it and felt a surge of energy. This incense must have been quite expensive, yet it had an effect on someone with his extraordinary innate abilities. He thought to himself, regardless of Xuandao's motives, at least he had put in the effort. Then, he saw a large double bed in front of him. On a desk beside the bed were some strange and unusual objects, the shapes of which looked increasingly familiar to him. Li Heng fell into deep thought, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Master, what's wrong?" Peacock asked curiously, noticing the change in Li Heng's expression. "Nothing." Li Heng shook his head, then took out the stone again, examining it closely, trying to discern its mysteries with his naked eye. However, in the end, besides sensing its wild and ancient aura, he gained nothing else. It seemed he would have to use his great appraisal technique again. He brought up the data panel and used the appraisal function, Primordial Dao Stone, a crystallization of primordial laws and rules, allowing one to rapidly comprehend the laws and rules of heaven and earth. It can give those who have strayed from the right path a chance, allowing them to replace their original understanding of the laws and rules with the laws and rules within the Primordial Dao Stone. Origin unknown. Having learned the detailed information about the Primordial Dao Stone, Li Heng fell into deep thought. It seemed Xuandao hadn't lied to him. However, origin unknown? Even his great innate appraisal technique couldn't determine its origin. Yet he could identify the five-color divine light from the beginning of heaven and earth, although he only identified its dormant state, which was enough to explain everything. It seemed the Primordial Dao Stone had another origin. And not, as Xuandao said, a stone from the beginning of heaven and earth? Of course, he hadn't really believed Xuandao's words at the time. Unless this world was not long after the creation of heaven and earth, where would so many things from the beginning of heaven and earth come from, and be given away? Would that be a waste of resources, a prodigal son? He shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts. Whatever its origin, as long as it works and has no side effects, that's fine. Of course, he wouldn't actually change paths as Xuandao suggested. He wasn't afraid of the claim that the Great Sun's path was broken. After all, what he comprehended wasn't simply the Great Sun of this world. It contained the characteristics of the physical sun, the concept of the Great Sun of this world, and the supreme power of the mythical Great Sun in his imagination. It was equivalent to walking his own path. There's a saying, "Those who learn from me live, those who imitate me die." The Great Sun of this world clearly had some problem. It couldn't sweep everything aside, otherwise so many strange and evil spirits wouldn't have appeared. Therefore, he would be a fool to gravitate towards the Great Sun of this world. Not to mention that visualizing the great sun was based on his own visualization abilities. His visualization abilities weren't very logical. Even if he truly followed the path of the great sun of this world, even if that path was broken, he could reconnect with it. He didn't even need to pick her up, he could just fly over there without any rhyme or reason. This wasn't arrogance on his part, but rather a deep awareness of the potential of his visualization abilities, potential that even the word infinite couldn't fully describe. Peacock, call that King Feng's audio over. Li Heng spoke up, intending to use the accelerator again to quickly comprehend the principles and rules within the primordial Dao stone. He himself was also very curious about what the so-called initial principles and rules referred to. Yes, Master. In an inn. King Feng's audio stayed in his room, looking out the window with a melancholy expression. When would his master come to pick him up? If things continued like this, he was afraid he would be exhausted to death. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by the window. Peacock entered the room. King Feng, my master invites you. She spoke coldly. Ah, Sister Peacock, can I not go? King Feng was shocked upon hearing this and began to feign pitifulness. His two large, watery eyes were extremely attractive to any woman. He had gotten away with this kind of cuteness many times before. No, I'll take you away. Peacock's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by King Feng's fortune. She had already entrusted everything to Li Heng. Even though King Feng possessed great fortune and held a high position in the world, in her eyes, he was still just an ordinary person. The only special and noble one was Li Heng himself. In the blink of an eye, the room was empty. Then, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Guest? Guest, are you in? A waiter with a towel draped over his shoulders, looking very capable, asked from outside the door. No one answered. The waiter was stunned, then kicked open the door. He looked around, but the room was empty. He looked next door, and it was the same. He was completely dumbfounded. He immediately ran downstairs and shouted, Manager, manager, those people are gone. What, gone? That's great. The manager, who had been fiddling with his abacus with a worried expression, was overjoyed upon hearing the news. Are you sure? Are you sure they didn't just go out temporarily? We can't afford any accidents. Shopkeeper, I'm absolutely sure, even their luggage is gone, the waiter hurriedly said. Good, good, good. The shopkeeper clapped his hands, saying good 3 times in a row, his expression one of wild joy. Those thugs are finally gone. Luckily, I have a secret technique here. I knew they were no ordinary people the moment they walked in. If we had attacked them, we would have been in deep trouble. The waiter nodded in agreement. But shopkeeper, I think your wording is a bit inappropriate. After all, we're all dead. The waiter scratched his head, puzzled. HMPH, what do you know? Can't you just die? Like you, even after you're dead, your brain still doesn't work. The shopkeeper sneered. All right, hurry up and go help in the kitchen. Another unlucky fellow came in, fat and plump, perfect for being slaughtered. Meanwhile, in Li Heng's original room, a golden ball of light exploded, a flame sprouted, igniting the surroundings and instantly engulfing the entire inn. The innkeeper, the waiters, and other strange entities within were all reduced to ashes. From the outside, it appeared as if an inn, nestled beside other buildings on a bustling street, had suddenly burst into flames. Strangely, the pedestrians on the street seemed oblivious, as if it didn't exist. The inn burned completely, the flames gradually receding. In the original spot, a drunkard lying on the ground slowly awoke, rubbing his eyes and looking around in confusion. What happened? How could it be dawn after just one drink? He shook his head vigorously, swaying as he stood up and walked back into the bustling street. In a secluded place in the northern prefecture, or rather, in a strange realm teeming with yin energy, the leader of the Sunset Organization held a huge scroll map, his face grim. What happened? Where had all his arrangements in Jinho County gone? He looked at the map in his hand, marked with numerous markers, his arrangements in Jinho City. These markers had previously been lit, but suddenly, 99% of them went dark. He wondered what had happened. The last remaining marker seemed to be an inn. The innkeeper seemed quite interesting. He scratched his head, remembering something. How could even the last arrangement be destroyed? Suddenly, he was consumed by rage, cursing inwardly. Who is this damned bastard? Didn't he know to leave a way out for others in the future? Why such ruthlessness? If he weren't currently being blocked by that fellow, and would be detected as soon as he showed himself, and he couldn't defeat Bai. He couldn't withstand the Bai family's heaven-burning fire. He would definitely go to Jinho City himself to settle accounts with that guy and teach him a lesson. He felt wronged. Why had he suffered repeated setbacks lately? He could forgive the one in Bian City. After all, there were indeed some demons there, and he had lost one of his clones. Not long ago, a calamity had also broken out. Looking at those white mists from afar, he felt a chill in his heart and dared not touch them. He reported this matter to his organization. The organization warned him not to touch them, just to watch. But Jinho City wasn't that demonic, was it? Just as he was worrying about what to do next, suddenly, the yin energy in the ghost realm changed drastically, churning and surging, actually forming a huge figure, like a giant standing tall in the ghost realm. This scene should have looked incredibly magnificent. But if anyone actually saw this scene, they would only feel terror, an indescribable eeriness. Crimson Demon Envoy, you have failed in your duties. What is your punishment? The figure spoke slowly, shaking the ghost realm. And Crimson Demon Envoy seemed to be the title of the person in charge. Ah, my lord. The Crimson Demon Envoy was shocked upon seeing this, and quickly put down the map and knelt down. This subordinate knows his mistake. Please give this subordinate a chance. He kowtowed and begged. You don't have that chance anymore. Because we can't afford to wait. This place should be called Northern County, right? A strange change will occur here soon. For humanity, it's a great calamity. For us, it's a great opportunity. You should understand that. This place had no value to the organization before, but now it does, and you're utterly incompetent. Letting you manage it would be a waste of talent, so someone else will come to replace you. The enormous figure spoke slowly, and the Crimson Demon Envoy's face turned deathly pale. The position of head of Northern County, which he had worked so hard to earn, was gone just like that? Be prepared, they'll be here soon. Don't be resentful, because you know yourself that with your abilities, you're simply not qualified for a regional head position. If it weren't for the fact that we radiate across many countries and have many remote areas, many guys wouldn't even want to choose this place. Otherwise, would it have been your turn? The enormous figure mocked, then gradually dissipated. The ghost realm returned to calm. The Crimson Demon Envoy knelt for a long time, silent. He seemed lost in thought. In Jinho City, in Li Heng's room at the Demon Extermination Bureau. Master, King Feng has arrived. Peacock appeared with King Feng. Good. Li Heng nodded and looked at King Feng. King Feng brand accelerator. Oh no, King Feng little mage. Thank you for your help this time too. Chapter 211 The Origin of Qi. King Feng naturally understood what Li Heng was referring to. His face immediately fell. However, remembering his master's instructions, he had no choice but to manifest his aura of fortune to accelerate Li Heng's cultivation and help him comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, essentially becoming a tool. If others knew this, they would be astonished. After all, this was someone who bore the great destiny of heaven and earth, a child of destiny. If he didn't fawn over him, people would think he was crazy. How could he dare treat such a child of destiny as a tool? Wasn't he afraid of suffering a backlash from his destiny? Actually, Li Heng had considered this before, but later he discovered that his own destiny remained unchanged, still suppressed by the supreme essence of the heavens. Clearly, as long as he didn't do anything, unlike Feng's Heng Hao, who actively harmed King Feng, he wouldn't be struck by lightning or suffer a strong backlash from his destiny. They were just using him as a tool. There was no need to make a fuss. With the emergence of King Feng's aura of fortune, Li Heng's cultivation speed began to accelerate. His cultivation technique circulated rapidly, his blood and qi surged, and the three flowers of essence, qi, and spirit grew ever more abundant. His perception of the laws of heaven and earth became increasingly easier, aiding his comprehension of the primordial Dao stone. It was an all-encompassing, blind spot-free accelerator. Anyone who used it would know its power. His mind entered the primordial Dao stone. He felt himself instantly appear in a vast space filled with drifting gray gas, devoid of heaven and earth, only emptiness. His mind took human form, surveying his surroundings. So this was the space inside the primordial Dao stone? He pondered briefly, expanding his mind to encompass the entire space. But he found the space to be incredibly vast, even with his mind expanding to its limit, reaching every inch. He still couldn't fathom its end. Unable to find an answer, he then targeted the gray gas. His spirit sensed it slightly, and his face immediately showed astonishment. As everyone knows, rules constitute the world. Whether it was the four fundamental forces of the physical universe in his previous life, or the mysterious laws of heaven and earth in this world, this was also true. However, the world is material. Rules always need a vessel to materialize into reality. For example, the four fundamental forces of his previous life resided in the microscopic realm of atoms, electrons, and quarks, tiny fundamental substances. The hazy gas before him was this substance, or rather, a sublimation of it. The essence of this gas was clearly the blank space of the laws of heaven and earth, waiting for someone to add content. Adding fire would create the laws and rules concerning fire. Adding water would create the laws and rules concerning water. No wonder Juan Deo said it contained the primordial laws and principles, and that it could help those who had gone astray change their path. The blank space was the beginning. Changing one's path meant reshaping one's knowledge with a blank space of the laws of heaven and earth, filling it with new content, and then cultivating within that framework. Li Heng was slightly surprised. It was truly a grand undertaking. As far as he knew, to break through to the Dharma aspect realm, one had to construct one's own Dharma aspect. This Dharma aspect was the concrete manifestation of one's chosen path, representing one's own path. After constructing the Dharma aspect, one still needed to construct the laws and principles. And these laws and principles were the rules and principles of heaven and earth. If the Dharma form is a framework, then the Dharma principles are its content. Without Dharma principles, the Dharma form is ethereal and intangible, merely an empty shell. For ordinary individuals, the content of Dharma principles can be readily grasped, it simply takes time. However, the framework representing one's personal path, the Dharma form, is extremely precious. Once confirmed, it's difficult to change course. Abandoning one's Dharma form is denying one's path, denying one's cultivation. At best, cultivation is completely lost, and one's essence, energy, and spirit dissipate. At worst, death ensues. Thus, changing course after taking the wrong path is almost impossible. But now, these energies offer a chance to correct mistakes. They provide a completely new framework, a blank Dharma form. This framework can be painted upon. This blank Dharma form can be modified, allowing you to fill it with new content, construct new Dharma principles, and thus forge a new path, starting anew. It's like a life-altering remedy. Hence, Li Heng's Ganke, deep feelings. There is no life-altering remedy, but this stone has made it possible. Constructing a rudimentary Dharma form establishes one's own path. Within this rudimentary form, laws are built, evolving into true Dharma form, thus advancing to the Dharma form realm. Furthermore, one can then use the power of personal laws to shake the laws of heaven and earth. This is likely one of the sources of the immense power of the Dharma form realm. As for what Juan Deo said, the path to the Great Sun is severed. This likely means that although one can construct a Dharma form related to the Great Sun, one cannot comprehend the laws governing the Great Sun. That's why it's said the Great Sun cannot be touched. Li Heng pondered this slightly. It seems that the mad senior was stuck at this point. However, this so-called severed path has no effect on him. After all, his Great Sun Dharma form is manifested using visualization techniques, containing not only the laws of the Great Sun but also its supreme essence. With sufficient source energy, there's no need to worry about not being able to comprehend it. Moreover, as the Great Sun holy body, he has a subtle connection with the Great Sun in the heavens, allowing him to comprehend the laws of the Great Sun and the laws of heaven and earth related to the Great Sun without using visualization techniques. Interesting, what exactly is this so-called severed path? Others were unable to comprehend the Great Sun's laws. Was this a natural disaster or man-made? A multitude of thoughts flooded Li Heng's mind. He felt this was far too coincidental. In a world filled with bizarre and evil spirits, no one could comprehend the Great Sun's Dao, yet the Great Sun was so effective at suppressing those strange and evil spirits. Why was this? He hadn't even felt the Great Sun was that profound. He shook his head, suppressing these distracting thoughts. He could consider these matters later. For now, he should focus on improving his cultivation. He refocused his gaze on the hazy gas, pondering how best to utilize it. After all, his path of the Great Sun had never been interrupted. He didn't need to change it. This wondrous gas was somewhat useless to him. Wait, perhaps it wasn't useless? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Li Heng. Perhaps he could change his perspective. Instead of defining this gas as a blank slate of heaven and earth's laws, perhaps he could define it as the origin of all laws and rules. The various laws of heaven and earth today might have evolved from this gas. Is this gas actually a kind of primordial substance, equivalent to the chaotic energy in ancient fantasy novels? If he could comprehend this void, this origin, he could use one principle to manifest myriad paths. This would greatly help his future understanding of the entire world. His eyes lit up. He immediately felt this was very feasible. However, he also knew that comprehending this origin was definitely more difficult than comprehending a single principle or rule. If this gas truly was the primordial substance of the world, it might be a level below comprehending the entire world. This wasn't just because he hadn't seen the entire world, yet he had this primordial substance before him to comprehend. It was also because Li Heng's definition of the world was vast, a true objective external world. This gas, this primordial substance, could only be the origin of one world. Perhaps not even that. In any case, anything even remotely related to the beginning or origin of a world would be extremely difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, he had the King Fang accelerator beside him, providing full acceleration. You deserve it. He'd hold on while King Fang's auspicious energy was still present. Li Heng's mind swiftly probed into the hazy, gray gas, rapidly sensing its origin. If Zhuandao knew this, he would be completely dumbfounded. He had originally intended to give Li Heng a different path to avoid future blockages and wasted time. However, Li Heng seemed to be after the stone's true nature. Bian County. Having survived the Great Calamity, although many had died, the demons and monsters of Bian County had been almost completely eradicated, making it a relatively peaceful place. Although the problem of the gradually increasing yin energy in the void remained unresolved, Li Heng's divine avatar was there to suppress it, and the lingering divine will of the great sun hadn't completely dissipated, so the yin energy wasn't too dense. Often, as soon as it leaked into the world, it was purified by the divine will of the great sun. However, peace and tranquility also meant a lack of opportunities, and many young people wanted to go out and make their way in the world. Wang Donglei and his sister were already carrying their belongings, preparing to leave the city. Li Heng had previously revealed the special nature of his sister's bloodline. He had been pondering whether he should let his troublesome younger sister venture out into the world. After all, it was a waste for her to spend her entire life confined to the small city of Bian. And now, he had decided to let her go. He planned to accompany her for a while, helping her gain experience in the world, even resigning from his job at the Demon Extermination Bureau for this purpose. He knew his sister's personality. If she went out alone, she would surely encounter misfortune. Even being drugged or killed would be considered lucky, at least she would survive. If she were eaten by demons, not even her corpse would remain. How could he face their deceased parents then? Xiaoling. We're leaving Bian City now. Do you regret it now? Wang Dong glanced at Bian City and asked softly. Wang Ling pouted at his words. Brother, I feel like you're regretting it. Cough cough, this girl, why does she always speak the truth? Let's go, let's set off as soon as possible, try to reach the next city by evening. Spending the night in the wilderness outside the city is very dangerous. I should have made up my mind to leave you with Brother Li in the first place. With his strength, he can definitely guarantee your safety. Wang Donglei shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. As they talked, they had only just left Bian City when they saw a disheveled old man in tattered clothes walking towards them, seemingly wanting to enter the city. At first, Wang Donglei thought it was just an old beggar and ignored him, quickly passing by. Until, they saw the old beggar again. And he was in front of them. Immediately, Wang Donglei realized something was wrong and turned back. Then, he saw the old beggar in front of them again. Wang Donglei broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? In broad daylight, having only just left Bian City and still able to see its outline, they had already encountered something strange? He gritted his teeth and bowed to the old beggar. Why did you attack us, senior? The old beggar stopped and turned to look at the two. Interesting lad. Tell me, what happened to this city before? Wang Donglei was taken aback and respectfully replied. Reporting to senior, a great calamity, a bizarre calamity, with dense yin energy and pervasive fog. Fortunately, a powerful figure intervened and protected us. A powerful figure, a powerful figure, a powerful figure. The old beggar murmured 3 times, his cloudy eyes gleaming. Tell me, how did that powerful figure intervene? Wang Donglei asked, even more puzzled, but could only answer honestly. The scene was magnificent. A vast and boundless light appeared in the city, like the sun in the sky, dissolving the yin energy and dispelling the bizarre fog, like the source of light in the world. The old beggar trembled upon hearing this. No wonder there is the aura of the sun here. I am not alone, I am not alone. No wonder what I left behind is gone. The old beggar laughed loudly. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at the two of them. Boy, your sister's bloodline is very special. I want to take her as my disciple, what do you say? He stared at the two of them, a great sun appearing in his eyes. Chapter 212 Space Tremor. Time passed slowly. The sun set, the moon rose, and its light shone down. Inside the room, King Feng could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The aura of fortune vanished as if a power outage had occurred. Li Heng withdrew from his meditative state. This time, his gains were significant. Thanks to King Feng's aura of fortune and the radiation of the light of fortune, he had already grasped half of the blank principles represented by the hazy gas within the primordial Dao stone. He had glimpsed a portion of the secrets of origin. Just as he had guessed, this hazy gas was the origin of the rules and principles. However, with limited information, he didn't know if this hazy gas could evolve into all the rules and principles. He brought up the data panel and discovered that as his comprehension deepened, the cost of comprehending the rules and elevating them to the standard innate level had been greatly reduced, now only requiring twice his blood and ki. This was an unexpected delight. Gathering his distracting thoughts, he looked at King Feng sitting on the ground. Little Master King Feng, how are you feeling? Li Heng smiled slightly. King Feng shook his head vigorously, like a rattled drum. He felt he would be exhausted to death if he continued like this. I think you're doing well. Haven't you noticed, little master? Before, you couldn't even last half a day with your key luck phenomenon, but now you can last a whole day. You're improving, and that will make your master happy. That devilish, hellish voice echoed in King Feng's ears. He shivered, feeling that Li Heng was trying to bewitch him again. But then he thought about it and realized it was true. He had indeed lasted longer, he had improved. That would make his master happy too. Understanding this logic, King Feng's spirits lifted, and he nodded. Although he still felt something was off. At this moment, Li Heng suddenly sensed that the progress of the earth contemplation on the divine path avatar had reached 50%, breaking through the critical point. It was time to spend 1,000 points of source power to partially manifest it. And he had enough source power now. Although he had previously spent 2,000 points to temporarily boost his combat power and kill Feng's Heng Hao, he had also inadvertently increased the power of the Golden Bell by casually swinging it a few days ago, essentially wiping out all the demons and monsters lurking in the city. Therefore, he had also spent a considerable amount of source energy. The consumption and expenditure were roughly balanced. He currently had 6,126 points of source energy remaining. After calculating the data, Li Heng didn't waste any time and poured another 1,000 points of source energy into it, raising the Earth Dharma image to the standard innate level. However, he didn't plan to raise it any further. Although he still had over 5,000 points of source energy, enough to raise the Earth Dharma image to the great innate level, he had previously discovered that he wasn't yet able to make the great Sun Dharma image and the Earth Dharma image compatible, preventing them from repelling each other and clashing. For example, the strange phenomenon he had previously manifested, the vast sunlight illuminating the boundless earth. The vast sun is primary and of a higher level, while the boundless earth is secondary and not yet at the innate level. It's as if the sun's Dharma form encompasses the earth's Dharma form, rather than a perfect fusion. If these two Dharma forms were completely equal, then a level difference and inclusive relationship would be impossible. Instead, the extraordinary phenomenon of the vast sun illuminating the boundless earth would be impossible to manifest again, essentially crippling oneself. Not to mention, the remaining 5,000 points of source energy are his reserves. He can't use them casually unless in an emergency. For example, when dealing with Feng's Heng Hao, if he hadn't had his source energy reserves to unleash a burst of power, things would have been troublesome. He doesn't believe he can break through on the spot as the protagonist, so he always leaves room for maneuver. However, he estimates that the mutual repulsion between the two Dharma forms won't last long. Once his realm truly reaches the peak of the innate level, or he truly achieves a Dharma form, he can perfectly combine the two without repulsion, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. At that time, the great Sun Dharma image represents heaven, and the great Earth Dharma image represents earth. Together, they form heaven and earth, the vast and boundless subjective external world, not merely confined to a single space-time or world. At that time, his combat power might be able to sweep across the entire Dharma image realm. He just didn't know how many levels the Dharma image was divided into. Li Heng pondered this, then shook his head, dismissing the thought. What was the point of guessing here? He'd just ask Xuandao tomorrow. I feel a bit better. Shall we continue? As long as we can improve, Master will surely be very happy. At this moment, King Feng stood up and asked timidly. This. Li Heng looked at King Feng's pale face, then at the dark night outside, and fell into deep thought. Was this child really that naive? He almost felt guilty for exploiting a child laborer. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and spoke. It's late, you should go and rest. You can continue tomorrow. Peacock, take him to the room next door to rest. Watching King Feng reluctantly being pulled away by Peacock, Li Heng sighed, hoping his master wouldn't hold a grudge when he returned. It wasn't that Li Heng had reformed himself. Rather, he clearly sensed that as King Feng's condition worsened, the acceleration effect would also decrease. It was better to wait until he rested properly before accelerating again. The accelerator was overheating and needed to be cooled down. He couldn't afford to burn it out. He couldn't find another one. Achoo! In a square at the Taoist ancestral mountain of Longhu in Longquan County, the old Taoist King Su, who was buying resources, sneezed and shook his head in surprise. He was at least a half-step Dharma aspect cultivator. How could he sneeze? Was his disciple talking about him? He wondered how King Su had been these past few days. But he must have been doing well. After all, his disciple possessed immense fortune, and that Li Jiaxi seemed to be a discerning person who would never mistreat his disciple. He would likely treat him well, providing him with good food and drink so that he could share in the blessings. However, he would have to criticize this approach when he returned. Children need to be tempered. Such lavish feasts were hardly proper. Hey, King Su, do you still want this Jingjin soul? There's no such thing on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Besides, I traveled all over the country, exploring ruined blessed lands, and risked my life to obtain it. It's not expensive. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to someone else. A Taoist pointed to a stone on his stall, filled with the murderous aura of Jingjin, and said impatiently. Oh, yes, yes, yes. King Su quickly replied. Now, even the last elemental item of his type was gathered. With some tiger and wolf pills to boost his blood and ki, it was time for him to set off to welcome his disciple. On the road from Bian City to Jinhou City, the prefectural capital, Wang Donglei and his sister Wang Ling had already lit a bonfire by the official road, cautiously glancing at the old beggar beside them. No, I mean, the old senior. To be honest, if it weren't for this old senior causing some trouble, they would have already reached the next city, instead of having to camp out in this desolate wilderness. But with the old senior's protection, they didn't need to worry about danger. Wang Donglei muttered to himself. Kid, I know exactly what you're thinking. But don't be resentful, your sister is incredibly fortunate to have become my disciple. Don't mention your sister's somewhat special bloodline. There aren't many in the world I can teach her. The old man chuckled. Wang Donglei looked suspicious. Was it really that exaggerated? Few in the world I could teach her? Was his sister's bloodline really that special? At most, it was a mutated divine bloodline. HMPH, kid, don't you believe me? Ordinary royal family divine bloodlines aren't like this. Let me put it this way, your sister's bloodline has already innately condensed a divine position of light. It's just that this divine position has been lying dormant and hidden all along. The old man smiled slightly. But a hint of regret inadvertently flashed in his pupils. It's a pity that it was just a little short. If it weren't pure light, not pure brilliance, but leaned towards the great sun, Wang Donglei suddenly became interested. Then senior, how should I develop my sister's bloodline? You're quite clever, kid, trying to trick this old man into talking? But you don't need to. Come here, girl, come here for a moment. I'll teach you a set of basic techniques. After you've mastered the basics, you'll be a pre-heavenly being. He beckoned Wang Ling, who had been silent all along, to come over. But as soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Tremor, everything around them was trembling. The earth was trembling, the trees were trembling, even the sky was trembling, and even the people were trembling. The old man's pupils shrank sharply. Not good. Run. He used his supernatural powers to envelop Wang Donglei and Wang Ling, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing rapidly into the distance. The next moment, where they had just been standing, with a crack, the space collapsed. A violent void current surged forth, washing away everything around it. A small mountain was accidentally swept away by the void current and was unlucky enough to be washed away into nothingness. And this was not an isolated case. This phenomenon appeared in various parts of Begin, with varying ranges of vibration, some as small as a few meters in radius, while others covered an area of an entire city. In the Dali Imperial Palace, on the Hexing Tower, Li Xianggang, the director of the Imperial Observatory, stood with his hands behind his back, using his key observation technique to monitor the fortunes of various parts of the dynasty, his expression worried. Seeing a meteor streak across the northern sky and Mars guarding the heart of the constellation, his face became even more grim. There was a disaster in the north, and the disaster was not small. At this time, 3 miles outside Jinhu City, a large mountain peak that had once stood there, towering into the clouds, was now half its original height. It was as if a triangle had been cut in half, becoming a trapezoid. Li Heng stood there, his great Sun Dharma image and Earth Dharma image manifesting behind him, suppressing the surrounding void. He had finally managed to stop the special tremor before it reached Jinhu City. He frowned slightly. Did Zhuandao say it would take some time? How could such a strange change have occurred now? And such a deadly special tremor at that? At this moment, Zhuandao and the others finally noticed something amiss, transforming into streaks of light and rushing over. Seeing that Li Heng had already arrived, they froze in midair, then looked at the mountain peak that had shrunk by half, completely bewildered. What happened here? Chapter 213 The Passage to the Underworld. 4 people arrived at this moment, Zhuandao, Meng Lingyan, Ma Suxun, and Ma Zhonghu. They had originally intended to rest, but suddenly sensed this great commotion, as if the heavens and earth were shaking, making their eyelids twitch and forcing them to come and investigate. What exactly happened? You'll know once you sense it, Li Heng glanced at the group and said calmly. The group didn't dare to be careless and immediately used their innate mental perception to discover that the surrounding void was not calm, it was fluctuating, rippling like water, extremely fragile. The space here just trembled. Fortunately, I noticed it early and arrived in time to stop the special tremor. Otherwise, this tremor could have spread to Jinhu City, and guess what would have happened? Hearing Li Heng's words, cold sweat broke out on the backs of the group. They naturally knew what would happen. This level of special tremor would definitely cause special collapse. If it affected Jinhu City, then those below the innate level would suffer annihilation, no one would be spared. It was a crisis of city-destroying magnitude. Compared to this, the strange invasion seemed gentle. This was a true natural disaster. But why? Why is there a special tremor? Ma Zhonghu frowned. He had lived for so many years, and this was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. Normally, space should be incredibly stable. For space to collapse so easily, how could it be a normal world? Even if a powerful being broke through the void, it would quickly heal, and there would never be such a continuous tremor causing a special collapse. I'm not a god, how would I know? However, I estimate that this will happen throughout the entire northern prefecture, though the affected area will vary in size. He shared this information with everyone, his expression grave. A special tremor had also occurred at the 3 mountains gathering in Bian County, earlier that year. However, it was too close, and his divine avatar detected it in time, preventing the calamity. The avatar then relayed this information to him, allowing him to notice it so quickly. This will happen throughout the northern prefecture? Zhuandao's expression was grim. If what Li Heng said was true, it would be troublesome. He had initially thought the future calamities in the northern prefecture would be nothing more than the invasion of strange demons, but he hadn't expected it to be accompanied by a natural disaster like a special tremor. Zhuandao, what's going on? Didn't you say the anomaly and calamity would be some time away? Li Heng asked. Zhuandao gave a wry smile. Brother Li, as you know, divination can only vaguely predict the date, not a specific day, much less the magnitude of the calamity. These days, even predicting a disaster in Begin is difficult. Li Heng seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. Suddenly, perhaps because they had been suppressed by Li Heng for too long, the special tremors that had been gradually subsiding erupted violently, impacting the double seal of the great Sun Dharma image and the Earth Dharma image. The innate beings were shocked and hurriedly used their methods to suppress it. If the space collapsed, Jinhua City would be the first to suffer annihilation, and they wouldn't fare any better. Don't worry, this tremor can't break through my seal, Li Heng said calmly. However, everyone, I want to test it. You all withdraw your power. I plan to open an opening. After all, it's better to guide than to block. Keeping it sealed off indefinitely isn't a solution. Everyone nodded and withdrew their power. Li Heng withdrew some of his power, creating an opening to let the special tremor leak out, like a dam releasing a flood. Haha, is this the real world? Suddenly, a wisp of yin energy emerged from the opening. The yin energy materialized into a ghostly creature. However, before it could be arrogant for long, a gigantic hand pressed down on it, obscuring its entire vision, as if the sky had collapsed. Then, it was grasped in Li Heng's palm. Interesting, where did you come from, you little ghost? Li Heng said calmly. The ghostly creature was dumbfounded. What was going on? It had only just arrived in reality. How could it have encountered such a powerful being? It was terrified, its body trembling, and some of the yin energy on its body dissipated with it trembling, its body slowly shrinking. This, great. No, sir. Our underworld also suffered a special tremor, even causing many ghostly realms to collapse. However, after the spatial tremor, a passage was formed. I tried to crawl in and came here. The ghostly figure tried to calm himself down, and his speech finally became fluent. The Zhuangdao group was shocked to hear this. They originally thought that the special tremor was a conspiracy by those strange demons in the underworld, but they didn't expect that the underworld would also experience this situation. What exactly happened? Besides that, what else do you know? Li Heng's expression remained calm as he continued to speak. I don't know anything else. I only thought this was reality because I smelled the aura of the real world in the passage. The ghostly figure shrank his head and said fearfully. He was filled with regret. He should have known better than to crawl into this special passage. Who is it that spread the rumor that the real world was full of fresh humans and excellent souls, a paradise for ghosts like them? That's utter nonsense. How did he end up encountering such a powerful being who could easily crush him as soon as he crawled in? He really killed the ghost. Oh, are you sure you don't know anything? Instantly, the ghostly figure sensed a killing intent. He quickly spoke up. My lord, I know a little more. Some time ago, in our underworld, a force called 10,000 Demon Ridge was suddenly destroyed. The aftershocks of destruction even spread to the surrounding ghost realms, causing heavy damage to many ghosts. Later, a big shot from Suspended Mountain went to investigate and found out that the murderer was a person from the mortal world. He declared that he would make sure the murderer who destroyed 10,000 Demon Ridge died without a burial place. Oh? Li Heng chuckled. Since the murderer is a person from the mortal world, how can he make sure he dies without a burial place? I don't know about that, but that's what the big shot said. However, if special tremors always create passages, then that big shot might come to the mortal world through a passage. The ghost shook its head and gave another guess. Li Heng seemed to understand, and with a slight exertion of force, the ghost burst like a balloon. Source power plus 100. The Zhuangdao members looked extremely ugly. Spatial tremors were one thing, but it was a natural disaster, so they just accepted their bad luck. As long as it doesn't happen every few days, he can still survive. But after the spatial tremor, a special passage will form in the underworld, allowing the strange demons from the underworld to come to the mortal world. Is the heavens determined to destroy Bijin? Natural disasters combined with man-made calamities, no one can stop them. Li Heng was also thinking. However, unlike the pessimistic thoughts of the Zhuangdao people, he felt this was an opportunity. With just the special tremor, he still had to use his power to suppress it, which was a thankless task. But after the special tremor, there would be strange demons invading, which was a great opportunity for him. He could set traps at the entrance of the passage, such as killing formations or using his Dharma form to suppress them. In this way, he could continuously kill monsters. Li Heng's eyes lit up, and he felt that this plan was feasible. Of course, he also knew that the strange demons in the underworld were definitely not mindless monsters or NPCs, they would only fight to the death in one passage. If they saw too many casualties in one passage, they would definitely switch to another. Then he would have to monitor the activity of all passages, or set traps and killing formations in all passages. Gentlemen, I have a favor to ask of you. Please use Jinhua City as the center and search outwards in a circle, reporting back to me all locations where special tremors have occurred. Everyone was taken aback. Brother Li, you mean? Juan Deo asked. That's right. Just as you think, since each special tremor creates a corresponding passage in the underworld, if we find all the locations of special tremors and block all the passages, that will be enough. Li Heng said with a faint smile. But, is that possible? Ma Suxun exclaimed in surprise. If, as Li Heng just said, spatial tremors would occur throughout the entire northern prefecture, how could they possibly manage it? The northern prefecture is vast, comprising 91 counties. Don't worry, everyone, we're not the only ones in the northern prefecture. Li Heng explained. He didn't explain his power to Juan Deo and the others, because admitting he could cover the entire northern prefecture would likely be seen as boasting. It was better to phrase it differently. Juan Deo and the others were stunned. It seemed that was indeed the case. Although most of the aristocratic families in Jinho City were dead, there were still ancestral homes of various aristocratic families in Bijin, which were their true strongholds. If special tremors and strange intrusions occurred near these strongholds, they didn't believe the aristocratic families wouldn't intervene. They could ignore the counties near the aristocratic families and only focus on those outside their sphere of influence, thus reducing their workload by more than half. That way, they might actually be able to cover all the passages. Alright, let's not delay, let's set off immediately. Faced with a life or death crisis, they didn't waste any more words. After exchanging opinions, Xuandeo and the others nodded and flew off in all directions to find the locations of the special tremors. Li Heng watched them leave, then turned to look at the opening he had created. After thinking for a moment, he decided to weaken some of his power and make the opening even larger, waiting for the prey to come to him. On the other side of the passage, in the underworld, more than a dozen innate demons had gathered strangely. Their ghostly realm had crumbled due to the special tremors, and all their subordinates had perished there. But before they could even grieve, a spatial passage appeared. Moreover, the passage possessed a rich aura of the mortal world, clearly leading to it. As Li Heng unleashed his power, the spatial passage became increasingly stable and larger. The many demons' eerie expressions lit up. Everyone, now that the passage is stable, it's large enough for us to travel to the mortal world. Know that the mortal world is paradise, with fresh human flesh and the finest human souls. It can perfectly compensate for the losses from the collapse of our ghostly realm. A wolf-headed demon opened his large hands and laughed loudly. Indeed. What was supposed to be a great calamity has turned into a great opportunity. Humans in the mortal world are excellent nourishment. There's a saying, better to eat a bite of human flesh in the mortal world than to be a king in the underworld. A skeleton shrouded in yin energy chuckled. The demons joined in the jeering, laughing loudly. Let's go to the mortal world. Chapter 214 Fishing is impossible, Air Force. Meanwhile, on the other side of the passage, in the present world, Li Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. He hadn't expected the fish to take the bait so quickly. He had only just widened the passage opening when he sensed the aura of strange demons emanating from it. After a moment's thought, he concealed the power of his great sun and earth dharma images, retaining only their function of suppressing the surrounding space. After all, since the fish had already taken the bait, he couldn't scare them away. This was his first time fishing, and he didn't want to come away empty-handed. Immediately afterward, more than a dozen strange and eerie figures emerged from the passage opening. As these figures slowly approached, stepping out of the unknown shadows, they arrived in the present world. Haha, so this is the present world? Although the yin energy here isn't as dense as in the underworld, it doesn't matter. I can smell a strong human scent, incomparable to those beasts. My appetite is whetted, and I'm already drooling. Those domesticated beasts don't taste good. Humans have no human scent, so what's the point of eating them? After arriving in the present world, these demons burst into laughter. Under the moonlight, they simultaneously unleashed their innate level auras, a surge of malevolent, demonic, and yin energy that swept across the surrounding mountains, startling birds and causing wild beasts to flee. Those who couldn't escape the negative influences either died instantly or were transformed into demons, monsters, or monsters. They weren't just minor monsters, they were powerful demons and monsters at the innate level. Now that they had arrived in the mortal world, they were enough to unleash a bloodbath in the northern prefecture, causing endless calamities for countless lives. That is, if they didn't provoke the prefectural capital, Jinho City, or the powerful families. Gentlemen, I can smell a human city ahead. with the densest population, probably numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Come with me and have a feast. The wolf-headed demon snorted, howling wildly under the moonlight. Have you said enough? Li Heng spoke calmly. He had just stood before this group of demons and observed them briefly. They were all mere shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not even a single great innate realm expert among them, the strongest being only at the peak of the strong innate realm. The demons were suddenly startled, their joyful expressions freezing in their throats as they noticed a tiny human before them. Why hadn't they noticed him before? A sense of dread and wariness rose within them. They exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and then attacked Li Heng together. Now that they were certain this person was human, he was their food, no need for further words. Although this human had managed to shield them from their senses, he must possess some skills, perhaps even reaching the same level as them. But there were more than 10 of them, they could overwhelm him with sheer numbers. A strange, sinister aura surged, and the demons revealed their true forms. Their bizarre attack was like a tsunami, sweeping away everything around them and pressing down on Li Heng. If it weren't for Li Heng's dual dharma form suppressing the void, such an attack would have distorted and even shattered space itself. Li Heng shook his head. How boring. He pointed a finger, and the great sun dharma image and the earth dharma image hummed slightly, transforming into invisible ripples that spread out, directly freezing the demons and their attacks midway, rendering them unable to move. If it weren't for the gentle breeze and the slight rustling of the mountain vegetation, one might have thought that the creator of the world had pressed the pause button, and time had stood still. At this moment, the demons and monsters couldn't even move their eyes, their hearts trembling wildly, realizing that they had definitely provoked a terrifyingly powerful figure and kicked a hornet's nest. They wanted to spread their minds out to beg Li Heng for mercy, or they wanted to use secret techniques to interfere with Li Heng's mind. But when they saw someone actually spread their mind out, their mind leaving their body and touching the dual suppression of the great sun dharma image and the earth dharma image, their mind also froze. Instantly, they dared not make any further moves. You bunch of beasts are decisive, but unfortunately, your strength is a bit weak. Li Heng commented, watching these demons and monsters try to make a move but were intimidated by the situation. Forget it, let's fish some more. He lowered his eyes, his gaze half closed, like a fisherman. Li Heng didn't intend to kill these demons and monsters. Since this passage could attract more than 10 innate demons and monsters in a short time, it was likely to attract even more in the future, perhaps even stronger ones. For now, he could use their demonic aura to increase his fishing efficiency. He could wait until he had nothing left to catch, or until Zhuan Dao and the others returned from their investigation, then it wouldn't be too late to kill them. He needed to cast a long line to catch a big fish. In any case, they were currently being suppressed by 2 dharma aspects without any blind spots. If they could break through, he would actually be happy. Because that would mean these demons and monsters were not only strong at the peak of the innate realm, but might be even stronger, and worth more source energy. Sure enough, on the other side of the passage, in the underworld, demons and monsters from other strange realms had already arrived. At this moment, Wang Donglei and his sister, along with the old man, had escaped the area of the spatial tremor. They were on a mountaintop, feeling the gentle breeze, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, what exactly happened? Wang Donglei asked hurriedly. The feeling just now was terrifying. This wasn't an ordinary earth dragon turning over. The entire world, even he himself, was shaking. If he had stayed there, he probably would have been shaken to pieces. The old man was silent for a moment before speaking. This is a change in the heavens and earth, a spatial tremor. This situation usually occurs in uninhabited forbidden zones, such as the vast, uninhabited desert in the north outside of Dali. Logically, it shouldn't occur in Dali, a territory suppressed by national fortune. But it has happened now. Dali is in trouble. The silent Wang Ling suddenly spoke up, taking over the conversation. Yes, girl, Dali is in trouble. But what I fear isn't that, what I fear is that the entire world is in trouble. It's a pity, a pity, a pity I can't go any further. The old man closed his eyes, his expression pained. The reason he initially decided to embark on the path of the Great Sun was because he knew that only the vast Great Sun could save this critically ill world. However, this path was broken. He spent most of his life traveling to various places, but still couldn't reconnect with it and couldn't make any further progress. For this reason, he even went to cause trouble for the so-called Sunset Organization. But still, he gained nothing. The two siblings from the Wang family were silent. Although they didn't understand what their senior was saying, they could feel the heaviness in his words. Forget it, it's been most of my life and it's still like this. But fortunately, this time when I came back, I was able to see another person who had embarked on this path, and I also met you, girl. It's a blessing. I only ask that this change slow down a bit, give me some time. I will pass on the cultivation technique to you. You are not suitable to walk my path. But I have also deduced a cultivation technique similar to my path, called the Record of World Shaking Light. If you can comprehend its true meaning and combine it with a divine position in your bloodline. The old man was silent for a while, then spoke with a resolute expression. I guarantee your Dharma body will be safe and sound. With that, he condensed a mysterious golden rune in the void. The rune constantly changed, evolving with endless mysteries, directly entering Wang Ling's brow, flooding her mind with boundless information. Then he looked at Wang Donglei. Boy, although your talent is mediocre, I treat geniuses and mediocrities equally. Now that you're practically this girl's brother, I've thought it over and decided to grant you an opportunity. Wang Donglei was delighted to hear this. But just as a streak of light was about to pass above them, it suddenly stopped, revealing Meng Lingayan's figure, looking down at them. Meng Lingayan's purpose was to rush to Bian County to see if a special tremor had also occurred there. If so, if he arrived quickly, he might still be able to remedy the situation. However, when he flew above Wang Donglei and his sister, Meng Lingayan sensed a familiar fluctuation below. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wang Donglei and his sister. What puzzled him even more was that this unfamiliar fluctuation didn't originate from Wang Donglei and his sister, but from an old man beside them, a man he clearly didn't recognize. Wang Donglei looked up and exclaimed, Director Meng? Meng Lingayan immediately descended to Wang Donglei's side. Wang Donglei, what are you doing here? How is Bian County? He asked anxiously. In his view, Wang Donglei's presence here was likely due to a major calamity in Bian County, forcing him to flee here. Wang Donglei was bewildered. How should he answer? Bian County was perfectly fine when he left. Could something have gone wrong? Don't worry, I just used my spiritual senses. There was indeed a special tremor in Bian County, but it was quickly suppressed by some force, so there's probably no damage. The old man spoke calmly. You are. Meng Lingayan was taken aback and looked at the old man. This place should be quite far from Bian County, right? There's at least a distance of 2 or 3 counties between them. Even if this old man is at the peak of the innate realm, he wouldn't have the ability to investigate the situation in Bian County, which is 2 or 3 counties away, right? Or, believe it or not. If you don't believe it, you can go and check, but you'll probably just be wasting your time. The old man said calmly, seemingly having already seen through Meng Lingayan's thoughts. May I ask if you are a Dharma aspect realm expert, senior? Meng Lingayan gritted his teeth, cupped his hands, and asked politely. He had just sensed the old man's strength but couldn't perceive it at all, it was clearly beyond his realm. Combined with the old man's words, he suspected that the old man was a Dharma aspect realm expert above the innate realm. Hey, the old man suddenly laughed upon hearing this, his body twitching. I'm sorry to disappoint you, this old man is not. Instantly, he calmed down and spoke calmly. If it were when he was young, he would definitely be disdainful of such words. After all, the Dharma aspect realm was not his limit. If you were stuck at the peak of the innate realm, unable to advance any further, he would definitely be angry upon hearing such a statement, feeling that it was an insult to him. But now that he's old in body, old in heart, old in temper, he's come to terms with it. Ah! Meng Lingayan was surprised by the unexpected answer. But then he thought about it and realized it was somewhat expected. Asking someone about their strength so abruptly, even with polite words, was still impolite. So, this old man seemed to accept whatever he said? Please forgive my rudeness, senior. I just feel a sense of déjà vu about you. The old man's expression showed surprise. Young man, I've never seen you before. No, senior, I haven't seen you before either. But this feeling is real, a sense of déjà vu. The power and aura seem to be the same as someone around me. Meng Lingayan frowned, as if recalling something. Then he said, half certainly, half uncertainly. The old man was shocked. What? Chapter 215 Welcome to the modern world. Meng Lingayan's answer truly surprised the old man. After all, He was certain he had never seen Meng Lingayan before. However, Meng Lingayan's words did indeed remind him of something. The aura was similar to someone nearby? Could it be? I ask you, is it this aura? The old man's expression turned serious. He extended his wrinkled palm, and a tiny ball of light slowly rose from it, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Meng Lingayan was startled. That's right, it's this aura, this feeling. Upon receiving Meng Lingayan's confirmation, the old man's eyes lit up. I've searched high and low without finding it, and now it's right here. Who is that person beside you? Where are they now? The old man was overjoyed, immediately realizing this was another kindred spirit. He now only wanted to find this person immediately. He had made many new discoveries since returning from beyond the Great Lee. But unfortunately, he was too old to implement them, or perhaps bestow them upon someone walking the same path. If this person wasn't an old man like himself. But that seemed impossible. After all, the older generation in the Great Lee dynasty knew that this path was closed, and they wouldn't willingly choose to walk the path of the Great Sun. Even if they did, they would probably find another way. Only young people who knew nothing, full of vigor and with the fearlessness of a newborn calf, dared to embark on this path. I'd consider him half a friend, half a teacher, Meng Lingayan said, his expression becoming complicated. Of course, I wouldn't dare to be a teacher now, since his cultivation is far superior to mine. He shook his head with a sigh, feeling somewhat wistful. What? His cultivation is far superior to yours? The old man was taken aback, his face showing surprise. Meng Lingayan was puzzled by the old man's sudden change in expression. What's wrong, senior? His cultivation is indeed higher than mine, and terrifyingly higher. To be honest, I don't even know the extent of his power yet. Not long ago, he even reversed the power of the Dharma aspect and killed it. As he spoke, a sense of pride appeared on his face. Reverse the power of the Dharma aspect from the innate level, the old man continued to press. Of course. Hearing the conversation between Meng Lingayan and the old man, Wang Donglei and Wang Ling, the siblings beside him, were dumbfounded. Especially after hearing the latter part, they exclaimed in disbelief. To them, the innate realm was already considered divine. Flying through the heavens and traversing the earth, wielding the primordial energy of heaven and earth. What kind of lofty realm was the Dharma form above the innate realm? Yet this person could use an innate realm to defy the Dharma form, which was simply beyond their imagination. At the same time, they were also very curious how Director Meng knew such a person. They knew that Director Meng had only recently reached the true key realm, and even now, after advancing to the innate realm, he was only at the initial stage. Logically, it would be difficult for him to know such a person. What are you two surprised about? You know this person. Meng Lingayan looked at Wang Donglei and Wang Ling and said calmly. You know him? Wang Donglei and Wang Ling were somewhat confused. But soon they seemed to realize something. Could it be? That's right, you're right, Li Heng. Meng Lingayan said casually. Instantly, Wang Donglei and Wang Ling were stunned. What? It's Brother Li. How is that possible? Did Brother Li just advance to the true key realm not long ago? How come he's become a powerful figure with the innate reversal Dharma aspect in just a few days? They wondered if they were dreaming. Never mind that for now. Tell me, where's that Li Heng? I need to see him. The old man hurriedly said. Then may I ask, Senior, why do you want to see him? Meng Lingayan felt a sense of vigilance. These are turbulent times, and Li Heng possesses astonishing combat power. He cannot afford to lose him, otherwise, the northern prefecture will surely descend into chaos. If he reveals his location, but this person comes to cause trouble for Li Heng, then things will be complicated. I'm going to see him to save him and teach him, the old man said solemnly. Even if everyone on the path of the Great Sun possesses unparalleled combat power and can kill enemies across major realms, to achieve the innate reversal Dharma aspect, one must reach the supreme innate realm, or even the peak of the innate realm. But the path of the Great Sun is broken. The area near the end of the broken path is even more fragmented. Therefore, once one goes too far ahead, it is difficult to correct one's course. If it's just the peak of the innate realm, that's fine, but if he's already reached the half-step Dharma aspect stage and established his own path, then it's troublesome. In that case, even the new things he brought back might not save him. He might end up like him, stuck at the half-step Dharma aspect stage, unable to advance an inch. Save him, teach him? Meng Lingayan's expression turned strange. He carefully examined the old man, who was unkempt. Although incredibly mysterious, as if shrouded in mist, judging from his aura, he felt this person was inferior to Li Heng. He even suspected that this person couldn't beat that kid Li Heng. What, you don't believe me? The old man raised an eyebrow. He wasn't particularly angry. After all, countless people had questioned him over the years. One more wouldn't make a difference. He wasn't concerned about this person but about another fellow cultivator. Given his personality, he would have ignored him long ago. Senior, let's put it this way, Meng Lingayan said after thinking for a moment. The light sphere in your hand feels similar to that of Li Heng, but similar doesn't mean the same. I think Li Heng's power is stronger. He frowned, realizing his statement was inappropriate, and added, it should be said that his power is closer to the essence. The old man was stunned, then laughed in exasperation. He had immersed himself in the Great Sun Dao for most of his life, not only in the entire Great Li, but even among the surrounding kingdoms. No one was stronger than him. How many years had it been since he returned to Great Li? How could someone stronger than him in the Great Sun Dao appear? And closer to the essence? What a joke. Fine, fine, let me show you my power. The old man shook his head, his aura surging. It seemed that a prodigy had emerged in Great Li recently, progressing rapidly on the Great Sun Dao, which gave this person such an impression. But his light sphere was just a trick. Immediately, a Dharma image slowly rose behind the old man. This was unmistakably an illusory great sun, appearing and disappearing, each time it radiated boundless light, illuminating the surrounding mountains and forests, while simultaneously carrying a faint, almost imperceptible heat, the very essence of a sun that vanquishes evil. The moment it appeared, even the surrounding void seemed to tremble. What do you think? The old man said with a smug smile. This was the culmination of most of his life's work. If the path to the great sun hadn't been severed, preventing him from truly comprehending its essence and only able to approximate it, his Dharma form would have been even stronger, no longer a faint, indistinct phantom. Meng Lingayan's expression was strange. So this senior was following a similar path to Li Heng? Senior, forgive my bluntness, but you are still far inferior. He also possesses this Dharma form, but is incredibly solid, not just a faint, indistinct phantom, it has materialized. Moreover, the light he emits is far greater than yours, enough to illuminate an entire county. At the same time, the essence and power of the great sun contained within it are incredibly strong, making one truly feel as if the great sun is right before them. The old man was dumbfounded upon hearing this. This was still inferior? Are you kidding me? Li Heng, suppressing the urge to sneeze, frowned. Who was talking about him? He looked towards the passage entrance, sensing the increasingly intense eerie aura of demons on the other side. Clearly, more and more fish were gathering. On the other side of the passage, in the underworld, demons and monsters from several surrounding ghost realms had already gathered. Among them were many powerful demons and monsters at the innate level. However, most were cannon fodder below the innate level, there to watch the show. Gentlemen, are these cannon fodder enough? An innate demon asked ominously. They had seen the special passage leading to the mortal world, but why hadn't they entered yet? Naturally, they needed cannon fodder to scout ahead. Otherwise, what if the other side of the passage was a dead end, or contained traps? Better safe than sorry. These innate demons and monsters didn't come from the same faction, but from different ghost realms nearby. Naturally, they couldn't cooperate like the previous batch of innate monsters. Now, with the addition of cannon fodder below the innate level, they needed to scout ahead first to prevent themselves from falling into danger. Most of the demons and monsters below the innate level were startled upon hearing this and turned to flee. No wonder these innate demons and monsters were so kind, not driving them away despite such an opportunity. They wanted them as cannon fodder. Now was the time to run, though it was too late. They were all imprisoned by the innate power. As for the small number of demons and monsters below the innate level, those were all connected to the various innate demons and monsters, with master-disciple or elder-junior relationships. They didn't need to worry about becoming cannon fodder, at least not on this situation. HMPH, why are you fools running? We've given you the first taste of the soup. Aren't you satisfied? If you want resources, if you want to eat fresh human flesh, then you have to take risks. Another innate demon said disdainfully. Apart from those who truly had the resources, the other demons and monsters below the innate level who dared to join the fray in this situation were clearly not smart enough. Those brainless trash should just die. It would save them from wasting the yin energy of the underworld. In my opinion, you're being too cautious. There are also demonic and strange auras on the other side of the passage, but there haven't been any unusual fluctuations. They're clearly alive and well, obviously from the previous batch. If we dawdle any longer, we won't even get a sip of soup. Another innate demon, clearly impatient, voiced a different opinion. The mortal world is so vast, there's no way we won't get some soup. Be careful in everything, it's never wrong. Yet another innate strange objected. Alright, stop arguing. Throw these cannon fodder in. The numerous innate demons and strange beings threw these cannon fodder below the innate level into the passage, sending them to the other side. In the mortal world, they found that the cannon fodder's auras hadn't changed, they were alive and well. This should be fine. I attached my soul thoughts to these cannon fodder, so I can observe the situation on the other side of the passage, and I haven't found anything unusual. An innate yin spirit said with a smile. Okay, let's go in then. Immediately, these innate demons and strange beings also went in. After passing through the special passage, they all arrived in the mortal world, smelling the fresh air and feeling the gentle breeze. Then they saw the demons and strange beings frozen in place. And standing before them was a young human. Heng calmly observed the numerous and bizarre innate demons, casually crushing the so-called soul thoughts in his palm, opening his arms, and laughing loudly. Welcome everyone to the mortal world. The great sun dharma image and the earth dharma image slowly emerged. Chapter 216, A bountiful harvest of source power. The innate yin spirit, its scattered thoughts crushed by Heng, groaned and fainted from the backlash, collapsing to the ground. The other innate demons were greatly alarmed, realizing it was a trap. However, their thoughts differed, and they were not united. Some, seeing that Heng was not to be trifled with, turned and fled, even using various secret techniques to escape. After all, the mortal world was so vast, as long as they ran far enough, this person couldn't catch them. Others chose to gang up on Heng. In their view, even if this human was powerful, he was just one person. What trouble could one person cause? Together, they could easily suppress him. In this way, it was their opportunity. After all, they lived in the yin world and had never consumed the flesh and blood of an innate level human, nor their superior souls. If someone else had been guarding this place, they might have been able to turn the tables, given their sheer numbers, or perhaps a few lucky ones might have escaped. But unfortunately for them, they had encountered Heng. The great sun dharma image shone brightly, reversing the darkness of night, as if the sun had prematurely reappeared in the world, illuminating the surrounding mountains as if it were daytime. Simultaneously, the earth dharma image trembled, suppressing the surrounding void and the demons and monsters, rendering them immobile. With this two-pronged approach, no demon or monster could escape. Many of the suppressed demons bulged their veins, while the monsters surged with yin energy, constantly twisting and contorting, seemingly trying to unleash their full power before being completely suppressed. Heng frowned upon seeing this. It seemed there were too many suppressed demons and monsters. Even this had caused them to make a move. He looked at the passage, sensed it, and found no trace of demons or monsters in the underworld on the other side. It was likely that the previous batch was the last. Since there were no more fish in this pond, it was time to reel them in. Heng's expression was indifferent as he caused the great sun dharma image to erupt again. True solar fire suddenly rose in the void, directly igniting all the demons and monsters present. These demons and monsters initially suffered greatly, their expressions contorted in agony. Because the true fire of the sun not only burned their bodies but also their souls. What they had to endure was pain that penetrated deep into their souls. However, this pain soon disappeared. They were all reduced to ashes and vanished completely. Heng felt a little regretful upon seeing this. He had been too merciful and shouldn't have used the true fire of the sun. The true fire of the sun burned too quickly, and these demons and monsters couldn't withstand it for long, not even letting them experience the pain for long. However, the joy of gaining source power quickly dispelled his regret. Although there were no great innate realm cultivators among these demons and monsters, their sheer number was overwhelming. This wave directly yielded 15,000 points of source power. It was another overnight fortune. It was equivalent to annihilating the 10,000 demon ridge once again. Heng felt wonderful. Although he was restricted from entering the underworld due to its rejection and divine punishment, the demons and monsters in the underworld had actually come out. Now was the time to harvest them. Anyway, There were many such passages in the northern prefecture. If this passage was gone, he would go to the next one. At this moment, he also sensed that the special vibrations on his side had stopped, and he no longer needed to use the Great Sun Dharma image and Earth Dharma image to suppress them. He then withdrew them. However, the passage entrance still existed. Li Heng pondered for a moment and did not intend to seal it. He used the power of the Earth Dharma image to mobilize the surrounding earth veins, forming a huge network that enveloped the area. As long as any demons or monsters entered the mortal world through this passage entrance, they would suffer a counterattack from the earth vein power, essentially a killing formation. As long as those demons or monsters' cultivation and combat power did not exceed his, he did not need to worry about the trap being broken. After doing this, Li Heng planned to leave and find the next location of special vibrations. Anyway, there was earth vein power here, automatically maintaining and automatically fighting monsters, helping him farm source power. As long as demons or monsters showed their faces, they would hardly have a chance of survival, so he did not need to pay much attention. When they left, Xuandao and the others would leave their auras along the way for Li Heng to track. Now he did not need to search randomly, he could simply follow the auras left behind. He flew all the way, completely leaving the distance of Jinhua City. Li Heng casually followed a wisp of energy and arrived at an unfamiliar county northwest of Jinhua City. His mind expanded, and he immediately sensed the area of special tremors. In a flash, he appeared within the tremor's reach. It was a vast plain, roughly 10,000 acres of rice paddies. However, these paddies had all been destroyed by the special tremors, leaving them pitted and uneven. Xuandao unleashed his power. The Thunderpool Dharma image manifested, attempting to suppress the special tremors. However, the area of the tremors was simply too vast. Even with his full power, he couldn't completely suppress the space like Li Heng had, and some distortions caused by special fluctuations still occurred. Drip. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, ripples spreading across the water's surface. He was struggling, his internal energy burning wildly. He had seen Li Heng easily suppress the special tremors, and given his own peak innate realm cultivation, he had initially thought this task would be easy. So, perhaps it was because Li Heng was too strong. But surely Li Heng wasn't weak either? Even if it wasn't easy, it shouldn't be too difficult. He hadn't expected to struggle so much on his own. Are you alright over there? Li Heng suddenly appeared beside Xuandao. Xuandao was slightly taken aback. Li Heng had handled things so quickly? Nothing serious here, just a special tremor. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to answer. Li Heng fell silent. Are you sure it's nothing serious? He was covered in sweat, his entire body trembling. It looked like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. He shook his head, then unleashed the Great Sun Dharma form, radiating boundless light, and used the Earth Dharma form to suppress the void. With both methods combined, he directly suppressed the special tremor across the entire plane. You should rest. You can't force yourself to do this. It wasn't that he was disrespecting Xuandao. Rather, this matter was far too important, concerning his grand hunting plan. Not to mention, if Xuandao couldn't hold on, another violent eruption of special tremors would only cause an even greater disaster. Taking over Xuandao's task, Li Heng, as before, withdrew a portion of his power to create a passage, and began to sense the aura on the other side, initiating the hunt. And at this moment, Meng Lingayan, along with Wang Donglei and his sister, and the old man, arrived outside Jinhua City at the place where Li Heng had suppressed the space, shaving off half of the mountain peak. He had originally wanted to check on the situation in Bian County. However, this senior seemed genuinely eager to see Li Heng, directly sharing his vision with him and allowing him to sense the situation in Bian County. Everything was fine. Reassured, he was both shocked by the senior's cultivation level and, fulfilling the senior's wish, led them to find Li Heng. The old man, on the other hand, was wavering. Rationally, he didn't believe there was anyone in Dali who understood the Great Sun better than him. Even though this young man named Meng Lingayan claimed his methods were inferior to that person's Dharma form, he still believed it. After a brief moment of confusion and surprise, he felt that Meng Lingayan was just being stubborn. No one understood the Great Sun better than him. But emotionally, a thought kept tempting him. What if someone really had traversed the path of the Great Sun? Reason told him it was absolutely impossible. But the thought naturally surfaced in his mind, to hell with reason, I just want to see for myself, seeing is believing. Then he saw the golden net of earth vein power that enveloped the entrance to the passage, covering the remaining half of the mountain peak and indirectly sealing the passage. Everyone fell silent. Meng Lingayan remained silent, wondering, where did that kid Li Heng go? Could it be that Li Heng had already dealt with it? No way, so fast? Wang Donglei and Wang Ling were silently shocked. They had never seen such a scene, such power. It was like a mortal seeing a giant serpent that could devour the world. That fear of the colossal creature, that feeling of insignificance filled their hearts. The old man, however, remained silent with a strange expression. Where is the person you mentioned? Where did he go? And this power is clearly not the great sun. Although the essence of this power is very high, I can't even understand what kind of power it is, but it's definitely not the great sun. You're not trying to lie to me, are you? The old man revealed an unfriendly look, looking at Meng Lingayan. Meng Lingayan quickly shook his head, like a rattled drum. How could I dare to deceive you, senior? This vast net covering half the mountain peak must be his method, sealing that special passage. He's probably finished dealing with things here and left now. The old man remained disdainful upon hearing this. So what does this have to do with the great sun? Although it shows that the Li Heng you mentioned is definitely not weak, I'm not even confident I can break this net. Didn't you say his great sun Dao is stronger than mine? Why don't I feel it at all? His power isn't even remotely similar to the great sun, it's completely unrelated. Meng Lingayan laughed. The old man raised an eyebrow. What are you laughing at, kid? Did you really lie to me? Let me tell you, I hate being lied to. No, senior, you don't know this. This is actually another of his powers. Meng Lingayan smiled faintly. Besides comprehending that great sun Dao like you, he also possesses this profound, seemingly all-encompassing power. This kind of power is more suitable for sealing, isn't it? The old man scoffed upon hearing this. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You mean, this Li Heng you mentioned is walking 2 paths simultaneously? Meng Lingayan nodded. That's right, senior. Then let me ask you, who can walk 2 paths at the same time? Aren't they afraid of the 2 paths conflicting and causing problems? And you even said his great sun path is stronger than mine? That kid started cultivating from birth? I've immersed myself in the great sun path my whole life, and I'm weaker than that kid who's juggling 2 paths? What a joke. The old man glared at Meng Lingayan. And let me tell you, from ancient times to the present, there has never been a precedent of walking 2 paths, not even for peerless geniuses or chosen ones. Do you even understand the Dharma aspect realm? The Dharma aspect represents a person's fundamental path. Can there be 2 fundamental paths? Once you possess the Dharma aspect, you have no other desires. Why would you need to cultivate another path? The old man disdainfully explained to Meng Lingayan. Ah, right. Meng Lingayan nodded repeatedly. He didn't argue with the angry old man, nor did he engage in any verbal sparring until the old man calmed down. He chuckled and said, Senior, I found his aura. We can follow it to find him. Do you want to go? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Fierce Sky. Li Heng frowned. He realized that even if he deliberately left a passage, it wouldn't necessarily attract the various demons and monsters of the underworld, as was the case now. There was no aura of demons or monsters on the other side of the passage. However, after thinking about it again, he found it quite reasonable. Although he didn't know how large the underworld was, it certainly wouldn't be much smaller than the mortal world, otherwise, it wouldn't have nurtured so many demons and monsters, subtly opposing the mortal world, each being its opposite. Therefore, even if special tremors occurred in the underworld, it wouldn't necessarily happen within a specific ghostly realm, it could also occur in a wasteland where no demons or monsters existed. Naturally, no demons or monsters would discover the special passage. He sighed. It seemed he had been too optimistic. He had assumed that every passage would produce demons and monsters, leading to a specific ghostly realm, but it turned out to be random. Then, thinking again, Li Heng pondered for a moment. If special tremors were random for both the underworld and the mortal world, wouldn't it mean the tremors weren't controlled by humans, but rather a genuine natural disaster? Or perhaps, it's not just targeting the mortal realm, but also the underworld? Combined with the anomalies in the heavens and earth, Li Heng had a vague premonition: a storm was brewing. This so-called spatial tremor might just be the result of the collision between the mortal and underworld realms. He shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts. No demons or monsters had escaped from the spatial passage, but he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He needed to take precautions first, using the power of the earth's veins to envelop it. If any unfortunate demons or monsters did manage to escape through this passage, he would simply harvest them as source energy. With a thought, the Earth Dharma form erupted with power. The Earth's vein power surged again, then connected and communicated, forming a vast net that rose from the ground, causing the soil to churn and the ground to tremble, instantly covering the entire plain. Xuandao looked at everything before him with a complex expression. Just how high was Li Heng's true strength? He had easily suppressed the spatial tremor that had given him so much trouble, and yet he could also unleash another completely different, but extremely powerful and profound, force to seal this place? Who exactly is at the peak of the innate realm? Or are all those who follow the great sun path this strong? He felt a sense of despair. Alright, this place is mostly done. Li Heng clapped his hands and turned to look at Xuandao. Brother Xuandao, have you rested well? If you have, let's hurry to the next spatial tremor location. This matter is of great importance, so it's best not to delay. Although they didn't expect to be able to find and seal the entire spatial tremor area of Bijin overnight, they at least needed to clear out the spatial tremors near Jinhu City, handling as many as they could. Yes, I've recovered almost completely. Xuandao nodded, intending to say goodbye to Li Heng and part ways. At this moment, a golden streak of light flew from the distant horizon, streaking across the sky and instantly arriving in front of this plain, where he saw the large net formed by Li Heng using the power of the earth veins. It seems this place has been resolved as well. The streak of light dispersed, revealing Meng Lingayan, Wang Donglei, Wang Ling, and the old man. Although the old man was somewhat annoyed, feeling that Meng Lingayan was spouting nonsense. How could one person possibly have the energy to cultivate two paths simultaneously? That's utter nonsense. But then he thought about it again. Since he was already here, he might as well go and see for himself. Wang Donglei and his sister Wang Ling were still in shock. After all, this plain was much larger than the mountain that had been cut in half. Therefore, the network of earth vein power enveloping the entire plain was also much larger than the network on that mountain peak. Their megalophobia deepened further. The old man looked at everything before him and clicked his tongue. This was beyond his expectations. Even he would find it extremely difficult to use such a method to seal such a vast plain. This person was indeed truly talented, and his strength might not be weaker than his own. However, this also deepened his suspicions. This person's great Xuandao was definitely inferior to his own. How could someone who could cultivate such power and such a path to such a pinnacle level have the energy to cultivate the great Xuandao? He probably just dabbled in it casually, using it for fun. He thought contemptuously, and at the same time felt sorrow. The great Xuandao, the glorious righteous path, how could it be treated so lightly? The road was blocked after all. Sensing the arrival of outsiders, Xuandao and Li Heng instantly appeared before them. Grandpa, what brings you here? Have you discovered something? Li Heng asked in surprise. And this is? He turned to look at the old man. He still remembered Wang Donglei and his sister. The girl's bloodline was very special, and he remembered it vividly. Oh, let me introduce you. Meng Lingayan was stunned when he saw Li Heng suddenly appear. He thought Li Heng had already finished dealing with things here and was heading to the next place. He didn't expect them to arrive so just in time. Hearing Li Heng's words, he quickly went through the formalities and prepared to introduce himself. Then he suddenly realized that he didn't know the name of this senior, and he froze. My name is Lai Dangquang. At this moment, the old man suddenly spoke, standing with his hands behind his back. Lai Dangquang? Xuandao's expression changed upon hearing this. Li Heng sensed it slightly, and his expression became subtle. I heard this name yesterday. Lai Dangquang's expression changed slightly. You've heard it? Yes, I heard this person's evaluation from a friend. What did he say about him? Lai Dangquang asked in a deep voice. He said this person is a pitiful yet hateful madman, who specializes in leading talented newcomers down a dead end with no hope. Li Heng glanced at the silent Xuandao beside him and chuckled. How, a pitiful yet hateful madman? A fair assessment. Lai Dangquang shook his head, his expression a mixture of a smile and a cry, which, combined with his somewhat tattered attire, made him appear mad. "That's right, young man, you've probably guessed it already. I am this madman." He calmed down in an instant and said calmly. "At first, I also thought he was a madman, but now that I've seen him with my own eyes, I realize he's not. He's just a persistent person. You must be looking for me now." Li Heng replied with a light laugh. "That's right, I'm looking for you. I heard from this kid named Meng Lingayan that your great son Dao is very strong and has a high level of attainment." He glanced at Meng Lingayan beside him, a glint in his eyes, and said lightly, "That kid Meng Lingayan?" Upon hearing this term, Li Heng's expression became subtle. Although the old man's seniority did allow him to call Meng Lingayan youngster, he still felt a little awkward as he addressed Meng Lingayan as Grandpa Meng. This seniority was truly extraordinary. "I dare not presume to claim such high attainments, I merely know a little bit," Li Heng chuckled, quite modestly. "You are Li Daikong, Grandpa Li?" Zhuan Daomo interjected, uttering a seemingly pointless remark. He had initially thought it was a coincidence of namesakes, but upon sensing the faint power fluctuations emanating from the old man, he became increasingly certain. "Oh? You know me?" Li Dankong asked, somewhat surprised. "I know a little. My master is Li Changfeng." Zhuan Daomo bowed respectfully to Li Dankong. "Li Changfeng? Oh, that's the young man. I know him. He can be someone's master now? Interesting. It seems he has already advanced to the Dharma aspect realm, perhaps even reaching the second realm." Li Dankong sighed, then smiled. Zhuan Dao was delighted to see this. It seemed the old man was quite easy to talk to. He was about to speak, wanting to continue the conversation, when he noticed Li Dankong's expression change, and he spoke coldly. "You must be the friend that kid mentioned. A pitiful yet hateful madman, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhuan Dao froze. This old man has lived for so long, how can his senses still be so sharp? He actually locked onto him immediately? It's over, he can't beat this old man. He sighed inwardly, hoping that his master's influence would work. "HMPH, I'll settle accounts with you later, kid." Li Dankong glared at Zhuan Dao. After saying this, he ignored Zhuan Dao and continued to look at Li Heng. "Since you say you know a little, may this old man see some of it?" Meng Lingayan said. "You're very strong." Li Dankong narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "If Senior wants to see it, then so be it." Li Heng smiled lightly. Everyone was startled, a faint scent of gunpowder emanating from the two sides. Why were they already planning a fight after just meeting? "HMPH, I don't ask much of you," said Li Dankong slowly. "If you can satisfy me, and you truly wish to walk the path of the Great Sun, then I can give you something new that has consumed most of my life, helping you reconnect this broken path." He was old and frail. He could only place his hopes on these young people. "This junior thanks Elder Li for his kindness," Li Heng said with a smile. His gratitude was genuine. But it wasn't for Li Dankong's words, but for the Great Sun visualization diagram he had left behind. That diagram had indeed helped him greatly. Even now, he hadn't fully visualized it. It also revealed the high level of Li Dankong's cultivation. His understanding of the Great Sun had at least reached the Dharma form stage. He was currently stuck below the Dharma form stage only because the path was broken, preventing him from comprehending the true meaning of the Great Sun. "No need for thanks," Li Dankong said calmly. "I only hope you can satisfy this old man." Behind him, the Great Sun Dharma image faintly emerged, radiating light, with invisible, faint ripples spreading in all directions. Li Heng, seeing this, seemed to understand. It was one thing to lack the highest essence of the Great Sun, but also to be unable to comprehend its true meaning and construct a true Great Sun Dharma, leaving the Great Sun Dharma image in a state of illusion. This was why it appeared and disappeared. However, this old man seemed to have made a new discovery. Even without Dharma, this illusory Great Sun Dharma image could subtly distort the surrounding laws of heaven and earth, touching upon the power of a true Dharma image. It was just a pity that it was stuck at this stage. He shook his head and sighed. Then with a thought, the Great Sun Dharma image manifested in its most sublime form, like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 218. Can there be only one sun in the sky? Although Li Dankong was very proud of his condensed Great Sun Dharma image, which, apart from the Great Sun true meaning, had reached its pinnacle in all aspects and was the culmination of his life's work, he still didn't believe he had gone astray and remained proud of cultivating the Great Sun path. This was a glorious righteous path, Since this kid was abandoning the righteous path and not focusing on one path, but instead straddling two boats and cultivating other paths, he would teach him a lesson and let him know the power of the Great Sun path. However, at this moment, under the eruption of Li Heng's Great Sun Dharma image, his Dharma image's light was instantly suppressed. Under Li Heng's dazzling Great Sun light, Li Dangquan couldn't help but have a misconception. The light of a firefly dared to compete with the bright moon? And he was a firefly. This was impossible. Li Dangquan came back to his senses, utterly shocked. Boy, don't think you're so great just because you shine brightly. He still didn't believe Li Heng could surpass him on this path, roaring as he tried to unleash the full power of his Dharma image to suppress Li Heng. This Dharma image was indeed very strong. Reaching its zenith, it erupted with intense light, interfering with the surrounding laws of heaven and earth. Within this range, all evil and strange phenomena had nowhere to hide, making it his domain. Within this range, he could manipulate the laws of heaven and earth at will. However, he was still suppressed by Li Heng's Great Sun Dharma image. In fact, as Li Heng's Great Sun Dharma image shone brightly, the range of his Dharma image's illumination shrank continuously. Finally, no matter how much power he unleashed, the light retreated into his Dharma image, unable to shine outwards at all. Since ancient times, there have never been two suns in the sky. The Great Sun Dharma image, blazing in the sky, might be the culmination of his life's work, a product of reaching the pinnacle. But ultimately, it lacked the true meaning and essence of the Great Sun. It was, in reality, a false product. It was a near-perfect product, merely named the Great Sun Dharma image. When this false image encountered Li Heng's relatively real Great Sun Dharma image, it naturally crumbled upon contact. It was already remarkable that Li Dangquan could maintain his Dharma form from collapsing. He had made a new discovery. Senior, you've done your best, Li Heng said calmly. It must be said that Li Dangquan's understanding of the Great Sun was very strong. His Dharma form structure was even more complex than his own. However, without the true meaning of the Great Sun, without its true essence, everything was in vain. Li Dangquan couldn't believe it. Seeing his Dharma form inferior to Li Heng's, his life's work so easily suppressed, a great sense of defeat rose in his heart. But he also understood what this situation meant. An endless expectation immediately rose in his heart. He remained silent for a long time, uttering the first word, then froze, his expression hesitant. He wanted to ask, yet dared not. He feared the answer he would receive wouldn't be what he wanted. Had what he had pursued for most of his life truly been resolved? Li Dangquan now felt like a child holding a gift box. Inside might be what he most desired, or it might be the cruelest prank, making him want to escape. Just as Senior sees, Li Heng said. The Great Sun Path severance doesn't exist for me. But Li Heng wasn't one to be sentimental. He calmly uttered the answer Li Dangquan sought. Instantly, Li Dangquan was stunned. Meanwhile, Zhuan Dao, standing beside him, was inwardly reeling. When he first witnessed Li Heng's Great Sun Dharma form ruthlessly crush his Thunderpool Dharma form, a suspicion arose in his mind. Perhaps Li Heng had truly comprehended the Great Sun's true meaning. However, he lacked evidence, remaining only a guess, a suspicion. Furthermore, throughout history, no peerless genius or monstrous prodigy had ever successfully cultivated the Great Sun's Dao. When he first conceived of this idea, he felt he was indulging in wishful thinking, challenging his common sense. It was like someone saying 1 + 1 = 3. But now, Li Heng had admitted it. This meant the Great Sun's Dao could be cultivated. It wasn't, as everyone speculated, that the path was broken, or that there was no possibility of cultivation at all. He didn't understand what the ability to cultivate the Great Sun's Dao meant. But he knew that Li Heng's talent might surpass all the geniuses of all time. Zhuan Dao's expression was complex. He felt he had underestimated Li Heng, even after several attempts to elevate him. At this moment, Li Dangquan, who had been silent for a long time, spoke tremblingly. Are you really sure? He wasn't afraid, but overjoyed, trembling with excitement. Senior has already seen it, Li Heng replied calmly. Then how did you do it? Li Dangquan stepped closer, pressing for an answer. Then, he suddenly shook his head and took a step back. No. Since ancient times, there have never been two suns in the sky. Since you were able to reconnect with the severed path of the Great Sun, it proves you are stronger. You are more qualified than me to cultivate the Great Sun path and save this world. My cultivation is meaningless. Before him, a Dharma image appeared. He then stretched out his palm, intending to shatter this laughable great sun Dharma image. He was old, but the great sun was unique. Why should this old man obstruct the young man's path? Shattering it would be fine. He could even transform it into fragments of the Dharma image and bestow them upon this young man. Why must you do this, senior? Li Heng shook his head, his great sun Dharma image trembling, shattering Li Dangquang's Dharma image, leaving him empty-handed. Li Dangquang was slightly taken aback, looked up at Li Heng, and spoke. You don't need to do this. I have already thought this decision through carefully. Some paths are unique, and only one person can achieve them. In Great Japan, there is a saying that there can only be one sun in the sky. Li Heng shook his head again upon hearing this. Don't worry, senior, my great sun Dharma image is very ordinary. There can only be one sun in the sky since ancient times? What a joke. There are many versions of the sun. The stellar sun of the physical universe in my previous life, the mystical great sun of this world with its many concepts, the source of strangeness, the terrifying abyssal black sun, or the source of all light, hanging high at the top of all worlds, the supreme great sun at the pinnacle of everything. Aren't these all suns? The so-called "there can only be one sun in the sky" is just that this sky is too small. Not to mention that he is not following the pure path of the great sun, but rather the path of using yang to replace the sky, to achieve the supreme and highest heaven. What does the saying "there can't be two suns in the sky" have to do with him? This kind of uniqueness restriction only applies to those deeply entrenched in a certain concept. It has absolutely no effect on truly powerful beings who transcend concepts and are self-centered. For example, the three pure ones represent the three stages of heaven and earth. Yuanqi represents the origin, Tao and Dao represent existence, and Lingbao represents the end. Does removing the three concepts and three stages of origin, existence, and end mean they are no longer the three pure ones? For truly powerful beings, it's not that they represent concepts, but that concepts require them to represent them. Extraordinary? Li Dangquang was stunned for a moment, looking up at Li Heng's still manifested great sun Dharma image, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Instantly, with his understanding of the great sun Dao in his seasoned eyes, he instantly discovered many differences. The differences here didn't just refer to his Dharma image, but to the great sun in the sky. However, he could only see the differences, but he couldn't discern where those differences lay. In the end, he could only bewilderedly blurt out, I don't understand. Li Dangquang was somewhat dumbfounded. He discovered that Li Heng's great sun Dharma image encompassed more than just the concepts of the celestial sun, capable of vanquishing demons and purifying evil from all directions. It also possessed an incomparably lofty and awe-inspiring quality, causing even the laws of heaven and earth to yield before it. Furthermore, he sensed that this Dharma image was unusually heavy, slightly distorting the surrounding space. Countless reactions seemed to be constantly occurring within it. Although he couldn't discern the nature of these reactions, he could sense the terrifying energy within. A single strike from it would cripple even a Dharma image cultivator. With so many elements combined, he felt the Dharma image was indeed incredibly powerful, but why did it seem so far removed from the celestial sun? It felt like only the outward appearance resembled it. Seeing this, Li Heng smiled and took out the great sun visualization diagram. Senior, thank you for leaving this. If it weren't for this visualization diagram, I might not have embarked on the path of the great sun. Upon hearing this, Li Dangquang stared blankly at the visualization diagram. Wasn't this the diagram he had left in Bian City when he left Dali? So the one in Bian City was also this kid? However, after looking at the visualization diagram and then at the great sun Dharma image manifested by Li Heng, his expression became increasingly strange. This isn't the same thing, is it? The visualization diagram depicted his previous understanding of the structure of the great sun, but after comparing them, he found many differences between the structure of the great sun in the visualization diagram and the structure of Li Heng's great sun Dharma image. He couldn't even see that they came from the same source. Li Heng smiled upon hearing this. You'd be lucky to see it. Having personally witnessed the great sun in the sky, he corrected many errors in the visualization diagram, some of which were very fundamental. Once the foundation was changed, it naturally wouldn't resemble the original. He thought for a moment and then explained. Those who imitate me die. Those who learn from me live. This is an eternal truth. I only use the great sun visualization diagram as a reference, not to learn it completely. That's why I still haven't fully grasped it. Of course, This refers to the structure of the Great Sun depicted in the Great Sun visualization diagram. His progress in visualizing the Great Sun is only 80%. Only by reaching 100% can he fully understand its structure. Li Dangquan was even more surprised upon hearing this. You've started your own path so early? No wonder, no wonder. He sighed. Perhaps this is what's necessary to walk the path of the Great Sun. No, you're overthinking it, I just have a cheat code. Li Heng wanted to answer like that, but after considering it, he decided not to say anything that might provoke Li Dangquan, who was quite old. I'm really getting old, the student has surpassed the teacher. Li Dangquan continued to sigh. He could also see that the structure of Li Heng's Great Sun Dharma image was significantly superior to the structure of the Great Sun depicted in his Great Sun visualization diagram. You must know, this visualization diagram is at the Dharma image level. This kid, however, can modify the visualization diagram at the Dharma aspect level, optimizing the result of his Great Sun Dharma aspect. This kid is absolutely a peerless genius. No, he's a monster. By forging one's own path ahead of time, and thus avoiding the impact of the Great Sun path being severed, then this is one's own Great Sun, and naturally, it won't be affected by the no two suns in heaven principle. Li Dangquan murmured to himself, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, as if he understood everything. But then he smiled bitterly. Could it be that I really took the wrong path? Do I have to abandon my cultivation and start all over again? Everyone was puzzled upon hearing this. What was this old man thinking? Was he going to abandon his own cultivation at the drop of a hat? Senior, there's no need for that. I have benefited greatly from this visualization diagram. Today, I will repay the karmic debt and give you an opportunity to help you overcome the so-called Great Sun path being severed and achieve the Dharma aspect. How about it? Li Heng smiled slightly. Chapter 219 The Path of the Great Sun. There are only a few reasons why the Great Sun path is broken. Either the Great Sun is too lofty for ordinary people to comprehend its true meaning, making comprehension impossible, or someone deliberately blocked everyone's connection to the Great Sun. But whatever the reason, Li Heng has a way to solve it. You can help me reconnect the broken path? Li Dangquan was surprised. He had thought Li Heng could only help himself and others. After all, reconnecting one's own broken path was already difficult enough, let alone others. He hadn't considered such a possibility. Senior, don't be surprised. It's easy for me, Li Heng said calmly. Isn't it just the Great Sun's true meaning? I'll give it to you. He reached out and grabbed at the air, then withdrew his hand, opening his palm to reveal nothing. But in Li Dangquan's vision, something he had never encountered before appeared. Blazing, bright, vast, like the Great Sun in the sky. It seemed to be the Great Sun's true meaning he had longed for. This. Li Dangquan swallowed hard, his face filled with shock. This method was simply divine. He had actually captured the conceptual, metaphysical essence of the Great Sun. Who was he? What was his origin? How could he do such a thing? It was as if he could communicate with the Great Sun in the heavens at all times. If Li Heng knew this, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. His Great Sun's sacred body was indeed constantly connected and communicating with the sun in the heavens. And as his Great Sun's sacred body advanced, reaching the so-called divine body, the connection might be further enhanced. At that time, he might be able to truly borrow the power of the Great Sun in the heavens. Senior, please calmly comprehend it, Li Heng said calmly. Li Dangquan immediately understood, sitting cross-legged on the ground, probing out his mind to comprehend these essences of the Great Sun, regardless of whether Li Heng and the others harbored any ill intentions. In his view, none of this mattered. He could die content if he heard the Dao in the morning. The essence of the Great Sun, which he had dreamed of and pursued for most of his life, was here. At this moment, he had only one thought, to comprehend it and break through. Zhuan Dao, witnessing the scene, was also deeply moved. The problem that had plagued countless predecessors, the path that had caused countless geniuses to falter and fall short, had actually been solved by Li Heng. He didn't know how to feel, but he felt as if he were witnessing history. He had even considered suggesting Li Heng change his path, even offering that particular stone. Now, he realized it was completely unnecessary. And if he hadn't already decided on his path, the path of thunder, the punishment of heaven, he himself would have been tempted to change it. He didn't believe his path of thunder was weak. His previous defeat at Li Heng's hands was simply due to insufficient cultivation. Once he advanced further, and the thunder in the thunder pool transformed into heavenly tribulation thunder, He was confident he could defeat Li Heng. The tribulation thunder that had severely injured Feng's Heng Hao with a single strike was his example. Li Dangquan continuously comprehended the true meaning of the Great Sun, his aura rising steadily. A Great Sun Dharma image slowly emerged behind him, gradually becoming solid and real. The true meaning of the Great Sun transformed into laws, enriching the Great Sun Dharma image. Cultivation is inherently a process of using the illusory to cultivate the true. A rudimentary form of Dharma without its own established principles is illusory, a product of illusion. Only by borrowing the true principles of heaven and earth to construct its own principles can the illusory transform into the true, achieving a genuine Dharma form. The Great Sun true meaning is also a principle of heaven and earth. Long before the cataclysmic changes in heaven and earth, Li Dangquan had already completed the accumulation of Dharma form realms. Strictly speaking, he was already an illusory Dharma form. Therefore, he didn't need to experience the real world after the cataclysmic changes, he only needed to complete the transformation from illusory to real. However, due to various reasons in the past, Li Dangquan was unable to access and comprehend the Great Sun true meaning, naturally unable to complete the transformation from illusory to real. Thus, he couldn't advance to true Dharma form. It can be said that this stage, which even ordinary geniuses could overcome, had blocked this old man for most of his life. But now, with the Great Sun true meaning before him, the transformation of using the illusory to cultivate the true is no longer hindered. Therefore, at this moment, the transformation is complete. The Dharma form behind Li Dangquan becomes incredibly real, although, in essence, it is still inferior to Li Heng's Great Sun Dharma form. However, its structural complexity and level were far superior to Li Heng's. It had truly reached the level of the Dharma aspect realm. If Li Dangquan's Dharma aspect template was an elite template, then Li Heng's Great Sun Dharma aspect template was an epic boss template. It was just that Li Dangquan's template level was higher than Li Heng's. At the moment of advancing to the Dharma aspect, Li Dangquan's Dharma aspect shone brightly, causing the surrounding laws of heaven and earth to fluctuate and surge, subtly interfering with the surrounding void, and the spatial tremors that had already subsided began to shake again. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, his Great Sun Dharma aspect erupting, suppressing the light of Li Dangquan's Dharma aspect again, and said with a smile, "Grandpa, I know you're happy, but please restrain yourself a bit. Otherwise, the space will start shaking again." Li Dangquan opened his eyes, withdrew his Dharma aspect, stood up from the ground, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. "Li Dangquan thanks you, I will do my utmost if needed in the future." He bowed to Li Heng and said loudly. At this moment, he no longer regarded Li Heng as a junior, but as a fellow traveler, or even a pioneer who had gone further than him. If it weren't for the vast age difference, he would have shamelessly addressed him as a senior. Meanwhile, outside the Great Li Kingdom, and even beyond the borders of other kingdoms, a strange place, dark, shrouded in ignorance, devoid of heaven and earth, a void, suddenly experienced ripples and waves. A voice rang out, seemingly in doubt. "What's going on? Has someone made contact with that damn ball of light?" The voice was immense, shaking the surrounding void. Instantly, the previously empty void was filled with shadows. These shadows manifested forms, some humanoid, some beast-like, some constantly twisting and indescribable. These shadows all knelt in their own way, speaking. "Greetings, Your Excellency. There's a problem in the north. Someone has traversed the path of the Great Sun, found him, and killed him. Everything is destined to fall apart. Even if someone struggles, it cannot be prevented. Send that poor, struggling soul on his way." "Yes, Your Excellency." The shadows gradually faded, returning to the empty void. Only one sentence remained, echoing endlessly. "The Great Sun, in its twilight, is about to fall." Li Heng smiled and said, "Senior, why bother? It was just a small favor. You helped me then, and now I'm helping you. It's a cycle of cause and effect." Li Dangquan shook his head. The logic was sound, but Li Heng's help to him far outweighed his own. He knew this perfectly well. Even without the Great Sun visualization diagram he left behind, Li Heng's talent alone would have allowed him to forge a path to heaven. And without Li Heng's help, he would never have been able to break through to the Dharma aspect stage. Moreover, he strongly suspected that if Li Heng hadn't chosen the path of the Great Sun, but another, he might already have broken through to the Dharma aspect stage. If that were the case, then he would have actually implicated Li Heng. For example, the power that sealed off this plane, forming a vast net. He could sense that this power was extremely powerful and boundless, seemingly no weaker than the Great Sun itself. If Li Heng didn't follow the Great Sun path and focused solely on this path. This thought arose in his mind, and he sighed, feeling somewhat guilty. Li Dangquan was unaware of this. It was simply because Li Heng wanted it all. Zhuan Dao felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Li Dangquan advance to the Dharma aspect stage. This was because he knew that this old man Li had been very bloodthirsty in his youth, making many enemies, especially some aristocratic prodigies. Now, most of these prodigies had already advanced to the Dharma aspect stage. With the old man Li's return after advancing to the Dharma aspect stage, and with the astonishing combat power of the Great Sun Path, he could probably fight against all odds, unleashing a bloodbath in the Great Li, disrupting the peace. He pondered whether he should immediately inform his master of this information. It would be good to prepare in advance. Boy, come here. Li Dangquan turned to Zhuan Dao. Zhuan Dao's face stiffened, and he had no choice but to quickly approach. What's wrong with your face? Are you unhappy to see me? Li Dangquan said with an unfriendly expression. Although the joy of advancing to the Dharma aspect stage had dispelled the pent-up frustration of most of his life, and his spirit was beginning to rejuvenate, he hadn't forgotten Zhuan Dao's assessment of him. Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with a junior like you. You should be able to contact your master, that kid Li Changfeng, right? Tell him I, Li Dangquan, have returned after advancing to the Dharma aspect stage. Tell those old bastards from the aristocratic families to wash their necks and wait for me. Zhuan Dao's head seemed to explode upon hearing this. Good heavens, just as he thought, utterly bloodthirsty? Why don't you go back to Jinlong County and discuss it with my master, sir? He swallowed hard, tentatively asking. Discuss my ass. I'll wait for them in Bay County. Back then, when I was stuck below the Dharma aspect stage for a long time, those aristocratic families wanted to kill me. Now that I've broken through the barrier and advanced to the Dharma aspect stage, they want to kill me even more. They'll definitely come and surround me. After all, I used to dominate them. Li Dangquan said with a cold laugh. He turned to look at Li Heng. Don't worry, this is my business, it won't implicate you. Li Heng had done him a great favor. He didn't want Li Heng to be implicated because of his own affairs, causing Li Heng to also be antagonized by the aristocratic families. The power of the aristocratic families was truly terrifying and deeply rooted. Before Li Heng grew stronger, it was best not to provoke them. Li Heng's expression turned strange upon hearing this. I think you could call me along then? Am I also considered a thorn in the side of the aristocratic families? He didn't underestimate the Demon Extermination Division's intelligence-covering abilities, but with such a major incident, he wouldn't underestimate the aristocratic family's investigative capabilities. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the aristocratic families focused their attention on him. In any case, the aristocratic families didn't need much evidence to act. They would directly presume guilt and assume you were guilty, so you would have to cooperate with the investigation. Then you would be at their mercy, but if you didn't cooperate, it would be a perfect excuse to attack you. Brother Li, you underestimate my Demon Extermination Division too much? Zhuan Dao said with a wry smile. Even if they know you did it, as long as you hold a high position in my Demon Extermination Division, they won't dare to harm you. After all, it would come at a great cost, which is not in their interest. Li Heng remained non-committal. He only knew that powerful families were like ironclad fortresses, while dynasties came and went like flowing water. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This spatial quake actually reached my suspended mountain, destroying one of my livestock-raising cities. How hateful. Let me see who's on the other side of the passage, with such a massive presence. The voice came from the entrance of the passage. Li Heng's eyes lit up. A fish had taken the bait. Chapter 220 Green Ox. Li Heng had originally planned to give up and head to the next location of the spatial tremor, but unexpectedly, he managed to catch another fish. In contrast, Zhuan Dao and the others didn't look so good. They could also faintly sense the aura on the other side of the passage. It was definitely a powerful demon at the Dharma aspect realm, extremely strange. Should I take action? Li Dangquan said in a deep voice, intending to protect Li Heng. In his view, no matter how mysterious Li Heng was, or how powerful his methods were, he was ultimately not at the Dharma aspect realm. Even if his combat power was overwhelming and he could fight against a Dharma aspect realm cultivator, he would still bear certain risks. He had already advanced to the Dharma aspect realm and could help Li Heng eliminate these risks. Even if he had now reconnected the broken path and achieved the Dharma aspect realm, who knew how many hardships and dangers awaited him in the future? Perhaps he would be stuck at some level again, unable to move forward. On the contrary, Li Heng's potential was stronger than his. He could go further and higher on the path of the great sun than him, and was more qualified to save this terminally ill world. The fish we catch, of course, should be prepared by the fisherman himself, Li Heng said with a faint smile. As they talked, a figure appeared on the other side of the passage, hidden in the unknown shadows, slowly walking towards them, like an ominous figure emerging from the depths of hell. The passage seemed unable to withstand this figure, violently shaking, swelled up by the enormous form, forming a barrier that stretched and thinned, becoming transparent. So transparent that one could see the vast void outside the passage. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. Such power, such commotion, was definitely not from an ordinary Dharma aspect. Li Dangquang also pondered secretly, feeling that this commotion likely indicated the strength of a peak first realm cultivator. He made up his mind. As soon as Li Heng was at a disadvantage, he would intervene. This was their future hope, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Li Heng, seeing this commotion, was even more delighted. The bigger the commotion, the bigger the fish, right? He wasn't some low-level fisherman from the Air Force. He wouldn't be dragged into the water by the fish. Ha, interesting, truly interesting. What exactly is this passage? It allowed me to arrive in the mortal world unharmed, without encountering any obstacles or punishment from the rules. It seems this is my destiny. The figure drew closer and closer, finally emerging from the passage. Accompanying it was an endless surge of yin and demonic energy. Bursting forth from the spatial passage like a tsunami, it swept across the surrounding area, reaching the edge of the plane almost instantly. However, it was ultimately contained by a vast net formed by Li Heng's earth vein power, preventing it from spreading beyond the plane. This, however, resulted in a dense concentration of yin and demonic energy within the plane, vaguely forming a strange domain. The yin and demonic energy gradually dispersed, revealing the true form of this great demon, 9 curved horns atop its head, exuding malevolent energy and the wails of vengeful spirits. Its mountain-like body disrupted the surrounding laws of heaven and earth, causing the void to subtly distort. This was none other than an unparalleled bull demon. Incomparably ferocious. Interesting, very interesting indeed. You humans seem quite powerful. Seeing me come from the underworld, why didn't you stop me? Or did you lay some kind of trap? Like a large net to cover this place? The bull demon laughed loudly, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Just you? No one else? Li Heng asked. Of course not. This spatial tremor only occurred on my mountain peaks. This is my territory, so of course no one else came. What, you humans are so confident, you want to ambush others. It seems the spatial tremor was also caused by you humans? You're lucky. I just finished killing those seafood creatures in the Abyss Sea, those strange things, and happened to come back to rest, and happened to encounter this spatial tremor. But it's quite a grand scheme, even shaking the suspended mountain. You wouldn't be trying to start another war between the two worlds, would you? The bull demon didn't hide anything from everyone, or rather, he disdained to hide anything, making such a guess, and even revealing some extremely important information. War between the two worlds. Li Heng raised an eyebrow, pondering slightly. It seems the mortal and underworld worlds fought before? I wonder who won and who lost that battle. Alright, you've learned everything you needed to know. I've satisfied your curiosity. Now, obediently accept your death. The bull demon spoke loudly, transforming into waves of sound that swept across the plain. Simultaneously, the surrounding yin and demonic energy converged in his hands, manifesting 2 ferocious axes. I don't know if you're arrogant or foolish, letting me go is one thing, but allowing the yin energy to spread. The one who will kill you is the green bull, remember that before you die. The green bull's body swelled with the wind, its already mountain-like form now resembling a small mountain range, combined with the surrounding ferocious and demonic energy, making it appear like a demon god. Li Dangquang's expression was solemn, it was indeed as he had expected. This demon had truly reached the peak of the first realm, and it was following the path of body cultivation. This was troublesome. He knew very well that the Great Sun path was not adept at dealing with demons who cultivated their bodies. The sunlight can dispel yin and demonic energy, and break curses and sorcery, but against demons with powerful bodies, it can only suppress them at best, not double their power. Unless one possesses the true fire of the sun. But the true fire of the sun requires one to personally go to the sun to harvest it, something that mortals cannot access. Li Heng's expression was somewhat strange. What is this? Getting bigger makes you seem more powerful, huh? He initially thought it was the Taoist supernatural power of heaven and earth manifestation, but upon closer inspection, his combat power hadn't increased dramatically after growing larger, it had only improved slightly. On the contrary, such a large size made him a sitting duck. However, the green ox didn't care what Li Heng thought. In his view, as long as he manifested his true demonic form, wielding his weapon and charging forward, he could cut everything down. No one could stop him, just like cutting down the seafood in the abyss sea. As for curses, conceptual power, or interference from the laws of heaven and earth, they were weak and feeble, things only women would use. They couldn't break through his defenses at all. The green ox brought down his axe. The demonic energy surged, the yin energy roared, and combined with its body, which was like a small mountain range, no amount of mountains could withstand its axe strike. It wouldn't be enough to destroy the heavens, but it certainly possessed the power to annihilate the earth. Its massive size and terrifying attacks caused Wang Donglei and Wang Ling to tremble. Could they really withstand such a powerful demon? Seeing that no other demons were approaching, Li Heng knew he couldn't keep fishing and began to reel in the bait. The great sun dharma image shone brightly once more, shaking violently as it began to clear the area, purifying the yin and demonic energy. At the same time, the earth dharma image exerted immense suppressive power on the green ox, causing it to freeze mid-air, its axe poised to strike. However, the green ox was still a dharma image realm cultivator. It had traded its brains for a nearly indestructible Vajra body. After a brief pause, it continued to chop down, seemingly having adapted to the suppressive power. Li Heng raised an eyebrow. So fierce? It seemed he would have to abandon all martial ethics. With a slight thought, a wisp of true solar fire manifested in his hand. Having undergone several transformations, the great sun dharma form's solar true fire was no longer a youthful version, but increasingly approaching the true solar true fire. The moment it appeared, it burned a black hole in space. Such a large, seemingly lifeless body, it would be a waste not to burn it. He could only hope that the bull demon's body could withstand it and not be reduced to ashes. Perhaps then he could have a stake? Li Heng muttered to himself, throwing the flames at the green bull. Having done this, he led everyone back, dodging the attack. Only a fool would try to withstand it head-on. After dodging the axe, the Zhuandao members were still shaken. They had sensed that if they had been hit by that axe, they would have been utterly dead, not even worthy of becoming mincemeat. Lai Dangkong, however, remained calm. But he was very curious about what the flames flying from Li Heng's hand were. He had sensed it briefly with his mind, but before he could get any closer, that wisp of his mind was burned away. Could it really be solar true fire? The thought crossed his mind, but he shook his head, thinking himself senile. How could this be? The true fire of the sun resides in the midst of the great sun in the heavens, high above the 9 heavens, a pinnacle that even the celestial beings couldn't reach. How could Li Heng possibly possess the true fire of the sun? This thing is impossible to cultivate or simulate. Even if he could cultivate it, he would be the first to burn. It burns everything, and that's no joke. He could only hope the flame would be somewhat useful. But to be honest, he wasn't optimistic. Because once you possess a dharma body, you need nothing else. Once you achieve a dharma body, even a dull-witted body cultivator will have terrifying resistance to almost all attacks, and their abilities will become comprehensive. Under the dharma body, a body cultivator might have weak resistance to curses and secret techniques, barely able to withstand a few blows. But once they advance to the dharma body and touch upon the laws of heaven and earth, they can completely withstand curses and run around freely. As for the comprehensive abilities, that's even easier to understand. You might laugh at a body cultivator for not being able to fly and only being able to hop on the ground. After advancing to the Dharma aspect realm through body cultivation, one can directly interfere with the laws of the surrounding world, achieving the ability to fly. Aerodynamics, flight organs, controlling the primordial energy of heaven and earth? Forget about them. If I can interfere with the laws of heaven and earth, why should I care about these things? In fact, Qing Niu thought the same way. Being at the Dharma aspect realm, his eyesight was excellent. He easily detected the wisp of true solar fire emitted by Li Heng and then paid it no mind. He was joking, after all, He had lived in the infernal purgatory for 100 years, been roasted for 100 years, and was still unharmed. That was the fire of purgatory. So what was this little flame? However, out of respect for his enemy, he felt it necessary to show some respect for the flame. The yin energy adhering to his body rapidly attacked the true solar fire, attempting to extinguish it. It was a gesture of respect. Yin energy belongs to yin and can extinguish and corrupt all yang things. Even exotic flames are no exception. He had used yin energy to extinguish many exotic flames before. One flame he had encountered before was very similar to this one. It seemed to be called something like Yang True Flame? Whatever, we're all just chickens and dogs anyway. Thinking this, the green ox swung down at Li Heng again. He had already discerned that this human was quite strong. He hadn't been distracted by his first axe blow and had dodged it. But this axe strike interfered with the surrounding laws of heaven and earth, affecting space and attempting to seal Li Heng off, leaving him no escape. Now you can't escape, can you? He sneered inwardly. Did you really think I, old ox, was a fool, running over here without some tricks up my sleeve? Then, the yin energy was directly ignited by the true fire of the sun, transforming into fuel for the true fire of the sun, which quickly burned the green ox's body. Chapter 221 Human and Animal City. The Dharma aspect realm interferes with the laws of heaven and earth, touching upon the rules. As a body cultivator of the Dharma aspect realm, the Azure Ox had cultivated this trait into its body, containing powerful, highly condensed principles of heaven and earth, no longer merely a simple flesh and blood body. One could say the Dharma aspect is its own body. But the extremely potent solar true fire doesn't care about simplicity or the presence of principles of heaven and earth. Even if it does, it burns along with those principles. Therefore, it directly ignited the Azure Ox's body. The Azure Ox was enormous, and initially only a small area was burned, unnoticed. But after a few seconds, the fire expanded, directly engulfing half its body. The yin energy covering its surface was instantly burned away, the flames penetrating its skin and seeping into its bone marrow. The flames raged from the outside, wreaking havoc within its body. Ah! The Azure Ox roared in agony, its voice transforming into endless waves of sound, sweeping across the entire plain, causing the surface to crack and shatter, then surging back and crashing against the vast net formed by the Earth's veins. What's happening? The flames haven't even reached its body. It actually ignored his defenses? At this moment, he couldn't care less about attacking Li Heng. He realized that the strange flames were burning inside his body, actually shattering the laws and principles of heaven and earth that had formed within him. Even if his mind wasn't sharp, he realized this was no small matter. He quickly focused his mind, trying to mobilize the laws and principles of heaven and earth within his body to extinguish the strange flames. Li Dangquan gasped upon seeing this. The flames were really burning? This was a great demon cultivator at the Dharma aspect realm. Could it be that this really was the true fire of the sun? Li Dangquan was extremely shocked. If this really was the true fire of the sun, did it mean that Li Heng had once come into contact with a great sun in the sky? Or even descended from the great sun in the 9 heavens? Li Heng's origins became increasingly mysterious in his mind. The green ox was completely burned by the true fire of the sun, resembling a bowl-shaped torch soaring into the sky. Under the scorching heat of the flames, everyone could even smell the aroma of beef, and the fat was crackling. The Xuandao people felt their scalps tingle. Could it be cooked? Li Heng was also slightly surprised. Could it really be eaten like steak? It seemed that the Dharma aspect realm was indeed somewhat special. After involving the laws of heaven and earth, it was so resistant to fire, unlike the strange demons of the past, who would basically be reduced to ashes once ignited. Of course, he also knew that this was because his realm was too low. The green ox was furious at this moment. What kind of method was this? He mobilized the laws and rules of heaven and earth fused within him, trying to extinguish these terrifying flames. But in the end, these laws and rules were also burned. If he hadn't dodged in time, his own mind would have been ignited as well, and then the flames would have burned his primordial spirit directly along the connection between his mind and body, which would have been the end for him. At this moment, he was completely helpless. This kind of flame was unreasonable and extremely domineering. His body even instinctively rolled on the ground, as if trying to extinguish the flames. However, the flames continued to burn stronger and stronger. Even the ground was on fire. "My lord, please withdraw your divine power." Old Ox surrenders. The green ox barely managed to control his body, and during the excruciating burning pain, and abruptly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Li Heng and begging for mercy. He was as pathetic as he had been at the beginning. There was no other way. The yin energy and demonic energy were useless. After all, he was a body cultivator. These things were minor details, insignificant. His unparalleled physique was his greatest trump card, capable of withstanding numerous secret techniques and curses, possessing resistance to all attacks. One could even say that he could withstand spatial cutting and void turbulence without a problem. But now, even this indestructible body couldn't withstand the flames. What could he do? Kneeling and begging for mercy to survive wasn't shameful. Moreover, he could sense that if all the laws and rules of heaven and earth within his body were truly burned away, his cultivation level would definitely drop from the Dharma form, returning him to a pure flesh and blood body. At that point, it wouldn't be a matter of whether the beef was cooked or not. He would be directly burned to ashes by these flames. Li Heng didn't reply immediately. He observed carefully and finally discerned the truth. The reason this bull demon hadn't been burned to ashes by the true sun fire seemed to be because something within its body was helping it resist. Sensing the aura, it seemed to be the laws and rules of heaven and earth. It seemed this was the path of a body cultivator at the Dharma aspect realm. Integrating the Dharma aspect, the laws and rules of heaven and earth into oneself, forging an indestructible body, even withstanding spatial cutting and void turbulence wouldn't be a problem. After all, no matter how strong the flesh and blood body is, it is still contained by space. Flesh and blood are merely an appendage of space. If space is cut open, flesh and blood can only be cut open as well. But once the laws and rules of heaven and earth are integrated into oneself, forming a body similar to the laws, making one's body a seamless, perfectly unified whole, then it's a completely different story. It's equivalent to making oneself equal to space. This path is not bad, but unfortunately this bull is too stupid. Li Heng smiled slightly. Although the true sun fire burns everything, there are ways to deal with it. For example, just now, if this ox had been a little smarter, seeing itself burning, it would have simply cut off that part of its flesh to avoid the effects of the solar true fire. After all, with physical cultivation, flesh regeneration is a piece of cake. After all, this isn't the complete solar true fire. It can't be burned along the causal chain. But now it's too late. The solar true fire quickly spread throughout its body, reaching its internal organs. It's no longer something that can be solved by simply cutting off its own flesh, unless the green ox abandons this body. But its strength lies in this body. How could it possibly abandon it? Of course, it might not be able to abandon it. This stupid ox might have already turned its primordial spirit and brain into muscles. No rush, no rush. It's only half cooked now. I like it fully cooked. Li Heng said with a smile. The green ox was terrified. Did this human want to eat it? And this is only half cooked? What a joke. It was already half burnt to death. If it were truly fully cooked, it would be completely dead, not even its soul remaining. Ignoring the green ox's reaction, Li Heng turned to the crowd. Gentlemen, how well done do you prefer? We like it tender and juicy. We can cut it now. If we wait any longer, the beef will probably get tough. The Zuandao disciples looked at him strangely. Did they really have to eat it? No way. This old man also wants it well done. My teeth are still sharp enough, I can't eat it too tender. Speaking of which, I've eaten a half Dharma aspect bull demon before, but I've never eaten one at the Dharma aspect realm. Looks like we're in for a treat, Lai Dangquan laughed. The green ox became even more terrified upon hearing the crowd's words. He hurriedly said, Wait, you can't eat me. Li Heng raised an eyebrow and calmly said, Why not? You demons can eat humans, but humans can't eat demons? There's no such logic in the world, is there? The green ox's face stiffened upon hearing this, unsure how to answer. After a long while, he finally spoke, his voice muffled. You still can't kill me. I just returned from the Abyss Sea and didn't have time to eat people, so you can't kill me. Li Heng was surprised to hear this. You, a great demon at the Dharma aspect realm, are telling me you've never eaten people? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Oxen eat grass. What kind of people do they eat? The green ox looked frustrated and roared. I've been stationed in the Abyss Sea, cutting and eating seafood. How could I have the opportunity to eat people? Yes, I was planning to eat them. I heard human flesh is indeed delicious. But as soon as I returned to my own mountain, I found that the human animal city was gone. What could I do? Can't you humans be reasonable? He continued to speak with grief and indignation, feeling that he was really going to die. Is this retribution? Could this be the curse of those seafood creatures before they died? Li Heng fell into deep thought. He had observed it again and found that this possibility did exist. Although this ox demon looked extremely ferocious and some vengeful spirits had been hovering around it, these vengeful spirits were not human spirits. Of course, it's also possible that this bull demon ate everyone whole, leaving not even their souls for decoration. After thinking for a moment, Li Heng waved his hand, temporarily reducing the intensity of the solar true fire, keeping the bull demon at about 60% cooked. The burning speed of the solar true fire was in sync with the speed of his flesh and blood regeneration. Now that the bull demon was subdued, he could ask him some questions. He would then decide whether to kill it based on the information and its attitude. Since you feel wronged, I'll give you a chance. I'll ask you questions, and you answer them. Otherwise, I don't mind cutting it open at 60-70% cooked, it'll be quite tender that way anyway, Li Heng said calmly. The green bull felt a sudden decrease in the intensity of the solar true fire within its body, and its expression brightened. Hearing Li Heng's words, it nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word of rebuttal. I'll ask you, what is a human animal city? Don't you know? The green bull asked in surprise. I already said I'll ask, you answer. Didn't you hear me? Li Heng's expression turned cold. Suddenly, the intensity of the solar true fire increased slightly. The true fire of the sun within the green ox suddenly surged, slightly exceeding the speed of flesh regeneration, advancing towards 70% completion. The pain of its body being ravaged caused the green ox to groan, its face turning pale. My lord, withdraw your divine power, I'll talk. The green ox hurriedly spoke, its expression filled with fear. These humans are too ferocious. Li Heng's expression softened, suppressing his original fiery temper. This kind of beast needs to be disciplined. The human beast city is actually the food distributed to us by the suspended mountain. Each Dharma aspect realm cultivator has one, and it's filled with humans and beasts. What does human beast mean? Human beast is just human beast. The green ox looked confused. No, my lord, wait, I remember now, human beasts are different from humans. Although their appearance and physique are the same as humans, I've heard they are lesser mature and born lacking a soul and a spirit, making them mentally dull, which is why they are particularly suitable for domestication. Seeing Li Heng's unfriendly expression, the green ox spoke again. Missing a soul and a spirit? I ask you, where do humans and animals come from? This. The green ox hesitated. Fine, I'll just burn you until you're fully cooked. Seeing the green ox's hesitation, Li Heng's expression darkened. He waved his hand, intending to unleash the full power of the solar true fire and extinguish it, which would also allow him to see how much source power Dharma aspect realm demon was worth. No, sir, wait. The green ox cried out in alarm. My hesitation has a reason. This involves the secrets of heaven and earth. If I reveal it, it might incur a warning from heaven and earth, even if I'm in the mortal world. Oh? Li Heng raised an eyebrow. There was such a reason? Then speak freely, don't worry. All right. The green ox fully grasped the situation. Revealing this might result in being struck dead by heaven and earth, but if he didn't speak, he would die now. These humans and animals are actually. Chapter 222 Underworld Forces. These animals are actually humans from the underworld. Facing the evil forces led by Li Heng, the green ox stammered, trembling. Before he could finish speaking, Lai Changquang interrupted sharply, that's impossible. There can't be humans in the underworld, so it's not a place for humans. Although some humans do become demons and fall into the form of demon humans, they can enter the underworld. But demon humans aren't humans, they eat people too, they aren't eaten. The green ox was stunned. I don't know about that. Anyway, when I advanced to the Dharma aspect stage, the people at Zhuangquang Mountain told me, saying that this secret shouldn't be revealed lightly, or it would bring disaster. Is it true or false? Why would Zhuangquang Mountain lie to me? After saying this, he looked at the sky. He found it unusually calm, unexpectedly. A bull demon like you who doesn't even have a brain, who can't lie to you? You say this is a secret of heaven and earth, very likely to attract warnings from heaven and earth, but where are the warnings? There aren't even any dark clouds in the sky, let alone tribulation clouds. Lai Changquang sneered. At this moment, Li Heng spoke. No, what this stupid ox said might be true. Nothing has happened yet because we're within a vast net formed by the Earth's vain power, shielding us from some of the heavenly secrets. Just now, when this stupid ox spoke, I felt a faint fluctuation in the sky, sweeping towards us, but it was blocked by the net of Earth's vain power. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide. What this stupid ox said was true. But why? It shouldn't be like this. The underworld doesn't provide a normal environment for humans to survive, or rather, no ordinary race can survive in the underworld. If demonic energy enters the body, one will become a demon. If yin energy enters the body, one will die instantly. I told you, it's true. The green ox said honestly. Why are these humans missing a soul and a spirit? Why do humans exist in the underworld? Heng continued to ask. Why do humans exist in the underworld? You're making things difficult for me, sir. I don't know either. After all, I've always been stationed in the Abyss Sea. Where would I find the energy to investigate these things? The green ox's face immediately turned bitter. The old ox, can't do it. However, I've heard a rumor. These animals, no, these humans are missing a soul and a spirit because they've been punished. As for what kind of punishment, I don't know. Punishment? That's right, punishment. Heng raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Humans exist in the underworld, and they've been punished? Interesting. This matter seems quite complex, likely involving multiple aspects. After a moment of contemplation, he stopped dwelling on it. This stupid ox probably didn't know much about this either. Rather than guessing, it was better to leave it for now. He could only wait and see if he could obtain more information later. He changed the subject, speaking again. And what about this spatial tremor? The green ox was surprised. Could it be that this wasn't caused by humans? My lord, I know nothing about this. Recently, the underworld has been experiencing frequent spatial tremors, and many strange realms have been shattered. Even the suspended mountain protected by a powerful array has seen this phenomenon. It must be some kind of natural disaster. You really didn't do it? You really don't know? I truly know nothing about this. I swear to God. Seeing Heng's expression turn hostile again, the green ox quickly pledged its loyalty. Heng frowned again. The mortal world was in trouble, and now the underworld, which he thought was the source of the disaster, was also in trouble. He had suspected this before, and now this ox demon had confirmed it. Could this really be a natural disaster affecting both worlds? Both worlds were in trouble? If this continues, he would believe anyone who said that the world was about to collapse. He felt helpless. He really hadn't caught a good time. Buddhism once said that the world goes through the cycle of formation, existence, decay, and emptiness. Could it be that we have already reached the decay stage, and the world is about to be destroyed? But this is too abrupt, too fast, isn't it? It doesn't seem like the normal order of birth and death of the world at all. Combining these anomalies with the so-called reality of the world, Heng seriously suspected that the heavens and earth had long been malfunctioning, and this was merely a final, desperate struggle. This gave him a very uneasy feeling. It was as if all possibilities for the future had been sealed off, leading only to a bad outcome, unchangeable. No wonder even the chosen one, someone supposedly God's favorite, suffered an accident. The heavens and earth were in trouble. What was God's favorite son worth? This situation could only be resolved by a deus ex machina, obtaining the power to negate the world from outside. He shook his head helplessly, banishing these distracting thoughts. He still needed to ask some practical questions first. He should consider such matters after his strength had improved further, otherwise, it would just be laughable worry. What is this abyss sea you speak of? Or rather, what forces exist in the underworld? Heng had been curious about this question for a long time. Oh, sir, you ask about that. Qing Niu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he knew these things, they were common-sense questions. If asked any more strange questions and he couldn't answer them, he had no doubt that this human would kill him on the spot. This human really wanted to eat beef. My lord, there aren't many forces in the underworld, but there aren't few either. The ones that are truly well known are the suspended mountain where I am, the road to the underworld, the Abyss Sea, and the life-buying money. The suspended mountain is the stronghold of demons. A huge mountain range floats above the underworld. It is said that the demon mountain is still alive. The road to the underworld is inhabited by those soft and eerie forces. It is said that they want to build some kind of reincarnation system, all sorts of nonsense. The Abyss Sea is an ocean near the abyss, where seafood lives. It's quite delicious. However, there are also some ghostly things that crawl out of the abyss, which are difficult to deal with. The green ox's expression turned horrified as he talked about those ghostly things. As for the life buying money, I heard it's from a group of merchants? I don't know anything about it. My lord, that's all I know. After all, I've been stationed in the Abyss Sea and don't deal with other forces. If we're talking about what I know, the Abyss Sea knows best. But the Abyss Sea, how should I put it? The green ox scratched its head with its fiery arm, since its head was also on fire. The Abyss Sea has been fighting with our suspended mountain and the Yellow Springs Road. Rather than a force, it's more like a pack of mad dogs. Oh, what is this abyss you're talking about? Heng suddenly became interested. The green ox was taken aback. An abyss is just an abyss. No other meaning? No, an abyss is just an abyss. It's said that no one in the underworld has ever seen an abyss, only that it's near the Abyss Sea. It's said that the Abyss Sea water flows directly into the abyss. You haven't seen it, so how can you be sure the abyss exists? I don't know. The green ox shook its head. Heng was speechless. This stupid ox. But he was too lazy to dwell on it and spoke again. How many powerful beings, how many Dharma aspects, and those above the Dharma aspect level are there on Suspended Mountain? This was the question he most wanted to know. If the number of powerful beings was within his grasp, he would like to secretly sneak into the underworld and plant mushrooms on Suspended Mountain. Would that cause his source power to surge rapidly? Even if he couldn't kill all the powerful beings, he could at least kill all the lesser demons. Upon hearing this, King Neo was startled. He realized something was wrong. My lord, you don't intend to attack Suspended Mountain? I advise you not to do so. Without Suspended Mountain's recognition, you'll be dead the moment you appear on it. Then how many powerful beings are there? Stop talking nonsense. King Neo suddenly felt the flames within his body rising, and he quickly spoke. My lord, I don't actually know how many powerful figures there are. But even those of us at the Dharma aspect realm haven't been able to get close to the center of Suspended Mountain. Our territory is just some remote peaks. And at the center of Suspended Mountain, there are many main peaks. On those main peaks, there are even more powerful demons than us. It's just strange, we haven't seen them for a long time. The last time we saw them fight was 100 years ago. Heng pondered upon hearing this. It seemed Suspended Mountain's organization was incredibly loose. Or were the demons at the Dharma aspect realm unable to reach the core circle of Suspended Mountain, not truly among their own? It seems you stupid ox, really do speak your mind. The green ox grinned. My lord, I've been roasted like this, of course I'll say whatever comes to mind. But this is also because Suspended Mountain hasn't placed any restrictions on us. Why is that? Heng said calmly. He could guess many reasons. Either this information wasn't confidential enough, just common knowledge. A Dharma aspect realm demon like the green ox couldn't be considered a true member of Suspended Mountain. Or, the green ox spoke again. Actually, it's because Suspended Mountain doesn't care. A powerful demon from the main peak once declared that Suspended Mountain fears no threats, enemies, or leaks of information or coordinates, and welcomes anyone who dares to attack. Heng seemed thoughtful upon hearing this. The words of the green ox were one of the possibilities he had considered: arrogant, conceited, and confident. I've long heard of the name of Suspended Mountain in the underworld. At this moment, Lai Dangquang suddenly spoke up. Ox demon, let me ask you, how many main peaks does Suspended Mountain have? The green ox frowned upon hearing this, as if recalling something. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I heard from someone that there are at least 18 main peaks, and possibly more. Because there's a saying that you can see as many main peaks as your strength. If your strength is low, you won't even see a single main peak if you go to the center of Suspended Mountain. Lai Dangquang was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and gasped. Are you sure that's true? That guy is also a friend of mine, he wouldn't lie to me. The green ox answered obediently. Senior Lai, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Heng asked. Why is he so concerned about the number of main peaks? Lai Dangquang took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. If the great demons on these 18 main peaks are only at the Dharma aspect realm, that's fine. Even at the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, they could easily kill this stupid bull with a single move. After all, the Dharma aspect realm has a huge range, even a small difference in realm makes a world of difference. But if they are above the Dharma aspect realm, then it's terrifying. because this represents at least 18 celestial beings. Chapter 223 Celestial Being Powerhouse, 5 Realms of Dharma Aspect. Celestial Being? Li Heng was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Yes, that's right, Celestial Being, a realm above the Dharma Aspect realm. Li Dangquang's expression was solemn. Are these so-called celestial beings very strong? Li Heng asked. Celestial beings are very strong. As far as I know, the number of celestial being experts in the entire Great Li dynasty is no more than a handful. But given the current situation, it's not a question of whether they are strong or not. What makes you say that? Li Heng asked in surprise. From Li Dangquang's words, he roughly understood the power of Suspended Mountain. Even the Great Li dynasty was very likely no match for Suspended Mountain, with as many as 18 celestial beings. But then he said it wasn't a question of whether they were strong or not? Li Dangquang took a deep breath. You can think about why celestial beings are called celestial beings. What makes a celestial being expert so far ahead of the Dharma Aspect realm? By the heavens? Li Heng guessed a possibility casually. That's right, it's about relying on heaven, merging one's body with heaven and earth. The Dharma Aspect realm allows one to leverage the laws of heaven and earth with their own power, interfering with the rules of heaven and earth. But one's own power is ultimately finite. If one wants to advance further, one must merge one's heart with a vast void and one's body with a boundless heaven and earth to obtain infinite power. And then, further sublimation leads to the pinnacle of existence. Li Dangquang explained. But now, heaven and earth are in trouble. Li Heng said calmly. That's right, heaven and earth are in trouble now, there's been an anomaly. So, will those heavenly beings who have merged with heaven and earth be unaffected? Even if they aren't, their situation won't be good. Li Dangquang's eyes lit up, feeling that Li Heng's reaction was timely. No wonder he had high hopes for him, believing that he could go further and further in the Great Sun realm, even reaching the peak. Are you worried that these heavenly beings might undergo anomalies? Li Heng asked. Li Dangquang fell silent, then slowly spoke. Your statement is bold, but not impossible. While the fact that Suspended Mountain might possess 18 celestial beings truly astonished me, if Suspended Mountain were to attack Dali, Dali would likely be unable to withstand it. But don't forget, the mortal realm isn't just Dali, there are other kingdoms beyond Dali. If a powerful force like Suspended Mountain decides to attack the mortal realm, other dynasties will absolutely not stand idly by. Therefore, if the celestial beings, or rather, the celestial demons of Suspended Mountain, still possess normal reason, they will definitely consider many factors and dare not recklessly attack Dali or the mortal realm. But if they undergo a transformation, if their reason falters, guess what will happen? Li Dangquang's words sent chills down everyone's spines. Was it really that terrifying? The powerful beings at the pinnacle of heaven and earth were facing problems. King Yu also fell into deep thought. He understood that the celestial demons Li Dangquang referred to were the great demons on the main peak of Suspended Mountain. However, he felt that Li Dangquang was making a mountain out of a molehill. Old man, I think you're overthinking it. How could such powerful demons, heavenly demon experts, possibly have problems? If they did, no one could stop them. Logically, the entire underworld, and even your present world, should be in chaos. Old ox, think you're exaggerating. Although Green Ox had turned his brain into muscle, he could still detect the flaws in Li Dangquang's words. The others also came to their senses and felt that Green Ox's words made a lot of sense. Hell, I really hope what you stupid ox, are saying is true. Li Dangquang chuckled, not bothering to refute. Li Heng also understood what Li Dangquang meant. It was simply that the heavenly human experts had problems, but not completely, which was why it was so rare to see them taking action, and it seemed like they had all disappeared. But regardless of whether Li Dangquang's words were exaggerating or not, he had to take them to heart. Better safe than sorry. It seemed he really needed to prepare early. Zhuan Dao and the others could also roughly guess what Li Dangquang was implying, but they didn't dare to think any further. Because such speculation implies a desperate situation. Even the most powerful figures have run into trouble. What are these insignificant shrimps struggling for? If the sky were to fall, these powerful figures would be the first to hold it up. But now even these powerful figures can't hold it up, how can they? And let alone celestial realm experts, even a relatively powerful being in the Dharma Aspect realm could be reduced to ashes with a single breath. Senior Li, let's discuss these matters later. Discussing them now might have a negative impact, Li Heng advised Li Dangquan to end the topic. He wasn't afraid of the topic, and his confidence remained unshaken, but he couldn't handle the pressure. What if, while they were talking, someone's Dao heart collapsed? Li Dangquan sighed. How could he not know this? Unfortunately, the frequency and magnitude of the changes in the world had increased recently, forcing him to reveal this potential reality. Knowing was better than not knowing. It was better to die in ignorance. As for whether others' Dao hearts would collapse after hearing this, he didn't care. He only focused on true powerhouses, both in strength and in spirit. Senior Li, could you explain the realms of the Dharma aspect? Li Heng pondered for a moment, then smiled helplessly. He knew that above the Dharma aspect realm was the celestial being, but he didn't even know how many minor realms the Dharma aspect realm was divided into. Perfect, he'd caught Li Dangquan, who knew the ropes, and could take the opportunity to ask. Li Dangquan was taken aback, somewhat surprised. You don't know? Zhuan Dao beside him was also bewildered. He had thought Li Heng would know this. Why should I know? Li Heng was speechless. Everyone in this world was like a riddle teller, speaking in riddles, leaving people confused. Even the level divisions, which should all be known, were only revealed as one's strength increased. If this were a game, no one would play it. Okay. The division of the Dharma aspect realm isn't complicated, there are only 5 minor realms, 5 steps. However, the strength difference between each step is enormous, truly a step to heaven. These 5 steps are freedom, Dao Palace, immortal platform, unity, and return to emptiness. Completing all 5 steps qualifies one to reach the celestial platform. Li Dangquan no longer concealed anything and revealed everything. Then what realm is this stupid bull in? Li Heng pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at the blue bull. Peak of freedom. Those who condense their Dharma aspect can roam freely in heaven and earth, which can be called freedom. Li Dangquan slowly replied. Of course, the names might be different in the demon and monster realm, but the stages and principles are generally the same, not too different. However, judging from this bull demon's stupid appearance, it probably won't have the chance to construct a Dao Palace, have its Dharma aspect reside within it, transform into a god, and ascend to the immortal platform. As he spoke, Li Dangquan looked at the blue bull again and shook his head. That might not be such a bad thing. Li Heng smiled slightly. If what you say is true, Senior, and the problem lies with the celestial realm expert, then this path is wrong, or rather, it's blocked. We must find another way. Li Dangquan sighed upon hearing this. He truly hoped he was wrong. My lord, I've said everything I needed to say. Perhaps we should withdraw our divine power? Continuing to burn like this isn't a solution. At this moment, King Niu spoke bitterly. His flesh regeneration also consumed his own essence, and he could hold on for a while. But if it continued any longer, he would suffer severe damage to his vital energy and be unable to hold on any longer. Li Heng did not answer, sighing inwardly. He had originally planned to take advantage of this special passage leading to Suspended Mountain to stir up trouble and make some inroads, but he hadn't expected the waters on Suspended Mountain to be so deep. It seemed he would have to wait until later. Unless he consumed all his source energy reserves to briefly unleash astonishing combat power, he might be able to confront Suspended Mountain head-on for a short time. But he didn't need to do that, the risk was too great. If he couldn't kill many demons and monsters at Suspended Mountain, he would lose everything. Wait, sir, aren't you going to give up? Seeing Li Heng's expression, King Niu asked worriedly. He had already said so much, even if the heavenly demon experts at Suspended Mountain were in trouble, there were still so many Dharma aspect realm cultivators. Are you sure you really want to bite the bullet and fight your way through? Li Heng remained non-committal and then spoke. Your name is King Niu, right? King Niu was taken aback upon hearing this. Although he didn't understand why Li Heng was bringing this up, he instinctively nodded quickly. King Niu, an interesting name. Well, how about this? I'll give you 2 choices. 1. I haven't eaten beef in a long time, especially steak. 2. I need a means of transportation. A moment later, Li Heng was sitting on a cow. However, Li Heng wasn't a demon after all. The key was that he had asked King Niu, and the cow had nodded in agreement with tears in its eyes, without any objections. This made Li Heng somewhat emotional. Although he wasn't God's favorite son, he still had some luck. Sure enough, a strange beast mount came to join them. Although it didn't look very good, at least it was fast. Green Ox, this evil and demonic energy isn't very auspicious. How about this? You try your best to absorb this evil and demonic energy, or transform it into purple energy, so that auspicious purple energy can travel 30,000 miles eastward. How about that? The Zuandeo people shuddered upon hearing this. Are you a devil? This is a bull demon, not a spirit beast. Where would auspicious purple energy come from? Don't be a disappointment. There's a bull with the same name as you, also carrying someone surnamed Li, who is much more impressive. Li Heng smiled with narrowed eyes. Then, he looked at Lai Dangquang. Senior Lai, I've troubled you during this time. It's nothing. I am originally from Dali. Now that I have advanced to the Dharma aspect stage, I will do my best to investigate the location of special tremors. Lai Dangquang nodded. He had already spoken with Li Heng and agreed to help Li Heng investigate all the locations of special tremors in Bijan and assist in resolving them. Suddenly, Lai Dangquang frowned. I sensed something just now, and there was a spatial tremor in the northeast, along with the aura of the Ma family. However, the spatial tremor suddenly became extremely violent. It seems that the Ma family member is in trouble. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 The Mind Enters the Void. The Ma family? Meng Lingayan's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, it's Suzhuan. She's in trouble. Suzhuan? Lai Dangquang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. It seems you know her. But you don't need to worry. I've already located the coordinates. As he spoke, he waved his hand, directly tearing open the void and creating a special passage. Let's go, this is faster. Since the Ma family member was one of their own, Lai Dangquang naturally took it very seriously and took the lead into the special passage. Zuandeo Meng Lingayan and the others followed closely behind. Li Heng, riding on his green ox, was somewhat moved. Although his current combat power was enough to defeat a Dharma aspect cultivator, he couldn't yet do what Lai Dangquang did, casually creating a special passage for everyone to teleport. It seemed he needed to hurry up and cultivate. He looked around again, confirming that his arrangements were complete, and also stepped into the special passage. To the northeast, where Ma Suzhuan was. This was a county town. Unfortunately, she arrived a little late. The special tremors had already destroyed half the town. If she had arrived even a moment later, the entire city would have been destroyed. Shouts and cries filled the air. The disaster struck too suddenly, without any warning, wiping out half the city and claiming half the lives. In this calamity, there wasn't even a scene of corpses strewn across the fields or rivers of blood, a spatial tremor, and these people were dead, their bodies barely preserved. The cruelty of this calamity was not for slaughter. It was merely for destruction, and what did it matter to you? Ma Suxun gritted her teeth, releasing her yang extreme true flame and innate power, trying her best to maintain the intensity of the spatial tremors and the still slightly trembling calm. After all, she wasn't like Zuandeo, a peak innate realm, nor was she like Li Heng, who had a cheat code that granted her a Dharma body directly. Even with the gift of Li Heng's fire seed, and her current insights, her own combat strength was only at the peak of the strong innate realm, still insufficient to handle such a natural disaster. Now she finally understood how powerful Li Heng was. She couldn't even suppress this small spatial tremor despite her exhausting efforts. However, Li Heng could easily suppress it, and suppress it completely, unlike now where there were only minor fluctuations. Time passed. Ma Suxun's eyes lit up with joy. She could feel the intensity of the spatial vibration decreasing, clearly weakening. It seemed that as long as he persisted a little longer, he could resolve this spatial vibration. For a moment, her confidence soared. After all, she wasn't useless and could still hold on. What truly worried her was Meng Lingayan's situation. After all, she knew that Meng Lingayan had just advanced to the innate realm and was still relatively weak, not yet familiar with the many methods of the innate realm. Suppressing the spatial vibration alone would definitely put him at a great disadvantage. However, she couldn't escape now. She could only hope that the vibration on Lingayan's side would lessen. After resolving this spatial vibration, I need to work with Lingayan. Ma Suxun's mind was filled with wild thoughts, trying to divert the pressure from the spatial vibration, completely unaware of the flag she had set for herself. Then, an unexpected event occurred. The special vibration, which had been gradually diminishing, suddenly launched a counterattack, its intensity surging dramatically, jumping directly from a small tremor or aftershock to a major tremor. The terrifying special tremor force directly shattered Ma Suxun's suppression. Without her yang true flame, everything around her rippled like water, becoming chaotic. PFFT. Ma Suxun spat out a mouthful of blood. She had been severely injured by the sudden surge of special tremor force. But she had no time to think. With a depletion of her source energy, she unleashed 12% of her power. If the special tremor continued, the half-city of survivors would die. This city was so unlucky, encountering a special tremor of its own accord, and the tremor's targeting was so peculiar. It didn't target any of the desolate mountains and wilderness, but instead targeted a human city. More importantly, Ma Suxun herself was unlucky. She had just separated from the others when this happened. There was no other way but to fight as hard as she could. If she escaped, hundreds of thousands of people in the city would die. However, no matter Ma Suxun's determination, the objective environment would never change because of weak subjective will. The special tremor was there, and its intensity was there. Ma Suxun's lifeline was too thin and too weak. The special tremor caused the beast to break free of Ma Suxun's ropes, howling in all directions as it began to bar its fangs and claws at the human city, lunging directly at it. At this moment, a spatial passage appeared. Li Dangquang arrived first. He frowned, waved his hand, and his own Dharma form suddenly appeared, radiating boundless light that illuminated the entire city. With the power of the great sun, he suppressed the special tremor, instantly forcing the beast back. Ma Suxun had been somewhat desperate just moments before. But seeing Li Dangquang appear and take action, she was completely stunned. Who is this man? She didn't recognize him. However, since he had taken the initiative to suppress the special tremor, he must be a friend, not an enemy. Cough cough cough. Junior Ma Suxun greets Senior, thank you for suppressing this disaster and saving the people from suffering. So you're just a girl, I see. Li Dangquang was also somewhat surprised upon seeing this, but recalling Meng Lingayan's extremely anxious words earlier, he could immediately guess what was going on. You Ma family girl are quite reckless. How could someone with your cultivation level suppress a special tremor of this level? If it had lasted any longer, it wouldn't just be internal injuries, it would have been half a death, Li Dangquang commented, disapproving of Ma Suxun's actions as he watched her cough incessantly, even coughing up blood. Senior, you flatter me, but it was unavoidable. This junior can still hold on for a while, I won't die. I can't abandon the people of this half-city just because I'm injured, can I? Ma Suxun answered with difficulty. She was generally afraid of death, especially after rekindling her relationship with Meng Lingayan. She couldn't bear to die. If she died prematurely, and this guy got together with some other woman again. Just thinking about that scenario made her furious. She couldn't let another woman benefit from it. She absolutely couldn't die. She had just protected half the city's population, hundreds of thousands of lives, not just numbers. So she wouldn't retreat unless absolutely necessary. And she couldn't retreat. But once it became absolutely necessary. Ma Suxun pondered, finding herself unable to make a decision. Li Dangquang ignored Ma Suxun's words. After all, in the eyes of an old man like him, this was just childish stubbornness, not worth getting too entangled in. What truly concerned him was this special tremor. He could feel that the special tremor here was different from the first type he had seen, or the second type suppressed by Li Heng, but a type far more threatening than either of those. If the special tremors suppressed by Li Heng were a ferocious beast, capable of sweeping across the entire plane, then ultimately, even a beast's power is limited and wouldn't continue indefinitely. However, this special tremor felt to him like an energetic, unruly child, a relentless, surging tide, each wave higher and stronger than the last. The intensity of the tremor was even subtly shaking his Dharma aspect power. Just then, Zhuangdao, Meng Lingayan, and Li Heng arrived leisurely. Ignoring Meng Lingayan's inquiries about Ma Suxun, a typical youthful affair, he quickly greeted Li Heng. Did you feel it? This tremor is unusual. He turned to look at Li Heng, his expression grave. Li Heng nodded. It's absolutely incessant. It's like a reaction causing the special tremors, still ongoing without end, continuously adding new power to the tremors. He didn't need Zhuangdao's reminder. Upon arriving, He had already opened his mind to sense the special tremors and discovered their true nature. That's right, this will be very troublesome. Li Dangquang nodded. Even though he had already advanced to the Dharma aspect realm, becoming a powerful being in the Dharma aspect realm, easily interfering with the laws of heaven and earth, he still didn't underestimate these special tremors. This was the power of heaven and earth, not to be underestimated. Although tearing through the void was usually as easy as taking candy from a baby, he knew very well that it was because the void was usually very calm, like a still, mirror-like surface of water. A gentle touch of the hand could create various changes, making it an excellent tool. But what if the surface of water wasn't calm, but a raging tsunami? Even someone like him, in his Dharma aspect realm, might be defeated by it. As long as the dosage, the amount, and the intensity were high enough, these spatial tremors would eventually break through his Dharma aspect power, and might even backfire on him, possibly killing him. Of course, if the intensity could truly reach that level, the entire northern prefecture would probably shake a few times. I suspect that this phenomenon hides the truth behind the special tremors. Li Heng suddenly spoke up again. How about this, Senior Li, you help me suppress it for now. I plan to spare some attention and go into the void myself to see what exactly is causing this tremor. Are you sure you can handle it? Li Dangquang frowned upon hearing this. Normally, the void would be fine. But such a strong spatial tremor might indicate the presence of spatial turbulence within it. And spatial turbulence is not something to be trifled with. Even I, as the main body, find it difficult to deal with, let alone my mind. I never do anything I'm not sure of. Li Heng smiled faintly, ignoring Li Dangquang. Continuing to ramble on like this might cause him to miss a crucial observation opportunity. He immediately focused his attention, following the cracks created by the special tremors, and entered the void. Instantly, he felt a great wind blowing towards him. This great wind nearly shattered his mind. He summoned his great sun Dharma image to suppress his mind, illuminating the surrounding void. He immediately understood the truth behind the great wind. There really was special turbulence. Fortunately, he was prepared. This was a special turbulence blowing from afar, heading towards an unknown distance, and Li Heng's mind was currently within this turbulence. However, with a great sun Dharma image, he remained as unmoved as a rock in a river. He didn't dwell on it. Spatial tremors causing special turbulence was a high probability event. It wasn't worth making a fuss about. He looked around the void, trying to see what was causing this continuous spatial tremor. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. He had already seen something. Chapter 225 Clash of Two Realms. Long ago, Li Heng had speculated on various possibilities. For example, the special tremors were actually a natural disaster caused by the collision between the mortal and underworld realms. This idea was originally just speculation, without any basis. But now, it seemed there might actually be some basis. Because here, Li Heng saw a special protrusion extending from the mortal realm colliding with something in the unknown distance, something like a special membrane. With each collision, the void turbulent, the entire special membrane, the world barrier, was trembling, and the laws were being obliterated. Was the mortal realm bombarding the special barrier of the underworld? Had a war between the two realms begun? Such a thought arose in Li Heng's mind. Although he was too far away to see clearly, he could sense that the special membrane in the unknown distance contained yin energy, giving people a cold and icy feeling, possibly the underworld. But why? Why was the mortal realm colliding with the underworld? In any case, in Li Heng's vision, the underworld was like a victim, its special membrane constantly being impacted by the special protrusion of the mortal realm, beginning to twist and deform. Admittedly, Li Heng knew that the world was multidimensional. The collision of one world with another is certainly not as simple as a collision on a three-dimensional plane. There must be corresponding collisions in other dimensions as well. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many special vibration points in the mortal realm. But no matter how you look at it, the underworld seems to be passively enduring it, right? What is this? Has the mortal realm gone mad and become evil? This idea sounds absurd. But he knows it's not impossible. Li Heng shook his head helplessly. This is troublesome. He can't handle such a grand situation as the collision of two worlds. However, since he's already here, he's unwilling to do nothing. He immediately activated his great sun Dharma image, unleashing its full power, radiating boundless light that illuminated the surrounding void. Of course, he didn't have high hopes for this. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Under the illumination and soothing light of the great sun, the special vibration points in the mortal realm, which had been incredibly agitated and constantly colliding with the underworld, gradually calmed down and stopped moving. Finally, they even began to slowly shrink. The vibration points transformed back into a special membrane, a world barrier. Li Heng was somewhat bewildered by this. This effect far exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought it would have no effect. After all, no matter how bright or intense the sunlight, it couldn't affect the collision of two planets. Or perhaps, the nature of the great sun's light had calmed the mortal realm? Li Heng couldn't help but have this thought. If that were the case, it meant the mortal realm had been very agitated just now. Why was the mortal realm agitated? Of course, it must have a problem or be ill, otherwise it wouldn't have made such a self-destructive move that would harm the enemy 1,000 while damaging itself 2,000 more. He could feel it. The strength of the world barrier had clearly weakened a bit. Suddenly, he had a premonition, a flash of inspiration. With a slight thought, he opened the data panel. He discovered that his 5 points of luck had suddenly increased, adding 1 point. Rising from 5 to 6 points. He had even witnessed this jump from 5 to 6 points. However, soon, chaotic phenomena of luck followed. The luck points began to fluctuate rapidly, from positive to negative, from 6 to 0, and then to 100. But soon, it returned to 6 points, firmly anchored, no longer changing. Seeing this, Li Heng seemed thoughtful. It seemed his chaotic fortune only occurred when his fortune increased or decreased? But why did he gain a little fortune? Was it because he resolved the special tremor? But he had resolved it before, so why didn't he gain any? Or was fortune accumulated? Only after resolving these issues could he gain a little fortune? Or perhaps, his previous solutions were all forceful suppression, merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Was his personal arrival in the void this time, using the radiant light of the sun to soothe the somewhat agitated present world, the correct solution? Li Heng's expression became strange. He always felt that the present world was a patient, and he had just played the role of the doctor. Now, he had helped the present world resolve its changes, though he didn't know if it was completely resolved. But the present world, this patient, had still given him medical expenses, a little fortune. He couldn't help but scoff. What could this little bit of fortune do? The present world was so wealthy and powerful, yet it only gave so little money? Whether it sensed Li Heng's thoughts, or the present world also felt it had given too little and was overly guilty, Li Heng saw that his data panel had changed again. A new entry appeared on his attribute panel, Heaven's favor. Those favored by heaven will find their fortunes aligned with the heavens and earth, enjoying great luck and blessings. Note, currently, they are gradually falling into a phase where fortune turns and heroes are no longer free. Li Heng also noticed that besides this new entry, his luck points had also been gilded. Although his luck points remained at 6, the numbers representing them were now gold, shimmering with golden light, giving off an impression of unimaginable power. Li Heng immediately fell into deep thought. This was a good entry, a good buff. Even if it couldn't compare to King Fang's bearing the great fortune of heaven and earth, it probably wouldn't be much worse, if only the last sentence could be removed. What does luck turns and heroes are no longer free mean? Can you explain it to me? Don't just drop a buff and then remain silent, okay? He immediately became agitated and wanted to curse. Because he felt that this buff didn't seem like a good thing. After all, he was in this special period. Heaven and earth were sick, problems arose, who would dare to question whether heaven's favor was still there? If this mania suddenly worsens, leading to schizophrenia, then what was once a blessing from heaven might turn into a curse. No, this problem must be solved. Otherwise, he might be trapped and die without even knowing why. Li Heng sensed it slightly and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had just used his visualization ability to sense it and see if he could remove the buff, and found that he could. As long as he consumed 10,000 points of source energy, he could remove this attribute. Anyway, he still had plenty of source energy, more than 20,000 points. He didn't lack 10,000 points. Sure enough, his visualization ability was awesome, and his source energy was invincible. Heaven and earth were nothing. He didn't immediately remove the attribute, leaving it for now to see if he could gain any benefit. After all, it was the medical expenses given to him by heaven and earth. If something bad really happened, he would remove it immediately. After doing all this, he observed the surrounding void again. The void turbulence disappeared and became calm. The mortal world did not become manic again and create special spikes to poke at the underworld. It seemed that although it wasn't a permanent solution, it was a long-term solution. Li Heng didn't linger in the boundless void. He withdrew his consciousness and instantly returned to the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, Li Dangquang's expression was complex. He had already prepared for Li Heng's failure. After all, such a powerful special tremor meant that there might be incredibly violent special turbulence in the void, even capable of threatening a Dharma aspect realm cultivator. Even if Li Heng was strong, without advancing to the Dharma aspect realm and undergoing a transformation of his mind, it was unlikely he could withstand the erosion of the special turbulence. Even if he did, he would likely face immense difficulties later, let alone have the ability to explore anything else. Now, however, he had been thoroughly humiliated. Li Heng had only recently entered the void when the increasingly powerful special tremor, which had been subtly threatening to break through the first layer of his Dharma aspect realm defenses, began to weaken and eventually disappeared completely, restoring the space to complete calm. He was completely dumbfounded. It happened so quickly? Could there really be some truth in the void? It seems the effect is significant. The special tremor has disappeared. Li Heng, now back to his senses, nodded, looking at the peaceful surroundings. How is it? What happened in the void? Was there any special turbulence? Li Dangquang asked hurriedly upon seeing Li Heng's return. Could Li Heng really be that lucky, not encountering any special turbulence in the void, which is why he was able to resolve the situation so quickly? After all, in his view, only this possibility could lead to such a swift resolution. Spatial turbulence is naturally present. Moreover, this spatial turbulence is caused by the collision between reality and the underworld. These matters were not secrets. Li Heng concealed some details concerning himself, but revealed everything else without hiding anything. Li Dangquang, being older and more knowledgeable, might know something. What? A collision between two worlds? Upon hearing this, Li Dangquang was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't even be bothered to marvel at Li Heng's strength, that he could remain unharmed amidst the violent spatial turbulence caused by the collision between the two worlds. Because the collision between the two worlds itself was the real big deal. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? He quickly asked, wanting to confirm again. It's unlikely I'm mistaken. That special bulge definitely originated from the mortal realm. That thin membrane of yin energy in the unknown distance is probably the barrier of the underworld, Li Heng replied calmly. Li Dangquang, upon hearing this again, had no choice but to believe him. Li Heng had no reason to deceive him. It seems the world is truly ill, very seriously ill, so frantically colliding with the underworld. It seems a great upheaval is inevitable. Li Dangquang said with a wry smile. Then what do you know? Li Heng immediately interrupted Li Dangquang's next reflection. Based on his experience, this would likely turn into another riddle-solving exercise, and he didn't want to continue with guessing games, so he directly stated the facts. I only know a little bit myself. Actually, some ancient texts record that the underworld split off from the mortal realm. They are of the same origin. Whether the underworld wages war against the mortal realm, or the mortal realm wages war against the underworld, the deepest purpose is still the other's fundamental nature. Li Heng was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. The mortal world has invaded the underworld before? Of course it has. In the mortal world's heyday, the underworld was suppressed by reality. Demons and monsters are terrifying, but far less so than the human heart. However, this is old news, not worth mentioning. Li Dangquang waved his hand. What truly worries me is, now the mortal world is crashing into the underworld. Based on your description, it's clearly trying to break through the underworld's barriers. I strongly suspect that the mortal world is terminally ill and needs the underworld's essence to prolong its life. Li Dangquang frowned, his expression extremely serious. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.